What's up, Sunrise? Welcome in. What's up? Last call. What's going on? The Wildlands Vintage. Hi, Taylor. Hi, Sunrise. Welcome in. Y'all, it's Saturday. Alexa, play my Chill Vibes playlist. I think that's what it's called. What's up? What's up, Stella? How y'all doing this morning? How's everyone doing? Room by Rack, what's up? What are you all doing right now? What are you all doing right now? Working. What does working look like? What specifically? What's up, DC? Y'all, I forgot my coffee. But I think my wife's listening, so she'll bring it to me. Good morning. All right. Y'all ready to dive in? Should we get going? She is nice. I very much like her. I have a part-time job. I work in marina on weekends. I clean boars. Like wild boars? I'm just kidding. I think you meant boats. Those crazy marina boars. No, don't apologize. I mean, I have to like make a joke about it. She did bring me cookies. You know what? I'm going for cookies again today. I like just threw it out there. What's up, Courtney? I threw it out there. You know? You know those like requests you do, like, oh, if you get around to like maybe some cookies would be good. They're gonna happen though. All right. We just ran out of chocolate chips. Cinnamon rolls. Y'all, that's this. It starts getting dangerous. Like a cookie, I can do a cookie, but a cinnamon roll, I'll eat it and then I'll be like, you know what I should do now is I should eat another one of those. So, I gotta be careful, y'all. I gotta be careful. Lauren, what's up, y'all? Happy Saturday. Alexa, next. We're gonna dive in here. Here's the. How many of you have been in the master class before? Yeah, another master class. Yes. So every time that I do these, just like I'm suggesting everyone else does, we go back and we look at like, hey, how can I do this better? Okay, cool. Thank you for coming back again. All right. So I want to figure out how can I do the master class even better? And so here's what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to do an overview of the system just so we can refresh on it. Because again, we got to go over it again and again because some of these concepts are so counterintuitive to what we've been doing. If you've been in resale for a while, meaning you've been doing like traditional reselling, which we call trad, if you've been doing that, this is different than that. And so I repeat these concepts again and again because really what I'm looking for is to help y'all, if you're reselling, to be able to have a way to coach yourself essentially. Like, so you can go back into your business and be like, how can I apply these concepts to my business, right? And so my goal is to go over this again and again so you can figure out how you can best coach yourself, okay? Now, if you hang out with me for long enough and you hear this for long enough, I think that it will begin to, it'll begin to like really click and make sense. Why do I say that? Because my wife will be listening to this and then afterwards she's like, oh my gosh, this makes so much more sense now as to why we're doing this or why we don't do this. And so these concepts, I know they take some time just to like go over them again and again. So we're going to be going out of the playbook. How many of y'all here have the playbook? Does anyone in here have this playbook already? Access to it? Let me know. If not, we'll just give one away. You'll get the digital one, but we'll have to wait. I think my wife she's cruising around with my little boy right now. So, okay, Stella, you have it. I'm curious, have you read it? There she is, Gracie Face. That's my daughter's account, but that's my wife on here because my daughter's out playing with it right now. So here in just a little bit, we'll do a giveaway for a playbook to get the party started. I did not all 60, but I did. Okay, cool. Stella, we've been hanging out for the last couple of weeks. We just did a 1 day intensive like 2 days ago. I'd love to know anything that has been like an unlock for you or something that's helped you conceptually in your business. Just curious what you've gotten out of this. Hopefully something, or you're like, I've been hanging out with this guy so much, I'm waiting for some value to be dropped into my ears. So I'm curious. But we'll give away one of these playbooks. But here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go through, I'm going to go through this. Yep. Okay, cool. I'm going to go through this. And then what we'll do afterwards is I want to work specifically on if you guys have a specific challenge in your business, we'll do like some, I guess we'll call it like community coaching. Essentially, you tell me what challenge you're doing. I want to ask if you guys are cool with it. Whoever wants to do this, I'll ask a few questions so I can understand more specifically about your business. And then there it is. There's the giveaway. If you guys don't have a playbook already, you can get this, the digital copy of this. It's the giveaway right now. You got like 4 minutes to get in there. If you already have this, you don't need to join the giveaway. I know sometimes we like to see like the confetti go off in our name, right? Yeah, and you have like 4 playbooks. Um, yeah. I know someone streaming chat was asking about things on my rack. Yeah, Agenda. I'm looking through past shows. I'm doing better and better each show. I love that, Stella. Yeah, Agenda. You're using your real estate, right? Because now you've got interest. People are coming in and they're, a lot of times we think that people come in and they're looking at us, but they're actually like checking out the background. Like, what is that? What's that thing over there? And people will wait to see, right? That curiosity that can be built from using your real estate properly. And I was thinking about this. Because I know a lot of times it's like, look, we have a whole room that's dedicated to the business and we have like a shipping station and everything, but you don't need a ton of space to do this because all you're looking like this isn't really that much space, right? Because you can adjust where your phone is and everything, but you want to utilize the space that you're seeing right here. You want to utilize that to your advantage. Every single edge you can give yourself, every single improvement in your business does make a difference, right? I think a lot of times we look for like major breakthroughs in our business, but uh, it's an accumulation of a bunch of little improvements we make over time that leads us to those breakouts or those breakthroughs. So actually, I want to talk specifically to this. Let me see. Thought I had my notes. Aha. Okay. So, thank you for sharing the stream, Zara's Mom's Closet. Thanks for coming back and hanging out with me. So here's what we're going to do. I know that we probably have people that are new here. I'm going to go over the system, okay? Now, I'm talking straight out of the playbook right here, okay? Now, I don't go over everything in the playbook because I actually realize that there's only like, for the most part, we just need to focus on a few. Thank you, Courtney, for sharing the stream. We want to focus on just a few big things. I see you or Grace always on. I always hop on. Thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you. Um, Sweet. Aaron, what's up? Welcome in. Good to see you. Jen Up, thanks for sharing the live stream. You guys are so generous when it comes to just sharing this. I hope that it blesses you. I hope it blesses those that you are inviting in. What's up, Rat Beauties? Good to see you again. Happy New Year to you, Aaron. So happy to have you here again. So we're going to be going right out of the playbook, but I'm only going to really be covering one, two, three, four, really 4 chapters out of this, and we're going to let's go 2025. So we're going to go through this from the beginning, covering 4 chapters, and then what I'll do is if anyone in here is like, look, I'm looking for some help specifically for my business. And if you're cool with it, we'll do some like community coaching. Like it's one-to-one coaching, but other people are around. And what I love about this is I've done a lot of one-to-one calls before, but I think that there's actually more value if you feel okay with it, the environment, you feel safe with doing it, that we do like a one-to-one coaching, but with other people around. The other people a lot of times are dealing with similar things. And so that's how we're going to approach this today. Okay. So if you're like, hey, I'm running into a specific challenge in my business, or maybe it's something more general. Hey, oh no, are you sick? Let's go. You're just getting all that out right now. That's all you're doing. You're just clearing out all the sickness because it's about to take off. All right. So you got to like get all that out of your system right now. All right. Okay. So let's dive in. All right. So if you guys have not been here before, my name is Steve. I coach people, I help people in their reselling business, live reselling business. We come from a traditional background, meaning we come from traditional reselling in selling on eBay, Poshmark, Depop, Mercari, Etsy. How can I say that so fast? Because we sold on 5 different platforms at the same time. And it was so much. It was so much work. We did that for like 4.5 years. We had at one point across 5 platforms, we had 7,000 plus listings across those 5 platforms. The chaos got so big. Anyone here traditional resell that sells on 2 or more platforms, meaning you sell on Mercari, Depop at the same time, or eBay, Etsy, or all of the above, right? All of the above. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. My goal. Okay. My goal is to show you the opportunity of live selling so that you understand how massive it is. We got Easy Shop. Hey, this is it is so overwhelming. Easy Shop, this is coming to you. You're going to receive a link. You can actually start reading this like right now, okay? So everything I'm covering is right in here, okay? So and it's designed to be like digested in. I kept telling my wife as I was putting this together, I'm like, I want it to be highly palatable and I want it to be digestible. The reason why is I actually want it to be. Will you grab my coffee? I'm making it. Oh. Will you tell them to check their whatnot message? Okay. People are going around. Okay. Y'all, if you receive this, go to your whatnot messages. We'll send you the link so you can actually start. You get it right away. Like this is a giveaway that you get immediately. Okay, cool. Easy Shop. I'm so glad you're here, and I'm so glad that you got this. Okay. So what I want to do for those of you that are in traditional resale, I'm on a mission to let people know in traditional resale that live selling is far better, far better. Now, why am I like on such a mission for this? Well, number one is we used to do this thing, this traditional resale, right? Selling on 5 platforms. We're like, this is craziness. I'll pull this over. I'll show you what our life looked like. You guys tell me if this feels similar to how you are. Imagine you are this circle right here, okay? You're this circle. This was us on 5 platforms. We were like, hey, Poshmark is doing pretty well. You know what would do even better? If we make a couple grand off of Poshmark every month, we could, if we sold on 5 different platforms, theoretically, would we make 10 grand a month? That was the idea going into that. Um, I disagree wholeheartedly with that idea now, but get down to the bay and full-time whatnot. I love it. Rad Beauty, hang out with me. Hang out with me today because I want to talk to you specifically about this. Because we did that same thing. We were on 5 platforms. You might even be on the same platforms that we are. So we sold on eBay, Poshmark, Depop, Mercari, and Etsy all at the same time. All right. Here's the thing about this. Okay. Yep, we used a cross-listing app. We used Vendoo and List Perfectly. I don't remember which order it was. And what we ran into was every single platform has a different strategy for it, right? So we hired 2 people from India to share our closet and to do offers to likers, and we had them working just on Poshmark. We had somebody else that we hired in the Philippines. She was like our main virtual assistant, and her job was to use either List Perfectly or Vendoo and take all the stuff that we were doing and we put it all into a spreadsheet, and then she would go put it onto that app so that we could get all these listings up. We were listing like 30, 50, sometimes 80 items every single day. And when I say every single day, I don't mean Monday through Friday. I mean Monday through Sunday. Okay. So we'd have stuff in our eBay drafts. We got to the point where like, wow, this is way too much work because we kept running into errors. We'd go to our storage unit, be looking for an item for 40 minutes, being like, where is this item? Only to realize that it is sold on another platform. But unfortunately, our cross-listing app or software, although we'd marked it as sold, didn't pull it off of another platform, and then it sold. So now we got to cancel that one. And we were like, man, like anytime an issue comes up like that, especially one that I just spent like 45 minutes looking for an item we didn't have, and now it says massive defect, the first thing in my head is, how can I make sure this never happens again? How do I make sure this thing that just caused so much never happens again? Why? Because our goal was to scale up the business. And I know that if I've got like 7,000 listings and I'm running into these defects, if I go to 70,000 listings, I'm going to have 10 times as many problems. So I want to nip those things in the bud right now so that it doesn't scale as my business scales. Okay. Make sense? You guys following what I'm saying so far? You guys following what I'm saying? Okay. So we went from this to just doing eBay and Etsy. Okay. What we noticed was all the energy that was being put into all these other platforms, we actually could put 3 times as much into eBay and like 3 times as much into Etsy. Okay. So this strategy of spreading out our energy and our focus does not work, right? So it is not a good plan to diversify, right? I know the cross-listing platforms would hate me for saying this because they're like, no, it's better if you do on all these different platforms. The problem is that each platform has a different strategy, a different culture to it. Everything is just a bit different. Depop is way different than Poshmark. Anyone familiar with Depop? Right? Different strategy. So we were trying to apply stuff that we were doing on Poshmark onto Depop, but it didn't work out the same way. So we were like, let's list as much, right? The plot. So as we're doing that, we're like, well, this isn't working in the same way as it was working on, say, like Etsy. So we're developing strategies for each platform. Well, working one platform is going to be difficult enough. You know what I'm saying? So that's where we're like, hey, let's just focus entirely on eBay. Why did we choose eBay? Well, it wasn't just because of the financial stuff, because at the time, Poshmark actually was paying us more than eBay was. But eBay, what I saw was eBay in itself, and if somebody wants to go look up what the annual revenue of eBay is. It's like its own industry in and of itself. It's a multi-billion-dollar company, meaning every year they generate enough revenue. All the sales that are being generated on there pays eBay enough to be in the multi-billions. All right. If anyone wants to go look that up, I am curious. It's been a while since I looked that up. I should probably like know that number off the top of my head. But I saw eBay as being much bigger than Poshmark. And I understood what it was that we were doing. Let me tell you the strategy. This is what you need to understand about traditional reselling. Traditional resale, 10.1 billion. 10.1 billion. So we're in the what is that? Is that 11 figures? Is that 11 figures? I think so. I think it's 11-figure business, right? 10.1 billion. Okay. That's okay, Alexa. I got it from here. Thanks. Um, So she's so helpful. She's just asked, like, hey, jumping in. Hey, do you need help with something? No, Alexa, I got it. So we moved over entirely to eBay because of that, how big it was. And it was way bigger than Poshmark. Plus, Poshmark required so much of this, like sharing and offers to likers and all these different things that we were doing all the time that we had to hire people. And we were like, instead of us doing that, let's focus entirely on eBay. So we focused on eBay and Etsy. And for a bit, our income did go down. All right. The revenue for our business did go down because we dropped Depop and Mercari. Mercari wasn't doing all that much. Depop was still doing something, and Poshmark was like our main one. But we moved all of our stuff into eBay, and our business actually improved. Okay, it improved. It took a couple months to do, but it improved. And I realized, like, man, maybe we should drop Etsy and just entirely focus on eBay. So we went into like super mode of being like, what we're going to do is we're making like between like 10 to 15 sales per day on eBay, which makes sense because we are listing at the time we had listed consistently 10 to 15 items per day, sometimes 20 items. We were like 20 items average listing every day onto eBay. So I knew that if we wanted to make like 30 sales on eBay a day or like 50 sales a day on eBay, what we needed to do is we needed to list that many every single day. So we kicked stuff up into high gear. I'm curious how many trad resellers in here, traditional resellers. We say the term trad. How many of you have a daily listing goal of what you're trying to do on these platforms right now? And if you don't mind, throw it in the chat. What is your daily listing goal? Right? Daily listing goal. What are you looking to do? 10 to 15. I've seen upwards of 65 when I've asked this question before. I'm curious if you guys wouldn't mind sharing what that is for you. Right? So that is, I try at least 5. Okay, 10. J Core saying 10. Cool Mom says I'm doing 5. I tried to do 10, but I've been so busy. I aim for at least 5, right? So you guys understand the strategy. If I want to make 10 sales a day, I need a list every single day, right? The other aspect of it as well is you want to optimize your listings. Why? Because eBay is a search engine. Okay. I'm laying out the foundation because for those of you that are doing traditional resale, I'm laying out the foundation so you can see the massive difference between these two opportunities. One of them is in trad sales, traditional resales. The other one is live, right? What we're doing right now. Okay. Whatnot, right? And so the goal is if you want to grow your traditional resale business, you need to optimize because you're trying to get as many listings as possible onto a search engine, right? If somebody finds your item, the way that they find it is they go onto eBay and they type in what it is that they're looking for. They're not looking up your eBay store, they're not looking at your logo. What they're doing is saying, I'm looking for a medium cashmere Eileen Fisher gray, right? And then they type in those keywords and your listing, if it matches with that, will get shown to them, and that's how you get people traffic to your store. So it is in your best interest to optimize your eBay listing. That's why if anyone is selling on eBay, you can see a listing itself has so many different categories and things that you can fill out, and they want you to optimize those things. In fact, eBay will tell you how well your listings are optimized and ways that you can improve it in your analytics. Okay, so the goal is to grow this massive amount of listings and then optimize each one of those listings so we can get traffic coming in, right? Here's the thing that I knew it at the time because I was learning all these business concepts, but the issue was is I couldn't do it here. And what I knew was it was much harder to acquire one customer than it is to keep a customer that you already have, right? I'm actually listening now while listening to you. Never ending. Okay. And I don't want to discourage you from what you're doing right now, but also at the same time, I kind of do because I want you to like go all in with like Whatnot, right? Listen, Whatnot does not hire me to do any of this stuff. So I'm just the reason why I'm like so adamant. What's up, walk-in closet? The reason why I'm so adamant about this is because what's up, Letty? What we were doing before was this, and it created so much strain and pressure for my wife to be doing this again and again, and I was doing it as well, right? My wife's a treasure hunter. She'd bring home the treasure. I'd help her to clean it up and measure it and optimize those listings, how we're working with our virtual assistants in the Philippines, and then doing all the shipping, right? And we just reached this point of like burnout, right? Because I'm pushing. I'm like, look, I want to be free of my corporate job. I know that we need to do 30 to 50 listings every single day consistently. And my wife's like, for how long? I'm like, until it pops off. I don't know. It's going to take some time because eBay isn't going to come clear out our store immediately. So eBay has the capacity, they have enough traffic on eBay that they could literally sell out your store today if they wanted to. Okay. But they won't. Why? Because number one, that'd be like, you're not prepared to do that. If you have 1,000 listings in there and they sell out all in one day, you're like, I have 1,000 orders to ship out right now. eBay knows that as well. They want you to do this so that they have this huge array of. It's a giant search engine. So the more things they have available when somebody clicks in, the more variety that's there and the pricing and all that. The variety is there, then people will stay on eBay. Okay, so makes sense, right? So you're playing the game on which eBay wants you to play the game, or on Poshmark or whatever it is. What's up, Becky Shopping? So we reached this point that we were like, oh my gosh, I am so. My wife was absolutely burned out. We were burned out. Happy Saturday to you. And so we just reached this point that I was like, this is ridiculous. She was frustrated. I was frustrated because I didn't have another solution. So she's coming to me like, how do we fix this? And I'm like, we have to keep doing what we're doing. And I reached a point of frustration because I'd been in sales. So I'm like, this is the only business I know of that I have a bunch of product that I'm sitting on and I'm optimizing a listing to make sure people that it whenever they feel like looking up Fisher medium gray cashmere sweater that they're going to come to ours, but when they come and buy it they leave and then they never come back again unless we have another listing that they type in and comes back to it. So now we're on this 1-to-1 ratio. I can't run ads for it because I make $20 per item, and me to run ads for one item makes 0 sense because the likelihood that that person I would have to pay all my profit into even getting an ad run to me. And then the other thing that I'm going to have to do is I got to go do that again for every single ad. So that's not going to make any sense. So how can I go out there and move this product? The other thing was like maybe we should start like a reseller YouTube channel, right? Like the Rowley Roots, the Harry Tornadoes, the Renzi, the Empty Hangers of the world. Maybe if we do that, the only thing is who watches those videos? Resellers. So that's not even my market, right? That does me no good to have a bunch of people coming to my eBay store just to see what it is that I'm doing, but they're not really there to buy any of my listings. They might go through and look at my store and how I'm optimizing listings. But if I'm a reseller influencer, it doesn't really help my resale business, right? So we were just at this place. I'm like, we got to do something different. And so I was like, you have like 4,000, 5,000 people on your Instagram. What if we just told people, hey, we have these things for sale? Like, how can we get in front of an audience who is ready to purchase the things that we have and we can just show them? And if they want it, they can buy it right then. How do we like move stuff? How do we hustle? You guys feeling what I'm saying? Anyone who's in traditional resale, it's very difficult to sit down and make sales without doing one thing. The only thing that you can do, yes, the only thing that you can do to grow your business where you sit down on that day and be like, I'm going to make sales today is to do one thing. What's the one thing that y'all can do in your traditional resale business if you want to make sales today? What's the one strategy you got? If it's on Poshmark, you got two. You can just share the crap out of your closet, right? But what's the other thing that you can do to make sales today? If I was like, hey, list. That's one way to do it, right? That might do it. You might maybe the stuff drop prices. There it is. That's your one lever in your business. Boop boop, drop price. I'm just going to keep dropping my price down until somebody purchases, right? The thing is with that is that's everyone else's only lever in their business too. So you have like millions of resellers that are selling traditionally, and everyone's strategy has to be the same just because of the nature of the game that you're playing, which is number one, like Style Every Story said, you can list, and hope that those things will sell that day, or you can go in and start dropping your price, but everyone else is going to do that same thing. So the buyer is expecting that. So that's why people go on and they'll watch items because they know if they do that, especially on Poshmark or on eBay, if they're like pros at it, they'll go like all these things because they know after a period of time they're probably going to get an offer and they'll just wait on it until the price comes down. And what that turns into is a race to the bottom. You guys familiar with this term? The idea of like you're competing against, and the only lever you have is to price drop. So every time you do that, that's your only one play that you can do at any point. The problem with that is even when you price drop, number one, you're taking all the margin out of your business, right? And the second part of that is that's you when you get that one customer, there's no advantage. There's no strategic advantage for you to drop your prices because when they buy from you, they're gone. They're not coming back to you again, right? Because it's right the biggest problem with those platforms, 100%. Because now you got that buyer. Congratulations, you dropped it down. You took out all the margin in your business, but it's a transactional model, right? Because I only make money off of one transaction, right? And after that one transaction is done, that buyer buys it and says thanks, and then they leave. And then that's it. That's your only strategy. And then you got to go out and list more so that you can get more people to come into your show, to your store. And by you doing that, you're playing the same game as everyone else. And then you're like, okay, this is craziness because all the joy that I have in treasure hunting is now sucked away from me having to list and then knock down my prices over and over. Or you get offers and you're like, $1, come on. Like these offers are offensive. Like for all the work that I've done to get this amazing item, like have you guys ever been offended by somebody offering you something where they're like $5? You're like, I have this listed for $50. You guys ever been offended? Like, how dare you? How dare you offer me something like that? That's ridiculous, right? Yeah, it's awful, right? You've done all this work. You're like, I'm a treasure hunter, and this person doesn't even appreciate the treasure that I have found, right? Not to mention all the other work that goes into it. Okay. So what did we do? Whoop. When we found Whatnot, we went all in on Whatnot. Now Whatnot does way more than anything we ever did in our business. It's beat out on every single metric. Okay, it's beat out on every single metric except for one: how much we earn per item. We don't earn as much per item as we did on eBay. But guess what? I don't care because that's not the metric that I'm looking at. I'm Team MGV. Let's go. I'm so done with that. Let's go. We had someone offer 80% on Poshmark just yesterday. Yeah. Like, hey, are you cool with taking like 20% of what you're asking for? no, I'm not cool with that. Like, okay, bye. Right. So we are 100% in on this live selling thing. Now, as a traditional reseller, if you looked at it, you'd be like, wait, so you're making less per item? You're making less per item? That's not good business. How are you able to do that? Well, variety of reasons, okay? Number one is return buyers. See, every time that you acquire a customer, that's the hardest part of business, is to acquire one customer. Most businesses that are really good, understand that it is 5 times easier to keep a customer and sell to that customer than it is to go out and get a new customer. But your strategy in traditional resale is one item, one customer, one transaction, do it again. Meaning if I make $20 on average, and I want to make $200,000 a year, I got to go find 10,000 different people. Okay, 10,000 different people. That's not going to work, right? So you either got to find higher ticket items to sell, or you got to get really good at going out and finding those, right? I want to see real quick. Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you for these shows. My thrifty pretty says, I learned valuable information. It keeps me from spending money. Yeah. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. You'll end up spending money on something that isn't going to help you to grow your business, right? All right. So some of you all right now are literally listening as I'm doing it, like you're listening to this. And I will commend you for that, right? Because as you're listening to this, what else you could be doing is watching a haul video, Thrift With Me videos, Bolo videos, what sold this weekend videos, right? What everyone else is typically doing, right? Because I know the process, y'all. We are trad sellers, right? So my wife goes out and she finds the stuff. She brings home the treasure. I prevent her from leaving the house again to go find more treasure because we don't play with death piles, right? I actually stopped listening. You have my complete attention. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your attention. So what's then so I'm like, hey, you can't go and get more stuff. We need to list this because the stuff isn't worth anything to us unless we get listed. So she would list it, but of course we got to listen to our haul videos and listening to Rally Roots and Empty Hanger and all that stuff while we're doing this. What's up, Jesse? And then what we're going to do is we're going to list that and we're going to wait. Okay. And then we go out and find more treasure, come back again, keep doing that same thing. And there's two major problems with that. Okay. There's two major problems with that. The first one is, what's up, dude? The first one is, yeah, death pile. Yep. How many trad sellers do I have in here that literally have a death pile, at least one in their house, if not more? Because they tend to like multiply. Like, it's like, yeah. Does anyone? Yep. Yep. Okay. Cool. Or they're organized piles. They're piles of life. They're not death piles. They're potential profit piles. They're profit piles. That's what we're gonna call them, right? Do you? No, I don't have a single death pile in my house. We haven't for years. And I'm not saying that in a way of being like, look at me, look how good I am. It's not anything that we're doing. It's not like anything other than my husband is like, get rid of this stuff. You're like, no, 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 no. Like, hold on. This is piles of money. And he's like, let's not churn it into money. And you're like, look, it's more complicated than that, okay? And if anything ever goes wrong, and the clothing supply chain somehow shuts down, we're set, okay? I could literally clothe our entire neighborhood if needs be. Or if it gets really cold and major utilities shut off, we can get under all these piles of life and they will help us. We can survive off of these piles in so many different ways, right? You start justifying like how you're doing, like, no, no, no. You're misunderstanding what these piles of clothes are. This is our investment. You have a 401k, I've got these potential piles of profit, okay? Okay, to the basement, like list or get rid of this. Those are your options, right? We don't have death piles. We never have a death pile. If you want to know why, the item comes into our home, we clean that item typically that day. If not, it'll be like the next day, depending on like how late it is at night. We clean it all up. It goes onto a show typically the next day, or it can go on the show that day and it gets sold, or it goes back into donation and it gets sent out of the house. It doesn't stay in our house for more than 72 hours. Any single item that comes into our house, the only time that it stays in our house for longer than a 72-hour period is if it's going for a particular show, like a baby or kid show. And so from that, like we have so it's just way better. Okay. My organized piles are mostly listed on some platforms waiting to be sold. I just need to quit my full-time job so I have time. I want to help you in clearing out your time so that you can actually start doing this before you go quit like your other things, so that you can actually see like, oh, this is a real potential. Like you can make real money doing this right now. Okay. So I want to talk specifically to trad sellers, and the reason why is because I empathize with you. Now, me in traditional reselling, my wife and I, to now, it reached a point that I'd almost forgotten about that life. I'd forgotten about all of that, right? We've been live selling since 2022. We started like in like April or May of 2022. And then in like June, we were like, we're all in with Whatnot, somewhere around there where we really went all in. We started systematically closing down our eBay stores and getting moving from 2 storage units down to 1. And then from there, we brought them all in here, filled up our house with bins, and we were selling through there. And then once my wife had our son in September, she took 9 months off. And then we started, so that was in 2023, and she started back up in June. Started back up in June. And started practically all over again. And she was doing it like, I want to do this thing. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So she turned that back up. And by the following year, so that was 2023, by probably like 4 to 5 months later in November, so it would have been June, July, August, September, October, November. So roughly about 6 months, 5 months, 6 months later, I quit my job, corporate America, as a in a software company, and we went into this full time. And then from there, in January, February of last year, we started coaching with other resellers. And we saw a lot of success with a lot of the resellers, and then some didn't do quite as well. And then I was looking at, like, what can we do to help? And then I started looking at like, well, the ones that have been most successful in this actually came from traditional. And I'm not saying that you need to come from traditional to be successful with this. I think that there's advantages and disadvantages to both of them, right? And I'll talk to both of them. But I found that the top people in our community were traditional resellers at one point, and then they transferred all the way over into live selling, and they didn't do any more traditional reselling, and they're crushing it. Like they're doing, like they make a full-time income and beyond a full-time income. Like I think the median household income in America is like say 80,000. A few of them have already doubled that last year, right? So I want to say that in a way of being like, hey, there's real potential with this. I can't guarantee anything for your business, but I will say this is what I've seen so far. It's not just us making a full-time income, but there are other people that we have seen that are making a full-time income. And when I was in the eBay world and in Poshmark, I was looking for those people. And the only ones that I found were all reseller, like influencers, right? Or they would be like, I've made 6 figures on Poshmark. And I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. I wonder if that's us. Is there a way? I love it. That's us. Husband quit full-time funeral director. We quit other platforms, all and Whatnot now. I love that. I love that. Love hearing that so much. And so in that, I just recognized like who's making a 6 figure income on Poshmark, and then I start doing some research. And I'm not saying that people aren't doing that, but what anyone that I found is like how I've made 6 figures on Poshmark, and then I'd watch their video, and they've made 6 figures over the last 4 years. They've made 6 figures total, averaging like $25,000 a year. And I'm like, well, we're already doing that right now on Poshmark. Like I'm looking for someone who's doing solely Poshmark, who's absolutely crushing it. And anyone that I'd researched that had done like $1 million on Poshmark, they had like a boutique set up, they had retail, they had a whole other game being played. And I was like, man, how do we do that? How do we do that? When we came over to this, boom, that's where like things like really like took off. What is up? Laura, it's good to see you. So I, in that was the thing that like now that I have spent time in live selling, we forgot about a lot of this. And so thank you, it is going well, and I hope yours is going well as well. So we left that realm, we were now doing this full time live reselling, kind of forgotten about traditional reselling. And then in the preparation for doing some of the stuff that we're doing here and helping people, was me going back and being like, what is the reseller, like traditional reseller world looking like right now? And it had not changed at all. It was the same thing. Still bolo haul videos, people, death piles, hashtag death piles is still a thing. And thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the tip. Thank you so much. And what we saw was I started watching people on TikTok, and I was like, holy cow, people are going through the same struggles that we were. People that are upset because their Poshmark store, the sales have gone down. Or maybe other people, what's up, Chris? Y'all are coming to hang out with me? Thank you so much. We also saw people that were I saw people like literally crying, and they're like, I don't want to list anymore. Like all I'm doing is listening. I'm just listing all the time. I'm just listing all the time. It feels like all I'm doing again and again. And now, and I went back. Yeah, I'm happy. Pick my brain. So that was really the thing. And I came upstairs after going into a TikTok hole in like 45 minutes, just watching resellers and seeing at least three different women literally crying. And they were crying because their sales were down, or they just don't want to list anymore. And they couldn't figure this thing out. And it wasn't for a lack of effort. It wasn't for a lack of work ethic. It wasn't because of that. It also wasn't, um, yeah, same, right? It wasn't because they weren't willing to put in the work. They were following what everyone else was telling them to do, and they were at this place of being like, how do I do this? Easier to get to the brain with a hairstyle. Susan went out and changed her brain because she's like, or changed her hairstyle because she's like, it's gonna go into my brain easier if I just change up my hair a bit. I love it. I love that strategy. That's what I did. I was like, you know what? I don't want to prevent anything from getting into this brain. I gotta take all the hair off, right? All right, this wasn't actually a choice. This is the decision God made for me. All right. At least this part right here. So let's dive into this. So thank you. I'm glad he didn't give me like a square head. You know what I'm saying? So how many of you can relate to what I was just talking about there? How many of you are currently in that place right now in traditional reselling, in trad selling? Everything I just laid out, you're like, holy cow, that's crazy. That is literally my life. That is me 100%. So Rad Beauty's like me. J Core, we met yesterday. She's like me. Yep. Okay. Um, so I want to help y'all in this, okay? But the only way that I can do that, how can you change shipping on a giveaway? I was charged $4.40 to send a gift card. How can I change that first class? Thank you, Carrie. We will address some of that stuff later. Also, we a lot of the things I won't go into that. I'm going to go really big on the masterclass, and then we can talk about tactical. But stay with me, okay? Also, you can go in. Thanks, my beautiful wife will handle those questions. My beautiful wife is also like a pro at shipping, not because of like whatnot, because she literally ran like a mail center when she was young. Like she ran a mail center, so she knows like USPS like no other. Which is who these like Whatnot and Poshmark, they go through USPS. My wife's had to teach me some of this stuff, and she would talk to me. I'm like, how in the world do you know all this information? Did you work at the post office? Um, oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, Susan. Thanks for being a return customer. So we're gonna have a little bit of coffee. Anyone drinking coffee right now? You're like, no, I'm East Coast. It's 2:44 in the afternoon, right? Yep. Let's go, Asher. You and me. Let's get amped up right now. It's not even coffee, it's espresso. All right. East Coast, but I have my energy drink. Coffee every day. I've wanted to like energy drinks because I like the flavor of it, but for me, I don't know what it is. If it's all the B12 or the taurine and all the other things that I don't know what it is, but when I drink an energy drink, it does something like my spine, like my spinal cord where it connects to my brain buzzes, and I'm like, Carrie's the buy it now. It's the buy now. You can go in, and so I can't do it because I feel like when anyone's like, "Hey, do you want an energy drink?" I'm like, I feel like that's a can of anxiety for me. Like the back of my head like buzzes. No, no worry. You don't. Please do not apologize. Do not apologize. Okay, I want to see. Um, Jack Attack. I've been reselling for a year and did my first show on Whatnot Live the other day and sold triple what I did in one day in 3 hours. Let's go. Let's go. That's amazing. Mine's a nootropic type. Oh. has 75 milligrams of caffeine. I can't do a ton at once. I love that. I would love to like learn more about nootropics, right? Okay. I'm so excited to share this with y'all, okay? Now, look, here's the thing. I was doing a bunch of research on resell in general, okay? Resell is not going anywhere. If you guys want to know what I'm talking about, go to ThreadUp, look up their annual report. I'm sure a new one's going to be coming out soon. I can't wait for it because they track the resell market as a whole. They even segment it down into how it's sold, right? And it's still growing. It's grown so much. So resell, meaning like typically we're talking about arbitrage. Like we go to a thrift store, we buy something, we sell it for more someplace else, right? That entire thing is growing. That's amazing. So you're in the right place. If you're doing a resale business, this isn't one of those things that like people are like, you should go get a job, right? Like there's no way this thing's ever going to get off the ground. Now we put in the effort to make it happen. My friend Jesse, I think he's in here right now. We were talking about it last night because he watched this entire process go down. And he was like, how are you going to do this? And I'm like, dude, we're going to grow this thing to like 50,000 listings. And he was like, all right, that looks like a lot. Like I was in my mind, I was thinking I'm gonna have to get a warehouse. How many traditional resellers start going down this path? I'm selling clothes and stuff, but I watched Harry Tornado. He picks up remote controls for old VCRs. I'm gonna pick those up. Also, I found out that the DVD VCR TV combo does really well, and I'm picking up like KitchenAid mixers. And I found out like vintage shoelaces do really well, and I found all these things, and I'm getting into graphic tees, and I'm also selling sneakers if I can find those as well. And so what I'm going to do is get a warehouse, and essentially I'm going to be an organized hoarder of everything under the sun, and then I'm going to list all those things on eBay. And then when anyone needs like a remote for a VCR from 1989, I'm going to have that, and I'm going to be able to sell it for $50, right? All of a sudden you're like, how do I get this going? Because if I'm going to do like tens of thousands of listings, I need to do more. I need to do more. I need to do more. And it turns into this giant beast. And that beast becomes bloated, right? Because now you have to store all the stuff. You got to have the storage space to do it. You need to have an inventory system that needs to be on point. Because if you have that much, yes, you have to find the niche you love. Yeah. Or you can just skip all that traditional reselling stuff and be like, I'm going to sell one thing. Well, it's up, Gloria. I'm so happy to see you here. Hey, good afternoon. Hey, you're back hanging out with me? Man, you guys are so cool. You guys could do anything right now. You guys could be on TikTok. You guys could be on Instagram. I'm sure a lot of you could like be binge watching on Netflix or running around, and you're hanging out with me. Gloria, you never have to apologize. All right. I just finished lunch with a friend. I showed him a bit of your live. Oh man. Oh man. Guys, Ava just went through the whole cycle with me. She was aware of me. She discovered me. She considered me. Now she's converted. We have a relationship with each other. And then she made a referral. Thank you. Are you a super fan? Yeah. I really appreciate that. The Heat of Five Suns. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate this. I really hope that the more time that we spend together, that you all like the best thing ever is when people come back and they're like, I just did this, right? You just said whatnot looks like TikTok. Kind of, where you just scrolling through. You're, whoop, whoop. Kind of is. There's some interesting things with that. Okay, so we have this massive opportunity in resale. So for all of you treasure hunters out there, give me like a fire emoji or give me a thumbs up or wave your hand. Oh, you just showed them one other person. I like it, like the side by side. Like you can either listen to this guy or this other guy over here, right? Okay, give me a fire emoji if I forgot where I was gonna go with this. Give me a fire emoji. What was I gonna do, guys? Told them anything and everything is on here. Oh, um, my boyfriend is amazed by the stats and whatnot. Oh my gosh. Treasure hunters. Okay. How many of you are treasure hunters? Thank you so much. That's what it is. Something about treasure hunters. I was just testing y'all. I was seeing if you were listening. It was a test and you all passed. Okay. Look, like the chat is literally on fire right now. Dante, what's up? It's good to see you. The chat is on fire right now. The reason why the chat is on fire right now is because you all are treasure hunters in some way. Now, some of you, like a treasure hunter isn't just clothes, it could be anything. Do you know what? I'm also a treasure hunter as well, but my treasure hunting is different than yours. My treasure hunting is actually going find business concepts and principles, and mine is information. Like I love like my I'm a musician and I very rarely listen to music like I used to. I listen to stuff. Oh, hold up, real quick. I gotta pause, and now I gotta move the chat over because I love you all so much. I want to talk. But Dante just said I did my first live and I was struggling to let go of everything. Dante, we'll talk about that. All right. If you're gonna be hanging out with me today, we'll talk about that. Okay. But I want to first of all, I want you to understand that you did it. You did it. The first one is the worst one, right? The first one is the worst one, right? And I want to like commend you for doing that. And in fact, y'all, well, you guys go. So Dante, say what up real quick. Dante himself, will you go click on him, view his profile, go follow him, right? Gary V, 12, a book giveaway today at 8:50. Are you doing a book giveaway? Man, I love Gary V. What are you doing? Will you guys go follow Dante himself? He's got a show tonight. I just want to commend. What's up? What's up? Yeah, I didn't realize how many people haven't read it. Oh, dude, let's go. Like, Dante, you did the show. You did it, dude. We were talking a couple weeks ago, and you're like, I haven't done my first show yet, but I'm about to, and you just did it. That's a game. That's a game. We got to talk about this real quick because we have to acknowledge these things. This is where y'all have to acknowledge stuff as well. Get on here and you hear this bald bearded guy talk about how you need to get out of traditional reselling. And you're like, oh man, I'm in traditional reselling. I'm not doing live shows. I'm doing it wrong. And what I want to say is let's redefine how we measure ourselves through this wonderful, brilliant concept that I happen to go out and treasure hunt myself that I love. Okay. And this concept is this beautiful thing called the gap in the gain. And I want to acknowledge Dante for the gain that he just made today. Okay. So this thing here is called the path to mastery. All right. So we start right here. So this is where all of us start out. We start right here. Okay. Dante's like, here I am. I'm going to do, first of all, I became aware of live selling, but then he's like, oh man, I'm not even doing it yet. I haven't even done a show. Thank you, Glory. Wow. Let's do a playbook. And then he's hanging out with me. He's feeling like, but you were right. Repeat customer market data. Let's go. So then he's like, you know what? I'm gonna do this right before he's feeling a little bit down. I don't know if you guys can see this. If you can't see it, you can move the chat over to the left. And then he does his first show. Boom. But then he's like, man, this is a little bit more difficult than I thought. So it comes down. And he's like, let me kind of figure out what's going on here because I didn't sell things for as much as I maybe thought I would. I kind of felt like I was giving stuff away. Yeah, so let's go. And then there's gonna be like this little dip maybe before he does his next one because he's like, man, I don't want to like be giving stuff away. But this is the path to mastery. This is what everyone is going down. This is what everybody has to go through. There is no straight line to where we want to go, okay? But I want to help you in understanding something. The way that we measure ourselves and our progress is very important because if we don't use the right framing around what we're doing, we'll end up getting burned out. So this process, this method, this I guess like framework I'd call it is it came from a book called The Gap in the Gain. It's by Dan Sullivan and Benjamin Hardy. I highly recommend this book. Okay, so we're giving away a playbook in 4 minutes here. Jump in if you want it. You'll get it digitally, so you can start reading it. So here's how we measure it. All right. So here's Dante. He just did his first show. Now Dante has a choice right now. Okay. Yes. Thanks, Dante. Appreciate that. Okay, so Dante knows what he wants to do. He's like, I got a plan for what I want to do here. Dante's ambitious. He's taking action on what he's doing. But if Dante measures himself from, he just did his first show, from where he wants to be, if that's where he measures himself from, it's going to burn him out, okay? Because he's always going to be aware of where he is now, but in his mind, he can see where he's going in the future. But if he measures himself, I'm like, man, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. What'll happen is he's going to constantly be beating himself up. He's going to be in this place of scarcity, or he's going to be in a place of lack always, right? And it's going to start to wear on his identity, like because even as Dante is going to continue to improve and grow, and his business is going to take off, even when he's crushing it up here, he has another horizon that's up even further. And so if he measures himself in that, which he won't because he's a pro, he measures himself with that, he will always be behind what he knows, because he's measuring from where he is right now to the potential. And when you measure in that way, you'll actually never reach your potential, because your potential is always expanding, you're growing, you're learning. So we don't measure ourselves in that way. Instead, and if you measure yourself, that's called the gap. And the gap is the measurement from where you are now to your horizon, where you want to be. Now, we don't take our eye off the horizon. I would place a bet on Dante that he's a man that does not take his eye off the ball. He's going to keep going with what he's doing. But he is going to measure himself differently, because the gain is the measurement from where you are now to where he started. You see, at one point, Dante didn't even know about this. And then he became aware of it, and now he's taken action. That right there is progress, and that's gain. And when we measure from the gain, everything changes, because the gain, when we measure from what we're doing, we're always aware. This is where gratitude exists. This is where we acknowledge what we're doing. This is where God exists. Okay, God is in the gain, the devil's in the gap. The devil wants to tell you you're not enough, you'll never be enough, look how you don't have what you need, everyone else is doing better than you, you're not ever going to do this or that. The devil wants you in the gap, measuring from here to here. And God is like, look what I brought you through. Look what I've done for you. Look at how well you've been progressing. Look how obedient you've been and what you've been doing here. And when you're in the gain, this is gratitude for what you've been brought through. This is where you can pull upon your experience and actually help other people with what it is that you're doing when you're looking at the gain that you made. So Dante, I just wanted to go through that quick thing just to say, Dante, number one, thanks for the tip. I really appreciate that. And bro, you just made a gain. Okay. So will y'all go follow Dante? Because we want to encourage and support those that are doing this. And I want you all right now, who understands this concept that I just explained here? Anyone like understand what I'm talking about here? Thank you, my beautiful wife. She's like, I know this. Okay. Courtney, Susan. Okay. I love this. I hope this blesses you. Cool. Now, when we learn something, the fastest way that we can put it into our brains, that we can actually utilize this thing, is we want to put it into application immediately. So I want you guys to take a moment, and this is a good time to do it, because this is when everyone else is doing New Year's resolutions. But what if, instead of us doing a New Year's resolution, which is just us, if we measure from that, it's always good to have like your horizon, but if we measure from that, then we get stuck in there. But instead of a New Year's resolution, what if we looked at our New Year's gain? Meaning, from where you were a year ago to where you are now, what in the last year has showed up in your life, or something that you have done that you can acknowledge a gain? Now, let me make it really simple for you. Oh, we're giving away a playbook, and it's going to Marty Brew. Marty, this is for you. It's going to be in your it's going to be my wife will handle it through the chat. Okay, so make sure to check your messages, because you can start digesting this thing right away. Okay, 100%, because God is up in the mix with this, right? So acknowledge what the Lord has done for you, right, over the last year. Now, at one point, I'll give you an example. For those of you that want to live sell, you want to do live reselling, right? At one point, you didn't even know it existed. If you now know it existed, that's a gain. Like, when we start to acknowledge that, we can start to enjoy the path that we're on, because we're aware of what's been happening for us. And we can continue to use that to gain momentum. We in the gain, we actually gain momentum. Okay, I used to be scared on camera. Now I'm not scared, but getting comfortable. Thank you, Ava, for sharing that. That is a huge thing. That's a huge gain. That's a huge gain. Not only that, but how else is that going to here's another thing. When we acknowledge the gain that we're coming through, and we're pulling from that experience, and we can acknowledge where we were to where we are, that's how we can bless other people and serve other people with what we're doing, because we're pulling from our experience and saying, hey, I also remember being a traditional reseller, and I'm looking at the gain of where we are, and now I'm going to pull from that so I can bring it to other people and say, hey, guess what? This is my experience, and now you can bless other people with your experience, but only if you're recognizing the gain that you've made, and you're pulling from that. There's so much in that. I learned how to resell and started. I love that. I love that. That's a massive gain. Like, 2 years ago, you weren't even aware of it. Now you're reselling. Now you started, right? So I love it. I want you guys to, we'll always talk about that on the masterclass. At one point, I try to bring it up because I think it's a major unlock for a lot of people. Started my resale journey. I love it. Annie Grace, thank you for sharing that. That's a gain. Acknowledge that, right? You weren't doing it at one point, now you're doing it. Um, Walk-in Closet said, second show last night, right? So the first is the worst, the second gets a little bit better. We then come back, we refine it, we get better and better. Um, Dante said, I'm so rough and unprofessional, but everyone was so understanding and didn't judge at all. Whatnot has such great communities. 100%. And like the thing is, like, for for some people, you might feel like that you are rough and unprofessional. For other people, they're like, this is what I need, right? Like if I'm up here, if I'm in like a suit and a tie and I'm like presenting myself like maybe I would have had I been like in corporate America, that might have been a different thing. I gotta change real quick, y'all. And you guys get me amped up over here. So I'm doing a quick wardrobe change, all right? I'm keeping this room cool. But I want when we present ourselves with wherever we are and who we really are, there's a bunch of other people out there who need that, right? Like there would be some people if I came on here and I was dressed in a tie and a suit and I had my charts and my graphs up and they're all professionally done. We're doing PowerPoints and all that. Some people would totally resonate with me. And I've done PowerPoints and I've done these things before. But it's not who I am like all the time. It's not who I am like naturally, okay? Oh man. Oh man, that's so funny. That's so funny. Thank you so much. Oh my, how they grow. She was saying, is it a blue cotton blue dress shirt, button up dress shirt? I was doing some stuff yesterday. I was having some fun yesterday. Just talking about how I see people present stuff on whatnot, and everyone's learning and getting better. But I was doing this over and over with the shirt. So, oh my, how they grow was just reminding me of that. I appreciate that. That was fun. That was fun. Um, Eddie, first time, love it. Thanks for being here. Really do appreciate it. Okay, so let's get into it. So now we understand, like, hey, traditional reselling not going to be able to hang with this live reselling. Why? Well, the model is completely different. So for those of you that are traditional reselling, this is why this is so much better than traditional reselling. Okay, the reason why it's so much better is because whenever you make a sale, remember it's a transactional model in traditional reselling, meaning if I sell an item on eBay, the chances of somebody coming back and buying from me again are very low because it's a search engine. So I'm optimizing my listing so that people can come back to my listing and buy from me, but they're not buying, they're buying my listing, they're buying my product. Um, I need to ask my wife, am I okay to pull any of these out of the closet? Ooh, this blazer, I think I'm okay to do. Can I use this blazer as my thing? Okay, cool. All right, y'all. I just need to get some props. Okay, get some props ready because I'm wearing my prop now. And so whenever we're traditionally reselling, what happens is we need to constantly go out and find new items because we're only getting one customer per item, right? How do I know this? Well, I'd be willing to bet that most of you that are selling on eBay, Poshmark, Depop, Mercari, Etsy, any of these platforms, if you go look at your return buyer rate in some way, figure out who's purchased from you and then came back and purchased it again, it's very, very low. Ours on eBay will tell you what it is. Ours was 0.4%. What that means is for every 400 customers we got, one customer came back and bought from us again. Okay? So what that means is if my average value of my item is $20, I make profit of $20 and I sell to 400 people, right? So those 400 people come in, I make $20 per. Only one of them came back and purchased again, which would be like another $20, right? And most likely they didn't come back because they love the name of my eBay store or my logo or any of that stuff. They came back because because I have thousands of listings on eBay, or I had thousands of listings on eBay. They came back because I had another listing that they had found by searching up keywords. That's why they came back. They didn't come back because they liked me. They didn't come back because we shared the same values. They didn't come back because they thought I was such a great treasure hunter, or my wife is. They came back because I just happened to have another listing that they were looking for. Okay? Make sense? So the difference is when you operate on that model and it's a one-to-one transaction, you have to go out and find new customers all the time. So again, if I make $20 per item and I want to make $200,000 a year, I got to go find 10,000 customers. I got to get my items out to 10,000 customers. Then the next year, if I want to do that again, I've got to now go find another 10,000 customers. And the only way that I can make more money is to drive up my average order value, or like that's $20 to like $25, meaning I got to find higher quality items, or I got to get more items and find more customers. But finding 10,000 customers in a year is a lot. What that means is that I need to sell like 28 new customers every single day. If you have a business that brings in 28 customers every single day, but those customers buy from you once and go again, like leave, they never come back, that business is not scalable or sustainable, right? Because you have to constantly feed that thing, because you're bringing one customer in and then one customer goes out the back door. So it's just like this assembly line of customers, but now you never have a customer come back. Does this make sense? This is the problem with traditional reselling. It's a one-to-one transactional model. Okay. Let me know if that makes sense. Okay. So my wife is doing this. So we're making money. Okay, cool. We're making money on eBay. I'm like, hey, let's do this whatnot thing. We get our application. She starts doing this. She's coming out of these shows. And keep in mind, my wife is like 6 months pregnant when we start doing this, right? So she's chilling in one of those like swivel office chairs, pulling stuff out of bins that we just pulled out of our storage unit that have been sitting on eBay for years. And she's pulling those up and showing it, right? And as she's going through that process, she would come out of the show and just be like, man, I don't know what's going on. This isn't gonna work. I'm like, this is the best thing ever. She's like, how is this the best thing ever? I'm literally selling these things for like $1, $2, $3, $4. Like we're not making any money on eBay. We're making an average of like $18.93 or something, right? On Whatnot, we're not making that, and I'm over here ecstatic. And she's like, "You're crazy! Like, what are you so excited about?" And I said, "Here's the thing: you did a show and on Tuesday, and then on Thursday you did a show, and people on the Tuesday show came back and they bought again. And then you got new people on Thursday, and then you got new people, and then you had repeat people from Tuesday, and then when you did a show on Saturday, you had people come back from Tuesday and then Thursday, and then somebody show up on Saturday, and then you have new buyers coming in. So yes, okay, cool. She's in here right now. She's so Vintage Doctor. She's in here. I'm glad that you got your package. Love it. What's up, Chanel? Good to see you. So now, so I'm ecstatic, and she's like, but this doesn't make sense. And I think a lot of people actually end up not continuing to do this because on first glance it doesn't make sense. Why would I make less money on Whatnot if I can sell it for on eBay for more money? I could be losing like 80% plus more of my profit margin. And for me, I understood something that I've wanted in our business forever, which was customer lifetime value. Okay? So you guys got to remember this. Like literally, like this is the metric in business. I'm not talking like no matter what business you're in, this is something that you need to be highly aware of. If you are not aware of this and you're not optimizing for this, your business isn't going to be sustainable. Okay. So the whole thing is around customer lifetime value. Okay. I always use the same example over and over. Who's been with me before? What example am I about to use? What example am I going to use for CLV? Another big company. What's the one that I always use? While we're waiting for, I know somebody in here is like, I already know. Starbies. I got that Bucky's up in the house. Beans and brew. Get out of here, Jesse. That's a Utah thing. Your favorite. This is my favorite right here. This ain't Bucky's. This ain't no Starbucks up in here. Okay. This is this brand called Lavazza, I think, and I love this coffee so much. We do espresso with it. So good. Okay, so Bucky's, Starbucks used to be my favorite, and now it's so weird. It doesn't taste the same to me anymore. But Starbucks, right? So Italian coffee is gold. Oh man, this stuff is so good. This stuff is so good. Lavazza, I'm recommending that. Come on, Jess. I'm still getting my shots in, dude. Hey, if these espresso shots were vaccines, I'd be like fully vaccinated. You know what I'm saying? So Let's use it. Maybe we should look up another one. So here's the customer lifetime value. The customer lifetime value of Starbucks is $14,000. What other company could we use? Maybe we could look up another company. I'd be interested to know. Okay. So with Lavazza, you don't even need a lot. It's perfect. Oh man, it's so good. Target. Can anyone look up what the customer lifetime value, the CLV, is for Target? What is the average that people spend there? And we'll have to understand that those numbers are really inflated because of Dante himself, okay? Because he's spending all of his money there, okay? um, Customer lifetime value. Can anyone look that up? I wonder if they have that. But the customer lifetime value for Starbucks is 14,000. What does that mean? Somebody comes in, they take a Target is dangerous. So they come in, they have a shot of espresso, and they're like, "This ain't no Lavazza. I'm out of here." And they never buy from Starbucks again. Well, somebody else comes in, they try a frappuccino, and they're like, "I will be here every day to give you all of my money. I'll be back tomorrow. I love you all so much. See you later." Right? $2,000. Is that what it is for Target? That'd be, yep, very interesting. Okay, so if Target knows, and Dante's like, man, that can't be right. Everyone, the customer lifetime value subtract Dante is actually $12, but Dante himself has raised that up to $2,000. He is the rising tide that raised all the boats for that. Happy New Year. Um, yes, that's so awesome. Aaron's checking in on you, Dante. So $2,000. Well, what does that mean? That means that some people go in and spend a dollar at Target and they're like, I am never coming here again. And some people will go in like Dante and they're like, I will spend $150,000 over the next 5 years with y'all. Love you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. That average is called the customer lifetime value. And in any business, in your business, you want to drive up your customer lifetime value. Okay. So in your customer lifetime value in traditional resale is whatever your average order goes for. If your return buyer rate is anything less than like 80%, it's not having a big enough your return buyer rate, which would be crazy in traditional resale, if it's less than 80%, is and most likely it's in like less than 5%, your CLV is really just going to be whatever your average order goes for. Okay? Make sense? And if your CLV is $20, it's not enough to sustain a business, but because you have one-to-one ratio, it's a transactional model. So that means you will always have to you have to keep feeding the beast. You have to keep feeding the beast, and that beast gets bloated, okay? Because your overhead has to increase in order to do this. Introduce live selling. Customer lifetime value is what it's all about. Return buyers, right? That's why when my wife's like, wait, why would we go all in with this? After like 3 shows, I'm like, we're done with eBay. We're going to systematically pull off all those listings one by one. And we're going to pull them into here and we're going to sell them here. And she's like, that makes no sense. I'm like, return buyers, CLV. Why? Because I know that if I got a return buyer and then I get another return buyer, and then I get another return buyer, and then I get another return buyer, more and more. If I got 10 return buyers in a show, and I show something at a $1 start, and all 10 of those buyers, because I have my market data and I know what they like, if they all bid $1, it'll go up to $10, right? Gemini Thrifts, thank you so much. Thank you for the raid, y'all. We're learning about live reselling right now and the why it's so important to move from traditional reselling over. I'm so happy to see that you're doing a show right now. That's so awesome. Okay, so customer lifetime value. All right. This is so incredibly important. The next thing is as well is market data, right? Market data. You see, in traditional resale, if I take this item and I list it, okay, and I clean it all up, I make it look pretty, I optimize my listings, and it sits up there for let's say like 3 weeks before it sells, okay? Number one is I might have to take a hit on this thing, right? Now my buyers are in your show and can come back and critique me. Huh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I love that. You're like, hey, I'm gonna introduce you to this, and then you guys come back and you coach me based off of what this dude's talking about. I love that. Like she's seeking feedback, y'all. She's seeking feedback. That's how you grow, right? Because that's actually what we're talking about, the feedback, right? So my traditional resale business, what just happened? Yes, we just have a new member of the launch challenge. This is gonna be so fun. Um, Baby, will you tag who just did that? We're gonna go follow, okay? Okay, so if I have my traditional resale business and I put this up and it takes 3 weeks to sell, here's the thing. I'm not going to associate my sell through rate on this unless I'm tracking every single item. But if I'm listing 5 to 10 to 30 to 50 items per day, this is going to get lost in the sauce. I'm not even going to know like what happened with this particular item in and of itself. Okay. We just had somebody join the launch challenge. Y'all, I'm so happy. That's going to be so fun. Mary Grace Thrifts. I'm so excited. I know that you've been in here before. Is that correct, Mary? I just need to click on you real quick and make sure we're following. Yes, Mary Grace. I love it. You have a beautiful smile. So happy to have you join us. We're doing a call on Wednesday, okay? We're doing an intensive. So let me see your beautiful face then and we can talk back and forth, okay? Plus, you're going to be introduced to the community. The community itself is so good, okay? Oh, awesome. Okay, this is gonna be so fun. If you can't make it on Wednesday, because we are going like we go all day, we go 8 hours, okay? We go nuts with this. If you can't make it, no worries. When the recording comes in, you can listen to the recording, okay? But eventually we'll figure out how we can get on and we'll do some like actual coaching. I'm excited to see your business grow up. Just blow up this next year. It's gonna be so fun. So if I sell this, um, okay, cool. Yeah, come in when you can, and you don't have to stay the whole time. And we will have other opportunities as well. And I'm really excited. This is gonna be so fun. Yeah, this community is so good, y'all. So good. Okay, so if I sell this and it takes me 3 weeks to sell that market data, let's say it takes me 3 weeks. Now I only get that market data if it goes into my brain. If it doesn't register with me, the market data is no good. What does that mean? If it takes me 3 weeks to sell and I had to discount this thing all the way down for it to sell, what I for the last 3 weeks might have been going out and finding similar items, not knowing that maybe this item isn't the best. Where are the next available train rates, by the way? We're gonna just keep doing them every starting next weekend. We're gonna be doing them every weekend. We're gonna do a little bit differently than we were planning on doing before, which is like having people select the dates when they come in. Instead, what we're doing is, yeah, come on in. What we're going to do is, so people part of the launch challenge, you can choose when you want to launch, and then we're going to use this thing. Gloria is it's going to help us out. Gloria, I got your message. I got to like figure it out. I know my wife is looking into it. If you're in here, which is we're going to use a thing called Sign Up Genius that will help us to line these things up. I initially was like, hey, sign up for it and then you'll start on this date. But what I'm actually looking at now is there are people that are like, look, I'm not quite ready to do the Ray Train yet, but I don't want them to wait until their date comes up and then launch in. I'd rather have them spend time with us so we can improve what they're doing and then do the actual Ray Train itself. And some people are like, hey, I signed up for like the 11th and I don't feel ready at all. And the last thing I want to do, what's up, Jolie? The last thing I want to do is have somebody come in. Hello, we're so happy to have you here. Y'all go follow Shirley Mine. Y'all go follow Mary Grace as well, real quick, who just joined us, okay? Um, Shirley Mine, she's part of our launch thing. She hung out with us all day on Thursday, all day. I just love that you guys are like, let's go. I'm gonna figure this thing out. It was good. It was so good. I was only gonna record segments of it, and I was like, we have to record the whole thing because so much value was coming in, not from anything I'm teaching, but from the community itself, right? So if you sell this in traditional resale and it takes you 3 weeks to do that, for the last 3 weeks that you didn't have that information, which hopefully you got that information when this sold, and you're like, oh, my sell-through rate on this, it took me 3 weeks to sell this thing. Now I need to be aware of that, and it sold for much less than what I want. If you're really good at tracking all of that, which is difficult to do when you're putting up 5, 10, 15, 50 listings every day, it's hard to track every single item. So your market data, what's up, Cindy? Yeah, and all my friends are hanging out with me today. This is the best. So that market data is slow. It's slow market data, or it's never gathered at all. Why? Because what happens is I'm listing so many of these things a day. Unless I have a system to do this, I'm not tracking how long it took me to sell this thing, and I'm not tracking if I had to give a discount in order to do it. So I actually don't truly know. Now, towards the end of our traditional reselling journey, what we would do is we would mark the item. We put it in a poly bag. We put a sticker on that. That would go into a box that had another number on it, and then we would also put in the date. So our thing would be like, maybe the item is 118. It goes into box 207, and then we put the date. So it'd have like 2/12/24. So I know that we listed it on 2/12/24, But the only way that so then when it sold, I could go back and be like, oh, it sold like a week later. Cool, this is a good item. But guess what? We're picking up so many new items to feed this giant traditional reselling beast that I am not able to even like keep track of all this. And so my wife is out there sourcing, and she's an excellent treasure hunter, but there's no way that she can take in this market data and use this to her advantage. You guys follow what I'm saying? It's hard in traditional reselling to get the market data quickly and to have it actually go into our brains. Okay? So what do we do instead for our market data? Well, traditional resellers, what they do is they go look at other traditional resellers. So that's where we're watching haul videos and what sold this weekend and Bolo. Be on the lookout for this because these things are selling well. The problem with that is that's not your market data. That's Rally Root's market data, and they're sharing that. Guess what? When somebody watches a Rally Root video, nobody's watching Rally Roots who's just like, I don't care about resell. Like everyone who's watching those channels is a reseller. So when they get that information, that market data, they're also doing the same thing as everyone else is, because there's 14,000 other people that have viewed that video and they're like, oh, be on the lookout for this. They write it down and now they're out in the thrift stores looking for those things. It's not your market data. It's Rally Roots market data. And that data is shared with everyone else. And then everyone else goes and finds that item and they're like, this is the brand, y'all. You need to go do this. Norton McNaughton Petite, this is the brand. And then everyone else goes and finds this. And then eBay gets this surge of all these that are going up. And then you got to play that pricing game all the way down to the bottom to sell this thing, because all of a sudden everyone else is selling the same thing because Rally Roots put it on a video 6 months ago. Y'all follow what I'm saying? This is super important for traditional resellers. It's really important for live sellers, okay? And this is the advantage. If you're like, I'm not a traditional reseller, no worries. Understand that the advantages of this, you're in the right place in the right time, because customer lifetime value, when it meets market data, we can create a flywheel. And I'll show what that is in a second. But now when I'm going live, or my wife goes live, she gets real time market feedback. What does that look like? Instead of her waiting 3 weeks or 3 months to see if this thing sold or not, which she's not going to pay attention to, because 3 months goes by, you don't remember anything, right, from what happened 3 months ago. But now she shows it and she gets real time market feedback. What does that look like? Either it sells or it doesn't sell. Either it got bid up or it went for the starting price. Okay. And because of that, now she knows. And guess what? Because that market data came in so fast, she can apply that market data the next time that she goes out to treasure hunt, right? If you're Treasure hunting is a skill set, okay? Treasure hunting is a skill set. But if you're not actively getting market feedback, you're not growing your skill set, okay? Because what you're doing is you're picking up the same things, or your skill set is based off of watching a bunch of other resellers, and you're using the same market data as everyone else who watches those reseller influencers, okay? Does this make sense? You guys follow what I'm saying? This is crazy important. Okay, let me know if this makes sense. Put some fire in the chat if this is making sense for you. Okay, let me know if this is making sense. Okay, cool. Thank you. Glad you're still with me, cool mom. Okay, cool. Here's the thing. We are so busy as traditional resellers looking at everyone else's business that we're not getting our own market data, meaning you're chasing everyone else's business. Y'all are way too valuable of assets to be chasing anyone else's asset. You don't need to worry about what anyone else is doing, okay? Because what you are doing is far different than what anyone else is doing, okay? Now you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. Other people have the same items as I do. I know that. I know that. I totally know that. I hope that you know that as well. This is a commodity. There are so many blazers out there in the world. It's a commodity. Everything you have is a commodity. But the value of your business is literally in your market data, because it is your skill set to be able to go find that. So if you want to become better in the market, you need to become a better treasure hunter. The way you become a better treasure hunter is fast feedback that you can apply immediately. I used to teach, I used to coach a sales team. I gotta keep this out. I used to coach a sales team. Okay, I'm gonna pull out another one too. And it was on the, we took calls. We took inbound calls for companies like Verizon, AT&T, CenturyLink, Frontier Communications. And it was from small business owners calling in to get internet service for their business, right? And so I did that for a while, where I'd actually take these phone calls and I learned the skill set of selling. And then I became the coach of my team, about 25 agents on my team. And then across the sales floor, about 100 agents, between 75 to 100 agents. And one of the things that I noticed was The feedback, if it wasn't quick enough, made no difference whatsoever. What I mean by that is if I brought in an agent and said, hey, this is a call that you took 3 weeks ago. Let's listen to it. And we listened to it. And I'm like, do you remember this call? They'd be like, no, dude, I've literally taken like 1,000 calls since that. And I'm like, okay, well, and there'd be no like correlation of like, let me teach you some things that you can learn from this. There's no learning that happens because from the time that the action took place to the time that I'm actually giving them feedback, it was too long. So therefore, even if I gave them brilliant information, what's up, Elite? Welcome back. I coach wellness. Oh, thanks, Mary Grace. Yes, I'm a coach. I love it. I love it so much. The feedback time is makes a big difference. Okay. Now, however, if I brought in an agent and I'm like, you just took this phone call, that was the last phone call you took. Do you remember this? They'd be like, yes. Some of them be like, I don't think so. I'm like, we got to get you drug tested, dude. Come on, let's go down to the office. How do you not remember the phone call you just barely took? I'm just kidding. So they would take a phone call, right? And then right afterwards, I coach them on that phone call, and then they can go out immediately and do it again. Too many times in traditional resale, when I say too many, this market data takes way too long to get to us and we can't utilize it because the gap between when the thing happened, us sourcing it, and from when it sold, which is the market feedback, is too big. So we never actually learn and we're not becoming better treasure hunters. You guys follow what I'm saying? The actual skill that is the thing that is making you money, we're not getting better at that skill. So we're getting all of our market data from someone else off of YouTube and trying to do that. Instead, what I propose is that if you understand this two target strategy, everything that you do in your business is geared towards this. Not about how much you're making off of each transaction. What you're looking to do is increase your skill set to the point that you become so good that these return buyers, when you show your item in front of return buyers, when I pull up something like this and I've got 30 return buyers in a show and I show this, they're like, we love that. And you're like, I know you love this. How do I know that? Because for months now, I've been gathering market feedback because I'm doing these shows and I'm showing items. And then I go out sourcing the next day and I get better and better and better and better. While somebody in traditional resale is like, no, I'm good. I'm good at this. You're like, but your skill set isn't growing and your skill set is based off of somebody else's business. Y'all following what I'm saying? This is like a huge, this is why live sellers will whoop traditional resellers. You're not going to be able to compete. You can't compete with somebody who is getting better every single day. If I have one person who's taking phone calls but not getting the market feedback, they're just doing the same phone call again and again and again. If I take 1 week with an agent and I have them take a phone call and then we listen to the call and I give them feedback and then they take another call that same day and we do that 5 days in a row, they're way better by Friday than they were on Monday. You follow what I'm saying? So we want to get that good at that. That's where your sell-through rates all of a sudden start going where it's like, oh, I'm selling like half of my items. Oh, I'm selling 80% of my items. Gets to a point that it's like, oh, 100% of my items. Like, I want you to like, that's what I want for so many people because the treasure hunting itself is the thing that you love. You know what I'm talking about? That's why you're here right now. Like let's cut to the chase. The reason why you're watching a master class is not so you can make more money, it's so that you can go out and be a treasure hunter full time. Am I right? That's your passion, that's your love. You just need to get paid to do so. Anyone in here, I've got treasure hunters and they're like, yes, the thrill of the hunt is all I want to do. I remember, yeah, we're like, you know what? I'm addicted to this, but if I actually get paid to do it, it's a business, right? So if I can just turn this into a job, then it will make sense so that people aren't coming in and running interventions on me, thinking I'm a hoarder. I'm not a hoarder. I'm a reseller. I'm not hoarding, right? Can you imagine somebody? I've never watched the show, but I know there's a show called Hoarders, where there are people who are like they're trying to convince them like you have a hoarding problem. You're like, this is a business, guys. You don't walk into like other people's businesses and tell them that they have a problem. You don't walk into a restaurant and say, hey, you have too much food in here. I am a reseller. They're like, you're not a reseller. These are death piles. These are piles of profit potential. Okay. Right. Okay. So everything changes. No death piles anymore. Why? Because we get such fast market feedback. When what my wife shows an item now, if it doesn't go out, and I'm not saying, oh, so that's how I should do it. No, this is the level that where my wife is at in her business because her market feedback will let her know that if this doesn't sell in the show, it literally goes into a bag and it goes back to the Goodwill. There's no like, she doesn't stay up at night thinking about it. It doesn't even cross her mind. It comes off the hanger, it goes in there. She doesn't shed a tear. She's not disappointed. It's just part of the process, because what she's doing, instead of basing her entire business off of a product, I'm going to slide you over here so you can see what I'm talking about. See, my wife understands that live reselling is not a product based business. Her worth, her skill set is not based off of the product that we have in our home, in our business. It's based off of a process. And this process is a learnable skill, which involves skill set, right? It's a learnable skill. It's a skill set that can be learned. So when my wife shows an item and it doesn't sell, she's like, fantastic. Now I know that I'm not going to pick up this item anytime soon. Now, 6 months from now, she might be like, this is a cute item. I'm going to pick it up again. I'm going to put it up in front and see, because the market changes. That's the other thing as well. When we're chasing other people's market data, that's old market data. And so you're not on the trend of the time. You're lagging behind all the other people who are on trend with what's happening, and you're not figuring out till it's too late. So like, if Y2K is in right now, but then in a year from now it's not, but you are watching a video from a year ago, or somebody's like, yeah, Y2K is the best thing ever, and you're like, oh, I need to get into Y2K. It's too late. The market already moved on to something else, right? By the time we're figuring it out, that's why we're sitting on so much stuff. We're like, why is my stuff not selling? It's old market data, and it's not even your market data. When we're doing this, though, we get fast market data. Okay? Make sense? If these concepts, this is why I go over this again and again and again, because I want to just say, like, even as we go through these things, we need a framework to come back to again and again, because inevitably, just human nature is, if we don't have a framework to follow, we're going to be off course. We'll start getting off course. We get too far out of where we're going, and because of that, we're going to end up falling back to like a transactional model, okay? Because that makes sense. Like, simple math makes sense. If I buy this thing for $5 and I sell it for $25 and I'm making a profit, that means I just need to do that over again and again. When we start talking about these are a bit bigger of concepts, and they're hard to like, number one, at first it might be hard to kind of conceptualize. And then number two is putting it into action can be difficult. And if we don't have a system for doing that again and again and again and again, we will end up falling back to a traditional mindset, a traditional resale mindset, and we'll start to try to sell on a live platform as a traditional seller is trying to do out in the world. What does that mean? What am I talking about? What I'm talking about is the same thing that you would do on Poshmark, you end up doing in a live setting, and it doesn't translate. Okay, which would be like, this is what I've got. I have this thing right here, guys, this product right here. You're sharing your item over and over. Hey guys, remember I have this thing over here. Hey guys, I just wanted to tell you I have this thing, and be like, oh, it's not selling. Let me pull up another one, right? So those methods don't work on here because it's a completely different model. And we're basing everything. You'll see a lot of people being like, if I just had the right item, if I had the right product, I would make more money, right? If I just have the right item, I'll make more money, because it's a product-based business, just like it is in traditional reselling. The issue becomes, you're literally taking out all of the benefits from traditional or from live selling, because you're putting a product in front of you that's preventing it from being what actually sells stuff. How many of you, let me like lay this down for you. How many of you watch people's shows, but you don't buy from them, but you'll watch an entire show? Anyone watching shows on Whatnot, but you don't buy anything from them? Okay? Done it. Me. I want y'all to see this. Me. Jesse, you have purchased from us before. Me. Okay. Why? See, what happens is we, as the seller, we think it must be the product. But if you guys are watching shows while doing other things and listening, and if you're watching shows and you have no intention of buying, see, everyone puts their focus on the product, but they're not there to watch the product. Otherwise, why would people sit and watch somebody's show for hours? Why would somebody watch somebody's show for hours on end with no intention to buy? Right? That doesn't make any sense. If it's a product-based business, then we think as sellers, right? Well, it's based off of what I've got. And the thing is nobody's watching shows based off of just the product you have. If there's other variables in the mix as to why you'd watch somebody's show for a period of time. Now that makes sense as a buyer. You're like, yeah, I watch people's shows, but then we come in as a seller, like, oh, it's all about my product. It's all about making sure that I've got the right sizes, this and that, and it's not. It's not. It actually has to do with how it's being shown. Okay, and you're like, well, I don't want just a bunch of people watching my shows and not buying, right? So I need to give them the product that they want, and what I want to do real quick, and then we're going to do a hot seat on this. Okay, what I want to show you is this model right here is what you want to be aware of. Okay, so this is, we call this a superfan sequence. I did not come up with this, but this is somebody becoming aware of you. At one point, you guys weren't aware of Making Grace Vintage or a masterclass. You click on it, now you've discovered. As you're watching, you're going to be considering, like, is this guy full of it or not? You're going to be thinking, right? You got to judge the person to a degree of being like, hey, I'm considering whether or not I'm going to put any more time into this. At one point, if you're hanging out with me for long enough, you converted. So now we're homies now, right? And then at one point we enter into a relationship, and then at one point you might even share the show itself, and so now you're turning this into a referral. All of this could happen with money, or it may not happen, and there might be not be an actual exchange, but the likelihood of somebody spending money with you after they've watched you for a few hours, and then all of a sudden you pull up this pink suede jacket and they're like doing something else, they're like, pink suede jacket, what size is it? Oh, it's a, I don't even know what size this is. It's a medium. I'm a medium and I love pink suede. And then you go on and click and you're like, holy cow, I really like that item, and I love this person because I've been watching for hours. You know what? I'm going to bid on it. Boop. And that's what's happening in live sales. But everyone's so caught up on their product that all they do is like, hey, what size are you looking for? This is what I got. Is it this? Or do you want this? Hold on. No, this. You guys looking for this? Is this the product? You guys tell me what you're looking for and I'll go find it. Okay. Let me know what request do you have. And you're cutting out all of the things that actually make people sit and watch shows. How many of you watch shows? How many of you would watch this show? I'm going to do the same thing I was doing yesterday, but I see a lot of live resellers doing this. I have a pink suede jacket, a medium pink suede jacket. It's a medium, y'all. This is what it looks like. It's a pink suede jacket and it's a medium and it's suede and it's pink and it's medium. Okay, let me know if you want me to run it. I will. No, okay. Let's move on to the next one. I have a blazer, black and white blazer, large, a black and white large blazer, black and white large blazer, right? You don't think I can pull it off? You don't think I can pull that off? A lot of sellers are doing this, and people don't sit and hey, it's a medium, I swear, guys. You guys are like actually pros. You're like, I know that that's not a large. I know that size. I can see it with my eyes. You're like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't know what size those are. Okay, but a lot of times that we think that we just need to. Is not anymore. Surely you're with us now. What happens is we forget that why people are watching or why you watch a show. Look at how you consume shows. Look at what you're spending your time on. You, and then to do the opposite of that makes no sense. And so people are like, I don't know why I'm not getting people to my show. Well, it's because it's not a show and they don't know who you are, what you're doing. You're doing the same thing that you do on Poshmark, which is like, I have this and I have this, which makes sense. In traditional reselling, it's a search engine. I have this, I have, you guys let me know what you want. If you guys like it, I'll make you an offer, right? But in live selling, it's different. They're watching you for completely different reasons. And then what happens is once you're that item that comes across the screen is like, I like that thing, they're more inclined to buy that. And then you have a return customer because they're going to come back again and again. The products are commodities. Everyone's got these. Y'all, your stuff ain't cooler than you, okay? Don't get so caught up that you think the product that you have is your business. It's not your business. It's not a product based business, it's a process based business. This is like, such a major breakthrough if once you realize this, because the cool thing is you can, for like very little cost, if no cost at all, you can improve your process over time. You usually cannot improve your product. Okay, your product is what it is, but your process is the thing that you can improve over time. Okay, is this making sense, y'all? Is this resonating with any of y'all? Let me know if this resonates with y'all. Okay, thank you, Gracie Face. Okay, cool. Bless this mess. I love that. Okay, cool, cool, mom. I'm happy. Okay, this makes me happy if this begins to sink in because you'll begin to change how you show product. Okay, you no longer put all of your value into the product that you have. It's based off of you. People aren't watching you because of the product that you've got. You guys go look at your own buying behavior. What's the last thing that y'all bought on Whatnot? What's the last thing y'all bought on Whatnot? 100% United USA. A blazer, pants, tapestry purse, a blanket, a dress. I want you to stuffed animals. Okay, cool. Now I want you to think back uranium glass. Holy cow. Can you speak on the giveaways? When should we do them and how many? Maybe Elite. I want to, before we do that, I want to talk about something else. Okay. But stick with me. Oh, we're going to do a giveaway right now. I really don't need any more pants. So I want you guys to think back on that. Okay, think back on the show that you were at. Were you watching that show? Thanks, Jody. I appreciate your patience with me. Think back on that show. Were you watching that show because it was just the products that you're waiting for? Or did you purchase from that show because it's a show that you watch? Let me know. For all of you that are like, this is the last thing I bought on Whatnot, was it because purely you happened to stumble across it, or was it something, a show that you actually enjoy? I'm curious. Was it based off of just the product itself, the show you enjoyed? Thank you, Mandy Lou. Anyone else? Was it the show? Enjoyed. Because you enjoy. I bought something and bought more because there was free shipping, sucked me in, and just by scrolling. Okay. The show. The show I follow. I follow the seller. Show I enjoy, I follow the seller. Okay. Kelsey's like, I follow the seller. I'm not following the product. We're not chasing product, right? We're going, we bought it because of the show itself. So I want you guys to like really let that sink in for a moment, because what happens is we disconnect from that and then we go back and be like, no, it's all about the product that I have. It's all about the product. Look at your own buying behavior. Why do you think your why do you think your customer's behavior is going to be different than how you buy stuff, right? Our selling page is Magic Sells. We sell high retail items at low price, like 80%. I like coming in here because as a seller, you have to grow 100%. Yeah, 100%. Good. Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Um, so that's how I want you guys to think about this as well. Think about your own buying behavior and then be like, why did I buy that? And it's most likely not because somebody was like, pink suede jacket, pink suede blazer, pink. It's suede blazer, medium. Medium pink suede. Okay, next item. Okay, we'll move on. That's not why. That's not why. And so why would we do something that isn't in line with us? We're both buyers and sellers, okay? Thank you so much, United USA 777. I can say we have improved because we listen to you. Thank you so much. I love that. I love that so much. I really appreciate that feedback so much. Cool. So, um, does anyone, like, if you guys are open to it, I think I'm going to call this like community coaching, essentially being like, hey, once we run this giveaway, I got to get this right. Is the giveaway right here? It's right here, right? Is my finger like pointing at the giveaway? Okay. Okay, cool. The reason why I bring that up is my wife, I learned she came in yesterday. I was doing a master class. She came in. I heard her talk about like, oh, the number's actually over here, not over here. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize that because I've been pointing to the number over here and I'm saying like, guys, I can't control this thing. This is an output. And what I was doing was pointing to our name. And I can't imagine people coming and be like, you can control your name. That's not an output that you can't control, because I'm pointing to our name, but I meant to be pointing to the number. And so I'm like laughing about that, being like, guys, this is an output. I can't control this thing. And they're like, you can absolutely go in and change your name. Um, you can change your name. Why is this person doesn't know what they're talking about. The number's over here, y'all. That's where it's at. That's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, so we're going to do a givey. And then what I'd like to do is if anyone's open to it, if you're like, yeah, I want to talk about something specific in my business and we can talk about that, we're going to call this like community coaching. Essentially, you're raising your hand and be like, yeah, I have a specific question for you about my business and if you can help me with that, what you're going to do is you're going to do it in front of other people. If you're cool with that, we can go back and forth. Let me just get kind of an idea of where you're at, and then I will give you some like a little coaching. All right, and some like lovely coaching, not like Gordon Ramsay stuff. All right, it'll be like kind, and I will give you like feedback. Hopefully, maybe not. Maybe I'm like all of a sudden like just go, I lose it. You're like, whoa, this guy just flipped. So we're gonna give a giveaway here in like 35 seconds. Okay, it's a playbook. If you guys want to purchase the playbook, it's in our buy it now right now, and it's everything that I'm talking about. So like chapter 5 is the 5S cycle. We haven't got into that today, but I am curious, how many of you have been in here before that could tell me the 5S cycle? You cannot be my wife though. I know, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Hey, outside of my wife, can anyone in here tell me the 5S cycle? I'm just curious. Whether you're in the coaching group or not, you're like, I've been in this masterclass enough. I've seen the 5S cycle. Can anyone tell me the 5S cycle? What are the parts of the 5S cycle? I'm just curious. Here's the giveaway. It's going to, well, yes, United USA 777. Set it out. Nice. This is awesome. You know what's interesting? Yesterday we did a giveaway and I was interacting with someone in the chat. They were chatting in and then we ran a giveaway and then they ended up getting the giveaway. I wonder if like by you chatting with me, it gives you an advantage. I don't know. I'm just throwing something out. Um, oh, yes. And this Gloria was the one, by the way, United USA, I need you to go follow Gloria's Creations because she was the one that actually purchased this for you. Okay. So Gloria's Creations, y'all go follow her. Maybe can we put her in the chat so we can see? Um, okay. Make sure. Uh, Gloria's Creations was the one who did this, and let's go follow her. Like that's incredibly generous of her to do that. This is gonna be sent to you right away, so you can start reading it. I love it. Where is it? Where is it? Kelsey's like, I wrote it in my notebook yesterday. Girls taking notes. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, cool. So, yeah. Gloria, thank you so much. We just gave away playbook that you purchased. Well, can we all go follow Gloria's Creations right now? She's part of our coaching group, and actually, like, she's what's so interesting about this. I always like when I first became coach of a sales team, I thought that the coaching that I was giving was going to be the thing that was. I learned way more by coaching other people than I ever would learn by myself. Like, so I've learned so much from other people. And a good example is Katie, who just came in, Brick and Mortal. I've learned more from her than I think that she's learned from me. So this is my like secret thing of what I'm doing is I'm doing a coaching thing, but actually I'm just gathering up everyone else's knowledge because you guys like have blessed me so much with like your brilliance. So thank you, Gloria, for doing that. Okay, she is such an accent. Okay, cool. All right, you all. Does anyone have a challenge in their business that they want to? It's a collective of knowledge, 100%. Y'all go follow Brick and Mortal as well. She crushes it on Posh Live. All right, so we don't discriminate. We're not like whatnot for life, and if you don't do whatnot, then it's like street gangs. Like we're fighting like the Posh Live people. See a Posh Live person across the street, and you're like, guys, we got to jump them. Let's go jump them. Right? We don't do that. All right. It's not skiers and snowboarders. Okay. I'm wondering about figuring out the sweet spot in pricing. Courtney Ashley, Courtney? Do you want to do like a community coaching thing? And I can kind of ask you about your business and what you're doing. If not, totally, I understand because sometimes it's a little bit like, okay, let's do it. Courtney, let me first of all make sure that Courtney Ashley, is Courtney your first name? Okay, Courtney Ashley. I just want to make sure I'm not calling you like, actually, Courtney's my last name, and you keep calling me by my last name like you're like a gym teacher or something. I just start calling you Ashley. Ashley, get back in line. Okay. Okay, Courtney is my name. Okay, I love it. I'm gonna chill for a second. I have a little stool in here. Um, cool. Courtney, what is it? I'm gonna click on you. I'll go follow Courtney right now. Okay. I'm gonna click, make sure. Oh, it wasn't following. Now we're following. Okay. I'm gonna go check it out. She's got a show tomorrow at 11 a.m. Boom. Will you guys go bookmark it? Okay. She has a show tomorrow called Keep It Cute. She's in Women's True Vintage. Okay, cool. Um, Sweet. Y'all go follow Courtney. Okay. Yeah, Rad Beauty, come out and hang out with us again. We'll be back here. I think we'll be back here tomorrow. So go bookmark if you guys are like, I gotta go. Like, go bookmark the show tomorrow, and we'll be back here tomorrow. Okay. So Courtney, you sell. Can you tell me kind of the items that you sell on True Vintage? Is it women's? women's clothing. My wife could talk about this as well because she's sold vintage. Okay, cool. Vintage is really cool. I just want to first of all kind of just tell you this. Vintage is really cool because when you're selling new stuff, there's an MSRP, right? There's a manufacturer suggested retail price. So for the most part, that stuff isn't going to go up if you can go over to Target and get it for that cost, right? But vintage is really cool. I love it. Vintage is really cool because it's all about the value in the item itself, and vintage doesn't have that MSRP. So something that maybe even sold like 20, 30 years ago for like $10 could actually go for higher prices than what you would sell. Does that make sense? Like vintage is a really cool space because there isn't a determined market value for that thing. It's in the eye of the beholder, right? And the other cool thing about vintage is when people buy vintage, a lot of times you're like, hey, look, like if you buy this, you ain't got to worry that someone else is going to be showing up to the Christmas party wearing this same thing because like this is like practically one of a kind at this point, right? Depending on what the item is, okay? And so you talked about like the sweet spot. You're looking for a pricing sweet spot, is that right? Is that the challenge in your business right now? Can you tell me a little bit about that? Okay, if you wouldn't mind, and take your time in doing this, but let me know kind of like where are you challenged in around the pricing right now? And I can kind of throw this out and y'all like hang out. The reason why I like doing this community coaching stuff is because a lot of times when I'm talking to, well, I'm going to tell you two things. One of them is like a little like psychological thing. The other one is the first thing is like when I'm talking with Courtney, a lot of other people in here are like this relates to me. I'm wondering about pricing myself. But when I can talk specifically to somebody else's business for it, you're like, oh, that's how it applies to my business. Whereas if I'm talking just in general, overall, it's kind of hard to be like, well, that's different for me though. But if I'm talking to a specific business, you're like, oh, I see what he's saying, how it applies to my business. What's up, Chibogo? Um, and the other thing is as well, is co-hosting for 5 to 10 minutes an option? Or are you talking about like a hot seat, like where we do like we bring somebody in and co-host and then we have like a conversation like that? Is that what you're saying, Vavavu? Let me know. That's a really good idea. I get nervous though because I haven't done it. Okay, cool. So Courtney says, I've tried a few things, not me, but the current seller. Yeah, totally. I know what you're saying. I think that's an interesting idea. That might be really interesting to do. Um, I love that idea. You're saying like, yeah, with the current seller you're talking to. I love that. That's a really good idea. I'm going to actually consider that. I'm going to talk with my wife and see if that's something I'd be really nervous to do this. That's a really good idea, and I really appreciate that feedback. Baba booms, that's like genius. I'd be nervous to do it like right now on the spot. Be like, wait, how does this work, right? My eyes twitching. Okay, so Courtney says I've tried a few different strategies. Started with starting bids on $3 to $4. Did a $5 show. Now I'm playing with the starting bids of an average of the rack. Okay. Still not sure. Okay, gotcha. So you're like, hey, I started with $3 or $4. I did a $5 show. Have you done more than one $5 show? And now I'm playing with the starting bids of an average of the rack, meaning like your average cost of goods. So like let's say on average it's $5. You would start at like $5. That's a really general way of looking at it, but is that what you're referring to? Um, I want to know if that's what you're talking about. Okay, yes. All right. So I love this idea. One of the things that I always want to run through when doing any of these ideas is I like to make sure that when the buyer comes in, because I imagine, Courtney, you have return buyers, right? You have buyers that are coming back again and again. People that are like, I'm down with Courtney Ashley. She's my go-to when it comes to this, right? You have return buyers. A lot of times when we have like return buyers, we're worried that we're like, hey, if I keep changing up my pricing, my first show I lost significantly in money, but gained followers. So I looked at it as advertising costs. Courtney, I love the framing of that because what you're doing is you're saying, hey, look, this is my cost to acquire a customer, right? So we talk a lot about CLV. One of the things we don't talk about is this term that's called customer acquisition cost or CAC. If you hear like business people talk about it, they'll call it CAC a lot of times. So if you understand what your CAC is, then and you understand what your CLV is on average, as long as your CAC is below your CLV, then you're in the gold and then your business will grow. That's how you sustainably grow your business, right? So if my cost to acquire a customer, let's say what Courtney is saying is like, I looked at it as advertising costs because I lost money on my first items, right? So she's like, I bought these things for $5. I started at $3. Some of them sold at $3, but the delta, the difference between my my starting bid and what it went for an average, yeah, I may have lost money, but I just consider that to be a cost to acquire a customer. Now, if the cost to acquire a customer in that case, um, let's say that you're $3, you started at $3, your cost of goods was $5, you're losing on average, like let's say like and I'm just keeping it simple. I know that there's other fees and shipping supplies and all that. And so what happens is you're like, well, I lost like a couple bucks on each one of these. H Martin 35, rating with a party of three. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Y'all, we're talking with Courtney right now about starting bids and prices. All right. Thank you so much for rating. Appreciate that. So um so Courtney, I love that concept because what you're doing is you're reframing this to be like, well, if my cost to acquire a customer, for the most part, most companies don't have a positive um they don't go into profit when they are acquiring a customer. If you can do that, you're essentially creating like an infinite money loop, right? Which would be ideal. And at one point, I do see this as being that where you are acquiring a customer and you're making a profit the first time to acquire that customer. And I love the way you're framing this, Courtney, is looking at this as being like, okay, look, if I start at $3, but it cost me $5 to get this, and they're going on average for $4. Let's say like $3 is my earnings on each item. That I lost $2 on every item, except for those buyers come back. And when I have a buyer come back, and then another buyer come back, and then another buyer, over time, my items are bid up more and more because I'm getting that market data. And I love that you're looking at it in that way. So I am curious, when you raised you said I've now at $5 starts. And I'm thinking about just doing it for whatever the average is. Are you like breaking even at or is your do you does it go above $5? Do you see that your items are going up? Okay, my last show I did an average of the rack. So she's like, if I bought this, let's say I got 50 items and I spent $250, that means that I spent $5 on average for each one of those. I'm doing a $5 start. That's what she's saying. Okay, which I like that idea, right? Are your items being bid up right now, Courtney? Are you seeing that you have return buyers coming back? What's up, Kristen? So happy to have you here. I love that it actually said hello and then you joined after that, where you announced it before you entered the room. Yes, for the first time. Okay, cool. This right here is this level, Courtney, that is a beautiful place to be. Okay, because at first when you're doing $5 starts, a lot of times you're getting like what we're looking at is that market data. So now what you're going to do is you're going to keep doing what you're doing because those return buyers come back again and again, and you're gathering up first time buyers, and then so therefore you get new return buyers. And as long as you keep doing this, yeah, the starting bid still scares me 100%. So if your thing is an average of five, it's okay to start it at seven, especially when you're getting return buyers, because you're gonna find that again, your return buyers are not coming in because they're like, I'm trying to get this thing for $5. The return buyers that you're really seeking are the ones that love Courtney, that they're following you. They're not there for just your items. They come in because they love your eye, how you approach this thing, your presentation of it, um, and how you. My wife walked in, so I wasn't sure. Um, ooh, she's staging right now. She got a lint roller. She's staging our daughter. She says she grabbed a lint roller. I'm like, oh. So, uh, oh, you're okay, Kristen. We'll talk about that in just a second. I'm glad that you said that and you're like willing to say that. So, Courtney, what I love about this is, hey, you don't have to. I got that. I want to believe it, and it makes sense to me, but it worries me. Okay. So, Courtney, like roughly how many shows have you done, would you say, like estimate of how many shows you've done? Okay. And this is the thing that worries a lot of people. Now, I'm not saying that you should eight. Okay. So, if every time that you did a show, you got one return buyer, as long as you continue to do this, stick with it. But I never want you to be in a place that you're doing it scared, because it's really hard to have like this internal conflict while you're doing a show. But at the same time, you're like, I'm losing my butt on this thing. Like in your head, you're like, I'm literally losing money right now. And it's hard to remember, like, oh, well, oh yeah, CAC, it's a cost to acquire a customer, and like CLV, it's really hard to do when you're like, I bought all these for $7 and I'm starting them at 5 and they're going for 5. I'm losing money. And then it shows up on your face, right? And so that becomes really hard. I'm not suggesting to do that. What I'm suggesting is find that spot. Okay, it's still scary. It's crazy, right? It's crazy because what we're suggesting is how are you going to make money? But I want to like point out, if you keep doing this thing, you keep focusing on the buyer experience, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. You just crossed over that point where now you're starting to make a little bit of money on each item. And you're like, well, this doesn't make sense, because a lot of people are like, well, this doesn't make sense because I'm not making enough money on each transaction that I'm doing for this to be worth it overall. But what I'm urging is for just to say, like, you are on the right track. Keep doing this, because at one point you can. And I'm not saying lose money on this now. You're beyond that point. You don't need to. You have a good idea of what you're doing. But what I would recommend you do is you reframe how you look at this. Okay. So, do you have items that are going in your show that, like, if you're starting at 5, but some of them are starting to like go for higher, where whoa, that one jumped up to like 15? Are you noticing that, or is it straight across the board? Okay, those items are the things that you want to go find something just like that, something that is similar, and start looking at your items of the ones that aren't necessarily selling, and stop doing that and go back in. So it's that market data that I was talking about, right? So this market data is that thing, because you have this skill set. The skill set that you have is you're a treasure hunter, and people will pay you to be a treasure hunter. So what you're looking for now is that market data, that feedback. Take that as every time that you're doing this, you're winning. Like, you're winning every time you get that market data. And what's up, Hammy? So good to see you. Um, but you want that market data. Now it's really hard to take in that market data if we're like, man, am I on the right track here? Because I just feel like all I'm doing is I'm losing money. But what I've heard from you so far is your customer lifetime value is going to go up. Um, so the cell itself is data, and that data is the actual value, because that data, when you take it in and it goes into your brain, and the next time you're outsourcing, that is the skill set. That's the asset of your business. It's not the products you're picking up. So happy to see you, Hammy. Y'all go follow Hammy Vintage. Man is so good at what he does. So when you're winning every time you're doing a show, because you get that market data and your eye is improving. Okay. And all you're going to do, and we'll go a little bit more advanced, because Courtney, I appreciate where you're at right now, but I want to throw something out at you. Okay. So here's where we want to go now. People like you. Okay. People like you. If you have return buyers, they like you and how you're doing your thing. And as you're improving what you're doing, this market data, it's getting better and better. And some people, you guys might understand this. They like you. No, I like you. We all like you. Everyone like Courtney. I appreciate you taking the time to do this, right? People like you if you have, yeah, if people like you if you have return buyers. Nobody's coming for just your product. You are a good treasure hunter, but it's not the reason why they're coming back to you again and again. People like you and there's another value that's being exchanged here, and it's not just in your product. Now, are you using any other platforms outside of Whatnot? We're going to go a little bit more advanced. I typically don't go this route, but Courtney's on her way right now. Courtney, do you have like an Instagram? Do you have like a TikTok? Do you have another platform that you're using outside of Whatnot? No, no active selling platforms. Not a selling platform, but a platform that somebody can view what it is that you're doing. Like, do you have Instagram? Do you have like a Facebook? Do you have something that you're using right now? Not that you're not selling on, but just that they can find you, and they can IG and social media not active, but I have them. Okay. My suggestion at this point is that once you start getting some of this momentum, a lot of times people like to see what's happening behind the scenes. And so what you're going to be doing is you're going to build up your ecosystem. Once you're at a point that people are coming in and they're coming back to your show again and again, what you can do is fire up that IG again. And instead of just filling it up with like products of what you're doing, show them like, hey, y'all, this is what I'm doing, because now you're going to build a relationship with these buyers. And so how many of y'all have like Yeah, people love to personally know you 100%. How many of y'all have like found an artist that you like their music? Like we're listening to some FKJ right now, and I love FKJ, right? But when I find the artist that I like, I'm like, this song's good. I find out who it is, and then I'm like, you know what I do? I jump on YouTube and I start looking at like, I want to see if they have live performances. Have they been in the studio? And if you really like the artist, you're like, what does their wife look like? Do they have kids, right? Yeah, then people are going to be in my business. Oh my, this is a major learning curve. I got to pray on this 100%. And you don't have to reveal all your business, but understand whatever element that is, give them a chance to come back and spend more time with you. Because the more time that people spend with you in this format, the more likely they are to come back and buy again and again. So let's walk through the superfan sequence again. I'm going to throw it up on the easel this time so I can help you to understand this, Courtney. Because what I want to say, first of all, and y'all go follow Courtney Ashley because number one, she's vulnerable enough to be in here. And number two is um, she is crushing it. She's crushing it right now. You've done 8 shows, and you got to give yourself kudos for doing that. We got to remember that we're in the game with that. Okay, you're expanding, you're growing, you're developing as person. Now, a couple things I want to throw out to you, just from a point of being able to improve your skill set. Now that you're doing this, Courtney, one thing I want you to play around on your next show. Man, I have like 2 things I want to show you real quick. Okay, before we do this, we got to go mobile. We got to go back to the wall over here. Now that I just blocked out all my light, I want to talk to you about this real quick. Okay, Courtney, I hope that this blesses you. Stay with me, okay? Stay with me now because this is an important aspect of all this. Just set up my easel. I'm going to tear it down. All right, so the process, a lot of times when we're looking at our business, your sales and what they're going for is an output. Okay, if you guys can't see this all the way, you can slide your chat to the left. Okay, so we're going to slide our chat to the left. So this right here is, this is, you're getting feedback and you're getting the output. All right, the things you can control is what your starting bid is. You can control like how you show the item. You can control all this stuff, but you can't control the output, meaning can't control how many people are in the show. We can't control if we do a start bid at a certain price. We can't control what our average is going to be as it goes up. We can't control like what the chat does and how active they are. We can't control these things, but what we can do is focus on this part right here. So what does that mean? What is your input? Well, one thing I want you to play around with, when instead of going in next time and worrying about how much money you're going to make off of first any item, if you're breaking even, good job. If you're making money, even better. But now what you want to do is go back and look at your process. How do you show these items? What are you doing? Is there a way that you can go show these items in a better way? And I want to show you what I mean by that. Because I know that you're not doing this because you're having return buyers and people don't typically come back if it's all product based, okay? Um, yeah. Yep, you can slide the chat to the left. And I'm still reading you over here, okay? My chat slid to the left. I won't be able to see y'all. I got one chat that's slower than the other one over here. When you show an item, Courtney, your personality and your eye is the thing that people are going to be listening to more than the product itself. So, for example, a good example of this is somebody named Hammy Vintage who's in here, shows items in a really good way. Go follow Hammy if you would, if he's still in here. I'd love to. So when you show the item, it's the way that you describe it. It's the way that it feels. Because what you're going to do is you're going to practice your. Go follow Hammy Vintage. He just right there, okay? Hammy, the way that he shows the item is really cool because you want to have them visually try it on. So a lot of times, like you can see this, it's suede, but if I'm like, this is suede, that's one thing, but I'm like, this thing is smooth. Like I like touching this because it's smooth, and you just start describing it in a way, and you're finding descriptive words because your voice, your cadence, the words that you use all make a difference, including your body language. And so when we begin, so what happens is when we come back to this, right? If we take all of our focus, and Courtney, I hope you're with me still, we take all of our focus and focus on our process and improving this, it will actually have it'll have an effect on this, okay? It has an effect on our output. And if we put all of our focus here and just it's kind of hard, but we need to detach from what happens with this and we put our focus on improving this, you will begin to sell more and more. And when that happens, this light bulb goes off in your head of being like, oh my gosh, it's limitless of how good I can get at this thing because I'm focusing on my process, not my product. And if I focus on my process of how I show these items and I keep doing that, return buyers are going to come back, first time buyers, and all of a sudden you have people just sitting and watching your show. So this is the other thing. I hope that helps. And I really appreciate you doing this. This community coaching is a little bit longer than normal, but that's okay because you're totally worth it. All right. So here's the other thing I want you to recognize as well. So, Courtney, a lot of times people are hanging out in our shows and they're watching us, but they're not purchasing from us. But it doesn't mean that they're not actually valuable in some way or another. Again, slide the chat to the left if you want to be able to see this. So, we have a super fan sequence. All right. So, at first, you came in here and no one in the chat was aware of you. Now we're having a conversation, and I'm like, yo, you guys aware of Courtney Ashley? Now people are aware of you. Now, some people in this chat might be like, I'm going to go check this out. Or they've already clicked on your profile and they already started to check you out. All right. So they've discovered you. Then they're looking over your profile and they're considering you, or they show up to one of your shows and now they're considering, like, do I like this person? How do I feel about them? Are they trustworthy? Do I feel like I know them? That's a big piece. Like, do I feel like I know them? Like, would I hang out with this person? Like, would I hang if this was like somebody I met in real life, would I want to exchange numbers and like spend time with them? If the answer is yes, they're now converted. Now, this may not actually be dollars for you. It's not dollars for you, right? It could just be they're converted and they might be converted and watch you again and again, right? But they haven't spent any money. At one point, they might spend money with you and they enter into a relationship with you. What do I mean by that? We call it like the first kiss. And this analogy gets like super out of whack when I try to scale it up. But first kiss is like the, and it only works for this part of it. If you whether you're married or dating, you like in the dating world, when you meet somebody, you're like, I like this person, I hope that they like me, but you have that first kiss is the crucial kiss, because after that it's easy to get another kiss, right? It'd be weird if like every time you like, so that's what happens in like a relationship. Now you've had a first kiss, okay? The analogy gets messed up when I'm like, and then you have other people that you've kissed, and then all those people come to your shows, and then your show is filled with people you've kissed, and it's like, oh, that's a wait, I'm not trying to be like that, right? So just excuse the analogy, but what I'm trying to say is once money exchange, or you're in a relationship, it's easier to exchange money. If you spend $1 with me, the next time it's not that big of a deal. It's that first kiss. It's easier for you to spend $5 with me, or it's easier for you to spend $20 with me. Over time, it becomes easier and easier to where you're like, I have no problem throwing down $200 in a show because I know, like, and trust Courtney. Okay. And then they'll refer you, right? So they'll refer you. All right. And there's retention. So they'll come back and again and again. So keep doing what you're doing, work on your process and work on connecting with your customers more. And guess what? Sometimes people don't even spend any money with you whatsoever, and they're your super fan and they're blessing your business. Okay. There are people in here. Paintings Galore has blessed our business, and it's far beyond money. Okay. So Kristen's up in here. Say what up, Kristen. Paintings Galore. She's blessed our business. She's referred people to us. She's out there like saying this, right? She's yeah, 100%. I was about to say me. Yeah. Look, I'm so down. Kristen doesn't have to spend any money with us, and I'm receiving so much value for that. And I hope that I'm exchanging value and she's getting value out of it. Now, I think that she is, because she keeps showing up and hanging out with me. So now we're friends, we're homies, right? She's been so kind to us that I'm like, dang, I like her. So people will come back to you because they know, like, and trust you. Okay. We love you. All right. Um, yeah, so that's what happens. So that's what you're doing. Yeah, 100%. Keep doing what you're doing. Focus on your process and more of you and how you connect with people. And then market data. So now you take that market data and you go out. My wife will literally source items because she'll come back and be like, Julie's going to love this. Like, I thought of Julie when I thought of this because she's purchased these things from me before. There's a connection with people through the camera and they feel it. So my wife hasn't even met some of these people, and she's like, I picked this up for Ashley. Like, I know that Ashley's going to love this. And I'm like, so, and it doesn't even have to be that Ashley needs to be the one to buy the item. What happens is you're going to the people that you hang out with and the people that, yeah, you start to source for your customers. And so when people come and they hang out with you, they're going to be similar in nature in a lot of ways, right? So there's going to be a similarity in values. There's something in the values that you have that creates that connection, right? And so cool. I'm so happy. So Courtney, keep doing what you're doing. Honestly, I think like, so we have a few products that we do. So we have the playbook, right? So this is really helpful because it does this. But if you're like, for you, what I would say is what would either be best for you would be like what I call our pro pack, because what that's doing is it helps on the mindset of what it is. So I break it down all into these videos and I go deep into like, this is what we're doing for the business. This is the mindset behind it. And then we talk about the gap and the gain. And then I also go into the numbers as well. Okay. So I just wanted to say that, like, hey, look, y'all are probably in similar places as Courtney is. Ooh, we got a fresh one. Wow, my wife just printed off a fresh playbook. Look, let's see the difference, y'all. Let's see the difference. Look how much darker that is. That means that we replaced our ink. That's good, because I'm gonna bound this one up. Also, there's something in the playbook that I have in my hand, that is um, there's something in the playbook, the new playbook, that I didn't have in the original one, and I will continue to update the playbook as we go along. But I think there's an idea that is really relevant that I put into the playbook. And so if you guys, when you read it, it'll go in there. But I want to share this one thing with you, okay? I think it's one thing that's going to be really helpful for you. So let me just go in. I'm going to read out of the playbook. I got to go find this one piece. Hopefully it's hopefully, oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, cool. Number one, this is a flywheel. Okay. Can you sign my playbook? Can you write it? And so it's digital. It's digital. It's a digital playbook. So, oh man, I love that. Thanks, Kristen. So I don't know how I'd like digitally sign it. Like you have me like docu-sign it or something. um, that'd be okay. So I want to show you something. So this is a flywheel. This is really important to understand in the book. But one thing, just as Courtney, as we were talking, I think that this is this is what I want to talk about. I think that this is really helpful. Okay, this is really helpful for treasure hunters in general. All right, give me 1 second. I just got to blow my nose a little bit. Don't mind me. Okay, just being transparent. Let you know what I'm doing behind the scenes over here. Okay. All right. So this actually came from something that I watched years ago, and I'm so shocked that it's not like a normal thing that I've heard. But I'm going to read this section to you. Okay. So market data is so important. It's so important that most people, they take market data or that feedback personally, and they don't. So if you take it personally and you receive market data, what happens is you have two options when you take it in personally. Okay, either you need to ignore the market data and just be like, they don't know what they're talking about, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Or you take it in personally and be like, oh, maybe I'm not like that good of a treasure hunter. Instead, don't worry, it's a skill set. Treasure hunting is a skill set that you learn. And what I like about the market data that you receive quickly is that you're no longer, a lot of people are like, what should I sell? You're like, you should show items to people, and the things that sell are what you should sell more of, and the things that don't sell you shouldn't sell any more of, because we're not here to convince people that we have what it is that they want. What we're here to do is figure out what they want and then show them. So there was this idea years ago when we were talking about like market data. I was learning from this guy. His name's Sam Ovens. He's brilliant. The community that we use for the live reseller stuff, like if anyone gets any of our products, you join into a community. That community is hosted on a platform called School. That School, thanks, Courtney. I really appreciate that. I hope this blessed you. I got one more thing, a story, and then I just want to just say thank you so much for taking the time with me to do that. I hope that this session blesses you, and I hope that like more people come in and see what you're doing. Yeah, I'm not selling this shirt, all right? I've been using this. This is actually just here to cover up my sweaty pits, okay? I'll be honest. That's what it's doing right now, okay? I get you guys get me amped up, okay? All right, so check this out. Market data. This is why it's so valuable. So the guy that I learned from, his name's Sam Ovens. The community that we host for like the live resellers, that community that we have, it's on a platform called School, SKOOL, okay? That platform was developed by this guy named Sam Ovens, who I absolutely like. He's like a digital mentor of mine, a virtual mentor of mine from years ago, okay? And now it just so happens that I pay for a community so I can host it on his platform, right? So he said, you want to get market data, and a lot of times people are standing on one side of the street looking at a person on the other side, and let's say they have like a restaurant, and they're trying to guess at what the person on the other side of the street might want for lunch so that they can get them to come in to their establishment and purchase food, right? And he says, for the most part, what happens is people stand on the other side of the street and they say, I wonder what that person wants. I wonder if they're like more of like a pasta person. Maybe they want like sandwich. And they're thinking about it. And instead, he's like, you don't want to know the best way? Walk across the street and say, hey, what would you like for lunch today? Go directly to your market and ask them what it is that they want. A lot of times when treasure hunting, I'm wearing the Field and Stream. Man, I'm so glad that this stuff resonates with you guys so well. Like I do these, like I'm acting out what I see in other people's shows, and you guys are like, oh, that's so funny. So I want to throw this out to you, Courtney, if you're still with me. This is kind of the wrap up to what we're talking about with 100% cotton, blue, field and stream, 100% cotton. Okay, cool. So it's in the playbook here, okay? So this is called target two. We're talking about that two target strategy over here, the market data, okay? Get this, treasure hunters, listen up, okay? Listen up. We're giving one of these away here. If you guys want a playbook, the digital format will come to you. If you want me to sign it, you got to send me a DocuSign and I'll sign that for you, okay? Won't be what my signature looks like, but it'll be like kind of close. I'm just kidding. I'm actually getting DocuSigns. I'm just kidding. Don't send me DocuSigns. Okay. So market data, okay? So we're talking about the second target that in our two target strategy. That second target is market data. It's feedback, okay? I'm going to read directly from this. The second target is market data. In live reselling, the market speaks loud and clear. You just have to listen. When buyers vote with their dollars or choose not to, they're giving you invaluable insight into what works and what doesn't. The market is genius. In a 2008 teaching to Berklee School of Music, seven-time Grammy Award winner John Mayer tells the students something that we must always remember in our live reselling journey. Referring to the listener, here's what he said. This is what he said, okay? I had to go through and like transcribe it. All right. He said, who in here thinks that the public is mostly dumb? Let me tell you something. If you put a song out and go, kissing hand, and moving away. He's like, that's it, that's it. Watch it go. Watch a few. Stand back. Everyone stand back. It's gonna be a hit. It's gonna be a hit. And it goes, and he imitates the sound of the sizzle and nothing, like a firework dud, right? So he's like, how many of you think this? You're like, the audience is dumb. You put out a song, you're like, this is a major hit. It's gonna blow up. There it goes, and it goes, nothing. Meh. He says, who is smarter than who? Your big, smart pop song went nowhere. The public just went, meh. They are smarter on you than you on that one because you said you had it and they said, I don't think so, and you didn't have it. We as live reseller pros do not believe we are smarter than the market. We are students of the game and we never assume that we know more than the market. You may know the origin, the high quality fabric content, and everything else about the item. But if you are showing an item to a crowd and no one raises their dollars in the air to purchase it, perhaps it's not as good as you think. Before you get all up in arms about what you just read, please keep in mind you may not be showing the item to a right crowd and there may be hundreds out there who are willing to pay you top price for it. But never begin to believe that you are smarter than the market. Either the item isn't as great as you thought or you're standing in front of the wrong crowd. Learn from it. Humble yourself and be honest with yourself. There are billions of items of treasure out there to find and sell, so don't get hung up on one piece just to prove you are right. As we frequently say in our home when we start talking about how great others will receive our offer, we say allegedly. Until proven otherwise, in exchange of value, by an exchange of value, we are only alleging. Stay humble and open to market feedback, my friends. My wife says this, and I say it to each other all the time. She'll be like, I'm like, oh, what if we did like this thing? Like they would love it. And she'd be like, allegedly. Like we're guessing on what people want, right? And it's always allegedly until somebody actually raises their hand and says, I like what you have and I want to purchase that thing. So we say that all the time. Like, look at this item, it's going to go for a lot. Allegedly, it's going to go for a lot, but we don't actually know. Now we just put it up and we're receiving this market data back. If we are really good at receiving market data and be like, noted, noted, got it, noted, then there's no emotion behind it. Your sourcing skills will go through the roof. So when you do come in, you're like, I'm pretty confident that I can do this. Like, becomes refined and more refined. And then you feel comfortable raising your starting bid because you're like, I know that you guys like this. I know the quality of it. I've refined my skills and I'm getting better and better. And so when you do that, your confidence goes up. But you have to go through this period of time and drop everything that you think you know based off the comps that you've seen on eBay or what you saw in a Bolo video or your favorite influencer saying this. If you raise it up to the market and they say, I'm not really that interested in it, it's okay. Take that as market data and then get back out there and start finding more of what they like. And what you'll notice is like, just weeks of doing this over and over and over again, coming in and be like, I sell out of my show every single time and my items get bid up. And if they don't, I'm making money because I know that this thing, you're comfortable with raising your start bid. So my wife now, her start bid is $10. When she does that, she is picking up items in her that she knows that like this is worth $10, and I know that because she sold 24,000 items, right? So that's why we're giving this away in about 15 seconds here. Okay, so I want you guys to think about that as treasure hunters. Is you get to use this beautiful platform now to refine your skills as a treasure hunter in a way that you could have never done in traditional resale. Poshmark's never going to give you that feedback, not fast enough to do anything with. eBay's never going to give you that feedback. You can look up comps, but you won't necessarily know, okay? Here we go. Cam333, this is yours. It's going to come to you digitally. Check it out. I'm excited. I hope that it blesses you, Cam. So I hope, Courtney, thank you so much for doing that. Like, I'm really, yeah, you're 100% welcome, Cam. Thank you so much for like hanging out with me and going through that process. I really, truly hope it blesses you. And I hope that other people end up coming in and like watching, like, yo, watch what Courtney's doing. She's on the right track. She just needs to continue to do what she's doing and use it as like a refinement for your process over and over and over again. You'll get better and better. This was amazing. Thank you. Did I hear you say you thought the Pro Pack would be beneficial? 100%. So let me explain kind of the differences between us. We have the playbook itself, right? Um, the playbook, it's $20 in the buy it now. When you buy it, you join our community as well because we host the playbook in there. If you win it as a giveaway, it's going to come to you digitally. Okay. We'll send you the link for it so you can read it right away. The Pro Pack is all these videos that I've done over the last year that go deep into the mindset of this. Now, it's like 7 videos plus you get the playbook, and then it's really breaking down like the mindset and the strategies of what we're doing. So think of it as like the playbook on steroids. All right. So you're on the right track, Courtney. And so that's why I'm like, hey, I think if you go through and understand, like the very first thing that I do in the Pro Pack, the first video in there is I do an overview of the Live Reseller Pro business model, which is this, what I just talked about, this 2 target strategy, and then we combine it with the 5S cycle, okay? So the 2 target strategy is the market data and the return buyers, right? That's what we're optimizing our business for. The 5S cycle, this 5S cycle right here, what this is how we refine each one of the things that we're doing. So we're talking about how you're showing your items, Courtney, and how you can improve that process. But this feedback that you're getting is going to help you to source better. So as we go through this 5S cycle, number one, we want to make sure that we complete this cycle all the way through. Because when we go through the cycle all the way through, and when we go to do shipping, because we're smart, we don't go out sourcing before we do our shipping, we extract data out of this and we see what items sold well and which ones didn't. So when we go back out to source again, we're a refined treasure hunter. We're becoming a better treasure hunter based off of this quick market data that we're getting up here, right? And then we go through this cycle again and again, and we put all of our focus on our input and our process, because the output and the feedback will take care of itself, but we use the output and the feedback to refine what we're doing in our process, and we do it again and again so you can grow exponentially. So I go into that during the playbook, the Pro Pack, I mean, right? That Pro Pack also has a lot to do with like the mindset and stuff. Now, for those of you that are like, I love what you're doing, I love this like community coaching thing, and I would love more of that. That's what our launch challenge is for. The launch challenge itself, you get everything that's in the Pro Pack, so you get all the videos. The launch challenge itself, what we do is we do community. We're going to do what we call it an intensive, but what it actually ends up being is community coaching. So we do kind of these hot seat things, but it's different. So Courtney, instead of you chatting in, we would be on camera and we'd go back and forth with all the other beautiful people that are part of the community. They're on there as well. And I would talk to you individually while other people are listening in on it. And we would go through this, and you can we do these once a week. That's what we're going to be doing with these intensives. We do it once a week, community coaching. And then Nope, it's happening next on the 10th. So Friday is our first one, y'all. Friday is the first one. You can go bookmark the show. The people that we're working with are showing up in these raid trains that we're putting together. So if you're part of the launch challenge, what we do is once you're like, I got it, I understand what you're saying, I'm refining my thing. Holy cow, I got to get this. This is what I need. Cool, I'm ready. And what we do is say, cool. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go promote this big old show, and we're going to start a raid train, and then we're going to bring people to you so that you can go through this process. So whether you're like relaunching your business or you're launching your business, it's us doing this coaching, going through the cycle, and then guess what? We get back on a 1-day intensive the next week and be like, hey, y'all, great job last week on your show. Here's some feedback of what I would do differently. So now we're refining our process over and over in a community of people who are doing it as well. And you're getting that one-to-one feedback, but you're also getting the support of the community. That's the launch challenge. That's what that is for the people that want to jump on a call. So if you guys are like, I would love to be able to have that community coaching and somebody doing that, that's what the launch challenge is for. If you guys want to join, it's $97. It's one time. That's it. It's not going to be $97 forever because it's crazy to do like coaching once a week for a bunch of people at $97 one time. So jump on it now. And why am I doing that? Why would I do like a coaching program that we're going to continue for the foreseeable future? Why would I do it at such a low cost? The reason why is I'm getting market data. So when I have a conversation with Courtney, I'm learning things as well. And then I go back to my thing that I'm sourcing, all of my information, the things that I put together. I go back to the playbook. I go back to these things and I refine it and I make it better. So when you guys come back in a year from now, you're going to be like, hey, your products have changed, your services have changed over time because I'm hoping to refine them and make them better and be more of what the market is telling me. The best way for me to do that is for somebody to be like, hey, this thing right here was the game changer for me. And I'm like, oh, noted. Okay, cool. I need to make sure that I include that every single time. That's why I do these things. It's the exact same thing. And then guess what? Because we've already had our first kiss, then all of a sudden you're like, I'm cool. I'm down for spending more money with somebody who's helping me out in this way. Not a problem. Now I'm driving up my CLV and I'm using the market data that I'm getting from all the people that I'm coaching with to improve it so that my CLV, my customer lifetime value, will go up over time. You guys see what I'm doing? I'm doing the exact same thing. When we go back in to strategize what we're going to do for the community, we're literally starting with market data. What are people telling me? What are people telling me? So that's why I like doing these community coaching things. So what's up, Miss Morning? So I hope that was helpful. Anyone else, any challenges that somebody's having? I don't, and you're like, oh, I'm not trying to like go into like be on the hot seat for a moment. You don't have to. I'm open to what challenges are you running into with your live reselling business? What are, I can tell you the top three, the ones that I've seen based off of market data. My challenge, hmm. My son, who's 2, he does that all the time. He's 2 and he goes and opens up the fridge and he's just like, hmm, as he's pulling out stuff. I'm like, hey man, that's raw beef, dude. You're not eating raw beef. Yes, this. Let's go. Courtney, I love it. I hope this blesses you. When you go, so my wife is going to send you a link. When you do that, just fill out, it's just a short application. When you do that, after you filled it out, she will approve you. You'll go into the community. She's going to unlock that course for you. So go into the classroom, the videos right there in the pro pack, they're already there for you. Okay, they're already there for you. So, and introduce yourself to the community because there's a bunch of like beautiful people in the community that are here to help you as well. Okay, and guess what? A rising tide raises all boats. Yeah, thank you, Courtney. I love it. Thank you so much. So any challenges? This has been great. Thanks for your sharing knowledge and passion. I'll be back. Cool. I'll be here, Baba Booms. And thank you for the feedback. Or maybe we do like a co-host thing. I just want to thank you for that feedback. That's so good. Oh, I sell way too much stuff of variety and I'm all over the place. Okay. Keeping people in the room need to learn to be more entertaining. Hey, cool mom. Um, cool mom. Do you wanna talk? Boca Bell, taxes. Keep track of everything, write off everything that you can, get a professional to help you with that. They're huge. Okay, cool. Cool mom, cool. Okay, Boca Bell, taxes, write off everything that you can, keep track of everything, find a professional to do that. Another thing that we're growing this community for, just to let you all know, like big picture stuff, is at one point when we run into this, when people are like, hey, I'm making more money than I've made before, I need help on the taxes. When I have a large community of people that are like deeply involved, I can go to somebody like Not My Dad CPA, who works specifically for resellers to do this. So if you want like a CPA that gives this type of stuff, I would recommend going to look up Not My Dad CPA. He does reseller, really good stuff. And you can buy like a course and start to learn how to do it, or you can hire him directly. What I'd like to do is eventually be able to go and be like, hey, I got a whole community of people. Yeah, he's on YouTube as well. Thanks, baby. Okay, so cool mom. Um, do I say your name Mona? You're okay with me using your name? Just let me know and let's talk. Okay, like Donna, Mana. Okay, thank you, Mana. Um, thanks, Kristen. I appreciate that. Okay, Mana, we're gonna hang out for a second, okay? So, Mana, will you restate your challenge for me real quick? I know you're like, hey, how do I get people to stay in my show? How do I do that? Let me know what that is. So y'all stay with me. I'm going to talk to Mana. I'm willing to bet that a lot of people are going to have the same thing as Mana in their business as to why it's going to be. That's why I like doing the one-to-one, because I can talk directly to Mana, and it has to do with what she's doing. But a lot of other people are like, yeah, I'm having trouble keeping people on my show as well. So I'm going to listen to what he says. Oh, and that actually applies to my business. So I'm hoping by me helping out Mana directly that other people are getting value in that same thing, because it's a community and us learning from each other that helps us to do that. Also, another little tricky thing as well is I have people jumping in and then out wondering what I'm doing wrong. Okay. So I'm going to talk to Mana on this. And then for those of you that are like, hey, I'm having that same type of thing as well, how can you help me to do that? Just listen. And a lot of times I'm doing this. Yeah, it'll make sense at the end. Okay, cool. All right, I love this so much. Okay, so you're saying, Mana's saying, like, hey, I have people jumping in and out of my shows. I have people jumping in and out of my shows. I'm trying to keep people in there. Mana, if you're okay, and if you're like, hey, and if any point we're doing this, and you're like, I don't really want to share that information, totally fine. I won't take any offense. But I'm curious, how many people on average would you say is coming into your shows? How many people are you staying in there all the time? All right. Yeah, my wife will get you Living Pink. Okay, cool. Like how many on average do you have? I have five consistently. Okay, Kristen's saying I have five small gains. Yeah, that's good. I'm curious to just kind of where we're starting at, Mana, and then we'll walk through. Okay. Okay. She says some days 8 to 10, sometimes as little as 2 or 3. Okay, thank you for that. All right. So first of all, number one, I just want to acknowledge the gain that you've made. The very fact that you're doing this makes a really big difference. Like the fact that you're in motion with what you're doing. Okay. So I'm gonna follow you back. I appreciate you following us. You have a show on the 10th. Got to get this stuff gone show. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna bookmark your show, and then we can look at this. What type of stuff do you sell? Mana, what kind of stuff do you sell? And then what I'll do is I'll talk through a few different things to just kind of lay out the foundations of why I'm talking about this in particular. Okay. So um, the super fan sequence I want to just cover, because sometimes we have people that are just chilling. And I like the question that Mana asked, which isn't like, how do I get more people to my show? But she's asking, how do I get more people to stay in my show? Okay. And so the first part of that is we want to make sure, like, and I'm going to actually outline this, and then Mana, let me know what it is that you're selling. So if I have this first section right here, the consideration and the awareness, this part right here, this can happen in all of like 3 seconds. You know what I'm saying? This is like TikTok. This is like TikTok in a way. So she's like, I have a lot of different items from storage. I prefer doing crafts, but I have so much more. Okay. So here's some things I want to throw out to you, Mana, right off the bat. Okay. is, and I want to, first of all, I just want to, number one, I want to say thank you for doing this with me. The other thing that I want to say is, I want to say, like, the fact that you're doing this and then you come in and you're getting coaching says a lot about what you're doing. Like, you understand that this is a skill set. It's not something that is like you either got it or you don't type thing. That's not how this thing works, right? What this is an actual skill set. And as we develop these little, so she says clothes, toys, just many things. Okay, cool. We are developing skill sets in order to do that. So the fact that you're like, I understand this means you have a growth mindset. What that means is, hey, I'm having an issue in my business, but it is a fixable thing. I just need to understand how to do that thing, right? That's huge. That's a growth mindset. And I want to just congratulate you for that, because a lot of times people are like, well, I tried it out, it didn't work. I want to just say, great job on having a growth mindset, okay? When we look at this, the first thing we want to do is understand the superfan sequence, okay? And then I'll talk to you specifically, okay? So right now, the moment is, as my wife's put it in the chat, the community coaching moment is, how do we get people to stay in my show? What's up, Lucky Rano? Good to see you again. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to understand the superfan sequence so we can talk about this. I outlined this in green because this part right here is how we keep people. We have people, what Mana's saying is, like, I have people coming into my show and then they're leaving my show. So understanding this first part is, this right here can take all of 3 seconds. This right here, it might take longer than that, but for the most part, people are already going through. We move such in a rapid pace now with the amount of stuff that's thrown at us because of this digital era that we're in, that the awareness, discovery, and consideration can happen in all of 3 seconds. It's like TikTok, right? You're now aware of this thing because it came across your feed. You've just discovered it, and now you're considering whether or not you want to stay. And for the most part, if this only happens in like 3 to 5 seconds, we got to be like on our game. But this is different than doing a video because we're in what's called a non-captive audience, right? So people can jump in and out, right? People can jump in and out. I have people coming in here all the time. They jump in, they jump out, and that's totally fine, right? What we need to do is we need to align this because when somebody becomes aware of us and discovers us and consider us, when we're in this consideration phase right here, we want to understand what the buyer is seeing. Okay, so a few different things that I think could be really helpful for you, Mana, and you let me know. Okay, one of the best ways that we can keep people in our business is to make sure that there's no confusion. A lot of times, it's not so much what we need to add to what we're doing, so what we need to subtract from what we're doing. Okay, so when somebody comes in to consider, so we're doing right now, it's called live selling. You're here before the wave. So when people click that, I don't know what the link looks like. I think it's a laptop and it says like I think there's like a little graphic. When somebody clicks on that, that's their awareness. When they come in, as soon as they click on it, they've discovered it. My goal is to make sure when they come into this that they're like, does this make sense for what it is that is happening on the outside? How quickly can I figure out what's going on here? We want to remove as much confusion for the buyer as possible, because if it's at all confusing about what's happening here, then I'm going to leave. Okay. If I'm a buyer or I'm a viewer and I come in and there's any confusion about what's going on, my consideration goes, I don't know what's happening and I'm leaving for that very reason. And again, Mana, I haven't seen your shows. But I want you to go through and look at your shows and be like, hey, is everything from my show poster all the way into like when they click in, if I come into the show, does it make sense? Because if there's any confusion as to what you're selling, what we're doing here, what kind of show is this, if there's any confusion, people will leave the show. Okay. And it's not like your fault or anything like that. This is just an awareness. So at no point, don't feel like, oh, so I've been doing it wrong. No, you're doing it. We just need to improve it as we go along. Okay. So the first thing we want to look at is this confusing at all? Okay. So the second part, and I'm going to give you guys, how many of you guys know my restaurant analogy that I'm about to bust out? For those of you that have been hanging out with me, you're like, oh, I know the restaurant analogy. I know the restaurant analogy. And stay with me, Mana. Are you still with me? Okay. Yep. Landed. Yep. Trying to learn to do it right. Yep. Okay. I know it. Thanks, Courtney. I know it. Okay, we're gonna go through this restaurant analogy. Mana, have you seen my restaurant analogy? I'm gonna act out the whole thing. I'm not a professional actor. I have no experience in this, but I'm gonna act this out for you. Mana, are you familiar with my restaurant analogy? Alexa, pause. I think I have. Okay, I'm going to lay it out again for those who are not here. I think it's really helpful. Okay, imagine you're walking down the street, it's dark out, and you are walking down the street with your friends. And as you're walking down the street with your friends, you see a restaurant. It just says restaurant in neon lights, and you're like, oh, I'm aware of this restaurant. And we're like, are we hungry? Yeah, we're all hungry. Let's go eat. Okay, don't don't make a creepy restaurant vibe. Yeah. So I'm going to move the chat for just a second. Okay. So Mana was walking down the street with her friends. She's like, let's go eat. And you walk into a restaurant. So Mana, when you walk into the restaurant, you've now discovered this restaurant because you've now entered the door. The first thing you're going to be doing is considering the restaurant. And when you walk into the restaurant, it's dimly lit in some corners. Some of them are like brighter than others, but all the lighting is like mixed lighting, like the daylight lighting. It's like white lighting over here. There's like a strobe light over there for some odd reason. There's like some like a table desk lamp over here. There's some like patio furniture over here is a lazy boy recliner with like a TV tray stand up next to it. There's for some reason some pillows on the floor. Maybe you like can eat and sit on the floor. The rugs don't match. So when you walk in, the very first thing is, and you're also listening, you're like, huh, it's quiet in here, right? Maybe you hear some banging in the back. It sounds like this. Hear that in the back, you're like, what's going on? Right? So, very first thing that's going to happen for most people, they would walk in and they're going to walk out immediately. Why? Well, number one, it does. I just painted like kind of a creepy vibe. But why is it creepy? Because we don't know exactly what's happening here. And when a mind comes in and it's confused as to what's going on, we're not like, let me figure out what we're trying to do here. It's going to be like, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not trying to figure out what's going on. So number one is we want to make sure that the experience that people are walking into is an aligned experience from beginning to end. What does that mean for you in your show? All of this stuff back here, this space right here, right? This space right here, this is all real estate right here. All this that you see in here is real estate. You want to utilize your real estate so that when people come into your show, they understand what is happening within your show. If there's any sort of confusion or misalignment from what is happening in the show, they'll leave. So you were saying, hey, I sell toys, I sell this, I sell that, which is totally fine. That works as long as if I'm walking into a restaurant, I know that it's a buffet. If I walk into a restaurant and I didn't know it was a buffet and I thought it was a sushi restaurant, and I walk in and there's mac and cheese over in the corner and there's like an ice cream machine over there and there's a pot roast over there, that's confusing. I'm out. I'm like, I thought it was a sushi. I'm out. But if I walk in and I know that it's a buffet, then I'm not surprised to see like sushi right there, mac and cheese over there, and like some pizza that's been sitting out for way too long over there, right? So it all makes sense. Now, initially when you're getting your buyers, we don't want to create like brand new things. Has anyone like gone into like the game show stuff, right? The game show, you see a lot of people be like, mystery boxes, this is what we're doing. For some people, they're like, oh, I love this thing, I'm going to do this. But for other people, they're like, I'm not trying to figure out the rules to this game that you made up so I can get stuff. Some people love the mystery stuff, some people wasn't. Okay, guilty. I jumped around trying to find things that people are wanting when I wasn't getting interest. Okay, cool. So you're aware of this thing. Okay. What I want you to do now is I want you to design a show from beginning to end. Okay. So I'll give you a real life example. We literally did this with this masterclass last night. I've been doing these masterclasses, and my wife's like, hey, we got to figure out the show. We got to go into our process of how this show works. Well, what does that look like? Well, I come in, I introduce myself, say, what up? This is our experience. Hey, traditional resellers. Now I'm going to do an overview of our business model, how this works, and then I'm going to do what we call community coaching, right? That's what we're doing now. This is intentionally designed. I'm bringing people in through an experience and I want to cultivate this. Now, why is that so important? It's important for two reasons. Number one, it's important to do that because a confused buyer will never buy. A confused person is not going to stick around and figure out what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like if you guys have ever watched like a movie trailer before and you're like, I don't even know what the movie trailer is about, you're not going to be like, I'm going to spend some money and figure out what this is. What we need to do is make sure that our experience is aligned and it makes sense. So for your first show, when you're like, I'm going to launch into my business, for your first show, what you want to do is you want to design a show that's going to make sense. I should be able to come into your show and get a really good sense immediately based off of the real estate that's around you, the real estate of your room, and figure out what it is that you're doing. If I see anything that's out of alignment, I'm going to bounce out. And it's not because of you, and it's not because you're beautiful and lovely, and I would love to get to know you better, but it's because it doesn't make sense to me, and I'm out of there, okay? The second thing that I'm saying is very intentional is you want to bring people into an experience, okay? So you need to have a process of what that looks like, because what we tend to do is we get 8 to 10 people in here and we're like, oh my gosh, I got some people in here. How do I keep you here? And so we do that thing where it's like that same restaurant thing where the host comes out and they're like, oh my gosh, there's some people here. Hey, welcome. Hey, a party of 10. Gloria's rating me right now. Thanks, Gloria. Oh my gosh, I got a party of 10 people here. We're doing a restaurant analogy for how some people's shows are. A restaurant analogy for if you walk into a restaurant, there's no music, you don't know what kind of restaurant it is. Now, I want you to imagine that there is a host that runs up to you. So you walked in, there's no music, you're not kind of sure what restaurant it is. The decor is mismatched. You're not sure what's happening. If that's where you sit over there, that patio furniture, or is it the lazy boy recliner, the pillows on the floor, the lighting's all weird, there's no music, and I approach you like this. Oh my gosh, party of 10 coming into my restaurant. Hey guys, any requests? What can I do for you? What kind of requests? Will you guys put in the chat like what kind of food you like, or like what kind of food, what would you, if you could have anything for dinner tonight, what would you have? Will you guys, what kind of food would you have for dinner tonight? Pasta. Okay, pasta, sushi. Sushi. That was my wife. That was all caps too. Fish. All right. Oh man, you guys haven't. Okay, well, me and they bounce in 2 minutes. Okay, so it's sushi, fish, sushi, fish. I'm like, oh, all right. Anyone else? Y'all are feeling the sushi tonight, huh? Are you offering? Hey, you need to calm down, girl. Miso soup, margarita. Okay, so pizza. So we got pizza, pasta, sushi, fish, right? Steak. Okay. Oh, okay. A DoorDash meal, just anything. Like somebody just dropped food off on my front steps. That's all I'm looking for. I don't even care what it is, right? So if I'm standing here as a host, I'm like, okay, so sushi, okay, and a fish and pasta, and pizza and steak. Okay, what else? Anything else? DoorDash, just anything from DoorDash. Okay. Hey, will you guys just stay right here? I'm gonna go ask the chef. Stay right here. I'll be right back. Guys, hold on. No, they said they want a sushi. Do we have sushi? Well, pizza. Do we have any pizza back here, guys? I'm just checking. Don't leave, please. Stay right here. No. Well, I don't know. Is it fresh fish? I don't. Hold on. I don't even know. I don't know if the fish and the sushi is the same thing. Maybe they want it raw. I don't know. Give me that raw. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. When I come back out, are y'all gonna be there? You and your friends are like, let's wait this out. Let's see what this restaurant's gonna provide for us. We haven't been sat yet. We're standing at the doorway still. They're taking requests from us, and there's no experience that I'm being guided through right now. And now they're running to the back to see if they've got it. How many shows are y'all walking into? You hear no music, and you hear somebody talking off in, hold on, so 2X, a 2XL is what you're looking for? Okay. Well, hold on. Let me see what happens is you got new people walking into your restaurant, and they're not aware of what's going on here, and you're trying to figure out if you've got it. Okay, it's confusing. Yeah, a few nice people have, but yeah, okay, cool. By the way, Mana, I've never seen your show. I'm not saying you're doing that. Dante's, he's like, I just want to see my name in confetti. I want to win this playbook. I have 8 of them. Okay, cool. So Mana, go through your experience. And when I'm saying this, I'm never trying to be like people are this or that. I'm never saying that against the people. It's just a process and it's just an awareness of how to do this, right? So I love that your question wasn't how do I get more people to my show? Your question was really well done, which is how do I get people to stay in my show? Because if I can get people to stay in my show, I'll figure out that more people will come to my show and then they'll stay in my show. So I want you to go through and I want you to design your process from beginning to end. You have a beginning to your show. You know what items you're going to be showing over the course of this. They're already put in. You have a process of how you're doing this, and you need to reduce how much you need to have a process that you're following, because if you have a process that you're following, number one is it allows you to stay on point with what it is that you're doing. Remember, when we look at our business, we can't control how many people stay on our show because it's an output. So what can we do with our input and our process to help us to keep people on our show? And the process needs to be designed so that number one, you can stay on your process, so you keep doing the things that you're doing, and um, and that the process is so that when I come into your show, that I know what you're doing because you're going to guide me in just like you would at a restaurant. So if you walk into my restaurant, I'm like, Mana, so glad to have you here with your family. Come on in. Here's how this works here. I'm going to go ahead and seat you, and then you'll be greeted by your server, okay? And your server is going to bring you water right away. Let me know if there's anything, and you walk them through a process of where they are. So you would ask me like, hey, so is it better, is a preloaded show better than polls? Initially, yes, until you get your show down so people can show up. So, and let me put this, we're going to stick with the restaurant analogy. Preloaded, yes, okay, because you're going to be presenting them kind of a menu of like, hey, this is what I've got going on for this show, and it's a show. You're not streaming. I'm not in here being like, hey, these are the products that I've got. Are you guys interested? Let me know if you have any requests. These are the items. You guys let me know if there's something that you want. Just say run or pass. Let me see. We're giving away a playbook here. We're giving away a playbook. Who are we giving it away to? Oh, the Mossy Penny. I love it. You just got a playbook. My wife is going to help you in the chat. She's going to send that to you digitally. You can start right away. You can start reading it right away. I hope it blesses you. Okay, so instead of us doing this and be like, hey, you let me know what you want. Let me know what you want. Chat, are you with me right now? Right? Instead, I'm going to bring you in and be like, hey, go ahead, you can check out the menu of what we've got here, right? Check out the menu. Now, later, as you become more refined as a chef, at that point, you'd be like, this is what we're doing. I'm going to show you the items. You guys don't get a choice. If you guys have gone to like, and I have not, and I looked to one point because we've watched every single chef's table on Netflix and we want to go to nice restaurants, but a really good chef, you don't even get an order. You show up and they're like, this is what's on the menu tonight. This is their first course, second course, and they guide you through an experience. You're going to do that with your shows, Mana. What is your process that you're going to do? You're no longer streaming, you're a pro now. And as a pro, you're going to design. So initially, you're going to preload your show. And eventually, you can do mystery polls, you can do anything. You can have a buffet if you want. What you can't do is not set the experience right and then let the person decide what kind of restaurant you're going to be. Okay. Oh my gosh, how long you been on for? I don't know. Let's see. I've been on for almost 3 hours, so we're just barely getting warmed up. Stay with us, okay? um, barely getting warmed up here. So, and we're working with Mana right now, and she's talking about how do I keep people in my show. So that's the first part of that thing, okay? So now we've designed our experience. We're going to use our real estate. Our real estate is anything that's in frame when people walk into your show. We're going to use our real estate back here to make sure that when someone comes in, they know what kind of restaurant we got. They know what kind of show this is. So what that means is remove all the clutter. Now, in actuality, when people are like, hey, I don't have that much space. Look, the amount of space that I need for this right here is like not even like 6 feet by like 8 feet. You know what I'm saying? We have people that are in our coaching group that do this out of their apartment, right? So you don't need that much space, but you do need to take advantage of the space that you have so that when people walk into your show, they know what's up. And you're utilizing everything that's in our space when my wife does her show is intentional, okay? It's intentional. This is her aesthetic. This is what she enjoys. We love Jesus, so Jesus is up on the wall, okay? When she does her show itself, normally we don't leave any of these items up on the wall back here. I'm like, you can leave those up. She's like, no, I'm not leaving it up. It's not part of my show, right? Because I'm not trying to detract from what it is I'm doing. So it wouldn't make sense for me to leave up the 5S cycle, the 2-target strategy, and the universal systems model in my show. So instead, imagine this, Mana. She has her rack set up. And not only that, but because she's been doing this for a while, she has a pretty good idea of what people like and what they don't like because she uses her market data. So she intentionally sets up her show because sometimes people are coming in and they're considering you, looking at this part right here, they're considering you, they're in consideration of you, but they're also using that same thing as what they're considering in the background. You guys ever gotten like real close to your phone, looking on whatnot, being like, what's that thing in the background? What is that? You know? What is that thing in the background? You guys done that? Let me know if you guys have done that. You like get close to your phone to try to figure out that one item in the back. Like, are you selling that thing? Right? Use that, y'all. Use that. That right there will keep people in. They'll literally watch your show for an hour to figure out what that one item is, right? Absolutely. I think the rack with stuff is important. Not only just with stuff, but intentionally set up your stuff. Mana, you probably have a pretty good idea of things that are working well and things that are not. Design it so that people are like, what's that big furry thing you got on the end of the rack there? I'm curious about what that is. So if you guys go to my wife's show, just know that this is what she's banking on right here. These are her banger items at the end. She puts them there, and then she makes sure they're in frame so that when people walk in, first of all, her camera's back more like this, so you can see it, and you'll be able to see all the way to the wall over here. But when she's showing items, you can still see the rack over here. So she's showing items over here, but you can see the end of the rack, right? So if you're selling clothes, make sure you have clothes back here. But if you're selling clothes and you got cardboard boxes and a bunch of stuffed animals over here, it ain't gonna make sense. You know what I'm saying? Does she make them wait or take the request? She makes them wait. She makes them wait. Now, guess what? She's not doing that to be like mean and be like, yeah, I gotta wait for what I got over there. People literally will watch her show from beginning to end because it's a show. Okay. And same thing with your show, Courtney. People are gonna watch the entire show. If they don't wait, that's totally fine. But guess what? Some people are like, it takes her about this long. Let me I'll be to set a timer, I'll be back in, right? She doesn't preload her show, she does mystery polls. She runs it like a chef. Okay. I'm not saying that's how you should do the thing. I'm not saying that's what you should do. What I'm saying is you need to design your show. Now, why is that so important? Well, the reason why it's so important, and let me go back to this, the reason why I've been using a table and not usually in front of the camera, okay? So you can do that, but you need to understand everything else that is involved in that and make sure that you're not building your live reselling business off of the product and thinking the product is going to be the star of the show. Because whether you like it or not, you're the star of the show. Now, I'm not saying that in order to be the star of the show, you got to be on camera. But what I am saying is you need to use everything to in at your disposal to your advantage, meaning your voice tonality is going to make a big difference. The descriptive words you use are going to make a big difference. All these things make a really big difference, especially if you're not going to be on camera. Your voice is going to have to carry these things. Even if people are like, well, I know somebody that does a show where they just play music and they just show items. Okay, that's the process. That's the show that they're doing. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. What I'm saying is that you need to have a process for what you're doing. And if you can't describe what you're doing as a process, then you, number one, you don't know what you're doing. But, and I don't mean that in like a negative way, like you don't know what you're doing. What I'm saying is that you just can't describe what you're doing as a process. You can't go fix a process that you don't know what you're doing. So every time you do a show, it's different. And every time if you do a show, it's different. Then your customer doesn't know what's going on. It's confusing. And you can't improve on something that isn't consistent, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm making a meal and I'm not measuring how I'm doing the stuff and I'm winging it, and somebody's like, "This was delicious. How do I do this? How do I make this?" I'm like, "I don't know." You're like, "Well, what'd you use?" You're like, "I kind of forgot. I don't. I actually just pulled stuff out and I kind of mixed it together." You're like, "Well, could you make it again?" I don't think so because I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I'm doing. I did it, but can you repeat it? I can't repeat it. That so once you have your process down, now you can go in and start refining your process. Oh, so my wife would notice, hey, at the beginning of the show, I noticed this. Therefore, I'm going to switch this up. And she's done everything from created outfits to trying stuff on to just going through, right? So I want you guys to think about that. The other thing as well, and I just want to like put this into your mind as well, Mana, and I really appreciate you doing this. I am curious, Mana, can you give me a little bit of feedback? Am I close? Has any of this like blessed you as far as like, is this helpful for you? Alexa, play. Is there anything out of this that is there anything that comes to mind for you of what you're going to do? A little bit later, I'll do a Q&A. I'm doing kind of a community coaching thing. If you have like a specific question, we'll go through it. And I'll tell you why I don't do, okay. Yes, stay with me, Ella, and I'm happy to talk to you. Okay? Okay, cool. Now, I love that. Okay? I want you to keep that in mind, Mana, as you go through this, is when you begin to do that, you can begin to refine your process again and again, and it will get better again and again, and little things over time. Okay. The other thing is, Mana, are you familiar with the 5S cycle? Okay. Let me know if you're familiar with the 5S cycle. Okay, cool. I love it. And just so you know, Ella, I'm talking with Mana real quick, and then I'm happy to like chat with you. Okay, I just want to finish out. We're just kind of coaching Mana. She's like, hey, how do I get more people to stay in my show? And I want to make sure that I give her as much value as possible and complete this, and then I'll chat with you. Okay, the 5S cycle is the 5 elements of your reselling business that that everyone has. Okay, so you find these items, whether they're given to you, you go out and you source them. You source items. Somehow you have items, and then you're going to stage those items, which is you're making your items as good as possible, cleaning them up, making them look all sorts of good. But then you're also staging your studio or your environment, right? You're using your real estate, and then you're going to stage yourself, meaning you're going to get yourself into a place that you are like, I feel good because I'm looking good. This is what I enjoy this. I enjoy the way that I look and I feel good. When now that you've staged that, now you're going to do a show. This this is not a stream. You're not streaming. This is a designed process that you've put together from beginning, middle, and end that culminates into a show. Okay, so you have a process. Now, the process, it's not about you getting it right. It's about you following a process and then doing improving the process. So after you do this, you're going to go through and be like, what sold? I'm going to do shipping now. What sold? What didn't? And I'm going to look through. Now, if you have an item that bid up, and you're like, wait, I started this thing at $5, and this thing bid up to like $36. That's why you in your shipping, you can view the video receipt as long as it's not screwed up. Sometimes they screw up, but you can go through and listen to what it is that you're saying. How did you present that item, right? And what can you do? And that's where all this culminates into a story about what you can do to improve each one of these areas right here. And then you complete the cycle. So you continue to go through this. This is the 5S cycle, okay? When you do this again and again and you find ways to improve, when you improve your sourcing, be based off of the market data that you're getting and you're getting return buyers, they're giving you an idea of what sells and what doesn't sell, what they like, what they don't like. Your sourcing improves. When your sourcing improves, it's easier to do staging because you actually don't have to stage as many items, okay? And you get better at being able to stage yourself. At one point, you're going to be at a point that you're stoked to do a show. Like my wife she's like ready to do a show, right? We're putting on a calendar, like, look, I have to do a show because it's an enjoyable process overall, as well as like going back and looking at your studio. What can I do to improve my studio? Now, you don't have to revamp this whole thing every single time. We're just looking for small improvements every time we go around the cycle. If you made one improvement here, one small improvement here, one small improvement here, one small improvement here, and one small improvement of how you extract that data, as you do that, your show is like improving by 5% every single time, and you get better way quicker because you understand the process of what you're doing. And then because you understand the process, you can now pull stuff out or put stuff in. Okay. So now you're showing items that you got that information better, you're sourcing better, and your show goes better. And more people come back and they're like, this is amazing. I can't believe that you know exactly what it is that we like. And you're like, I know that because when I do my shipping, I pay attention to what sold, what didn't sell, what bid up, and I look to improve how I describe things. What does my voice sound like? What is the process that I'm bringing people through, right? And then you can play around with this, and then you come back to shipping, and of course you're gonna, because you're pro at this, you're gonna go back through and be like, hey, how can I improve? Number one, how do I improve the process of shipping? Because now you're like, I'm selling more items than I was selling before. I got to get better at shipping, right? But in addition, we're using shipping to review what happened, what sold, what didn't, and more importantly, what bid up, right? And then when you go out to find new items, now it goes around again and again. Okay. Um, so I just want to throw that out to you. This is the 5S cycle. And all we're doing is we're optimizing the 5S cycle for this up here, which I'm going to have to raise up. That camera angle ain't going to work. So let me just pop you all up to the top here. Going up. Stay with me now. This is all geared around the 2 target strategy. Okay. The 2 target strategy is how do we get return buyers so we can increase our customer lifetime value, or our CLV? That's our output. And how do we optimize to get the market data? The market data is what's selling, what doesn't sell, and what sells for more than I even expected. And then we use that data and we filter that through that 5S cycle. And then because of that, our market, we get first time buyers, which turn into return buyers. And because we have more return buyers, they give us better market data because we have a larger sample size of buyers. And because we're improving our market data, then we get more return buyers and more first time buyers, and this turns into a flywheel. The flywheel is something that grows over time because each of the areas feeds into the next area and makes it better and better and better. And all of a sudden, 6 months later, you're like, holy cow, I have more people that are staying in my show because I went through and I optimized everything that I possibly could. And I realized that live selling is a process-based business, and I can improve my process and my input. Okay. I hope, Mana, that helps you. I'm happy that you're taking notes. I really hope that that like blesses you. When I look at what we have to offer, I really think for you would be our launch challenge, because a lot of times if somebody's like on the path, then it's like, oh, hey, just continue to do what you do, and it's more of like a mindset thing. For you, just based off of where you're at, was, yeah, 100%, would be the launch challenge. And the launch challenge instead of the pro pack for you would, because we get to actually watch your shows and how it improves, because a lot of times it's not anything, the only thing that needs to change is like one or two things, and it's helpful to have like a third eye on that, or a third person, not a third eye, but a third person looking at that for you, like an outside perspective that understands these things. So I would recommend for like you would be like the launch challenge, because number one, you're going to join a community. What we do is we do a 1 day, we call it an intensive, but for the first half of it, we do like some training like this, but we go deeper into this stuff. Then the second half, or not even the second half, but like the last 3 quarters of the day, we actually do more of like, Mana is who I'm talking to right now. So, and then what we do is we do like community coaching, very much like this, but I get to hear your voice and I see your face. So the communication can go quickly. And so I can go through and be like, okay, let's talk specifically about what you're doing. And then because we're doing it in a community of other people, then what they'll do is they will come in and be like, hey, actually, this is something I'm working with as well. Then you have the support of the community and a coach. Well, buy the playbook. I need to be a little bit more blessed, move up 100%. And I'm just kind of given like, hey, this is what I think would be best for you. No worries. Whenever, and guess what? We're going to be doing this. So like whenever you're ready, let us know. And if not, hey, guess what? Come back and I'll continue to do this like when we're doing the master classes. Okay. So Mana, I hope that blessed you. I hope that that's helpful for you. I'm really excited because you're doing it. And yeah, um, let's go in. How often? We're doing those once a week right now. Yeah, you're very welcome, Lana. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you going through that. And I just want to like say, so we're doing it on Wednesdays right now. They may move to Sundays because I'm wondering. We're talking. My wife and I are talking about it right now. It's our next one is next Wednesday. So for anyone in the launch challenge, it'll be Wednesday Mountain Standard Time, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We go for 8 hours straight. And I was like, I'm going to take a 15-minute break. And then I was back in like 7 minutes because I was like, let's go. And they're like, that wasn't 15 minutes. But everyone stayed on talking. It was amazing. Okay. And so I want to come in. So if you guys are cool with it, I got Ella up in here. She's got a question. Let's go. Let's go. I really appreciate that. Mana, one thing I want to say to that, go in. This is going to be, thanks, Reptile Guy. I love that you come out and hang out with me. Mana, go in and this is going to be really helpful around the mindset. The very first video in that. So what's going to happen now is my wife's going to send you a link. It's going to go to an application. The application is just you putting in like, yeah, this is the thing that I bought. And we're just like, oh yeah, we were talking with Mana. And so my wife will let you into the community. That community, go to the classroom, okay? She's going to unlock that course for you. It's called the Pro Pack. That Pro Pack is a bunch of different videos. And it's like hours upon hours of video. So the cool thing is because it's recorded, you can listen that onto that like 1.5 speed, and you can go through and look at it. Yeah. So I'm so grateful. I'm so excited to have you part of the community, Mana. And yeah, the community is unreal. The community is amazing. Oh, I thought she bought the okay. She bought the playbook. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was a pro pack. Either way, you're in the community. Okay, so you won't get the videos. No worry. But the playbook itself, Reptile guys, like, hey, I read through it the second time. This is going to be really helpful for you, okay? Because it's going to talk through the mindset of this, and you're already on the right path. You're already doing it, okay? So I want to, okay, no worries. And now you're part of the community as well. And okay, all right. Let's go, Lucky Rhino. Let's go. Cool. This is gonna be so fun. Yeah. Okay, so Lucky Rhino's joining us in the launch challenge. The launch challenge. This is what we're doing. So and Lucky Rhino, I appreciate it because I know that you've been in here like hanging out. Um, so if you guys will go follow Lucky Rhino, when you go in the application, you're gonna get the pro pack as well. Okay, so you'll be in the community. You once you're in the community, like once you put in the application, my wife will approve it. You'll go into the community itself, go to the classroom. You'll see that the pro pack has been unlocked for you, as well as the playbook, and then the launch challenge. Nothing is in the launch challenge right now because when we do like a 6 hour recording on Google Meet, they're like, hold up for a second. It's going to take us a while to put that together. I actually need to go through and see because I'm going to put that up later tonight for the last intensive that we did, and we recorded like 6 hours of it. Okay, but if you can join us on Wednesday, join by camera in Google Meet so we can see each other's faces. You can go into the calendar in the school community, and you'll see that the link is right in there. Okay, so I'm really excited to work with you. I'm really excited to see your face and hear your voice, and I'm really excited because the community itself is something that's unreal. Like the value that we saw out of there. Like Gloria, she knows. It was amazing. Like I was buzzing after our first day in intensive because of like what was gained just in that first one. So for those of you that are part of the launch challenge, like don't worry, we're gonna keep doing those. And I get market data, so I was gonna record a segment and stop the recording. Then I was gonna put that up. Then I was like, we're recording this whole thing because as the community was talking with each other, what was happening is like all these like unlocks are happening. And I was like, oh, we have to record this whole thing now. And so you'll be able to see the whole thing and those intensives and the Ray train itself, that's all part of it. It comes with it. Okay. So it's not like just one. Get ready, man. I am 1 month into this thing and I'm all in. This is the biggest opportunity online ever. Okay. Dude, don't get I gotta go to sleep tonight, bro. I gotta go to sleep. This opportunity, what Lucky Rhino is talking about, this is the biggest opportunity I believe on planet Earth for those that are like starting out in an entrepreneurial journey. This is the best opportunity. Why? Because you can refine your skill set so quickly. We are here before the wave. In our live selling thing, it says we are here before the wave. What do I mean by that? What do I mean we're here before the wave? Y'all, if you guys took your phone and if you went to all your friends right now and you're like, hey, what do you guys think about Whatnot? They'd be like, the what? The Whatnot? What's Whatnot? What's Whatnot? Um, um, sorry, I think we have a package that's arrived on our front steps or something. So let's look at the opportunity. Nobody knows about this thing, but this is massive. Okay, so the opportunity is this. So live reselling, and I'm not saying you should sell clothes, but we put in live reselling of clothing, just clothing alone, which happens to be the largest category in the US for items that are sold in live commerce, right? So I'm choosing clothing for that reason, but also it's because what we sell as well. You can sell all sorts of things, okay? So I'm just saying, hey, the live reselling of clothing will be a $20 billion a year market by 2028. What does that mean? It means this. And by the year 2028, based off of the studies we've done, and Lucky Rhino, you can go see this. Go watch the Foundations of Live Selling. And I got, yeah, love it. Okay, cool. Oh man, I'm so stoked that you're a part of this. It's gonna be so fun. Now that, and I love what you just said. Planning the show now. He's not like I'm gonna stream. He's planning an actual show with an intention behind it. Like bam, dude, I get so amped on this stuff. Okay, so what $20 billion means is that $54 million a day is going to be circulating in revenue for clothing being sold in a live platform like this. $54 million a day. Like if you tripped over like 0.1% of that, you're like, oh, Whoa, $5,400, right? Um, that's how big of an opportunity this is. Like on the low end, like I'm not saying 1%, I'm saying 0.1%. I think that's right, right? 0.1%. So on the calculator, it'd be like 0.001 times 54 million. I think it's $5,400, right? So um, that would be like per day. That's how much money is going to be moving around in this. Okay. Let me take off my shoes and count. And you're going to be fitting right in. This is going to be so fun. Okay. Um, why am I so confident in this? Well, in China, live commerce grew from $3 billion to $171 billion in just 3 years. This is massive, right? From 3 billion to 171 billion in 3 years. That's 57x. If it evens 3x's here, it's a major opportunity. This right here is based off of the research. This is happening. It's not accounting for all of a sudden having a big surge of the market coming in. See, if you're on here watching right now, you're what's known as an early adopter. You're here before anyone else is coming in. It hasn't hit mass adoption by everyone else, right? So what's an early adopter? It's like when Tesla first came out, the early adopters are the one that are buying like the Roadster or whatever, right? That's an early adopter. Mass adoption happens when you see like a Model 3 everywhere you look now, right? So oh, I thought you were saying can't see. Like, yeah. So mass adoption is when Tesla is a household name. Early adoption is when Tesla was just selling the Roadster and no one even knew at the level that they do who Elon Musk is, or even what Tesla was. The early adopters knew because they were buying the Roadsters, right? That's where we are right now. We're in the early adoption stages of this. Okay, you're an early adopter if you're on this app right now. The advantage of being an early adopter is if you time this thing right and you have an actual a business opportunity. What happens is if you get in early, you can take advantage of not only everything I'm talking about with the two target strategy, but what you begin to do is position yourself as already knowing what to do, so that when there is mass adoption, this number from like 27 or 26 people, if the market like 10x's, we're talking about this going from like 27 people to having like 270 people in here. And that's not anything I'm doing, it's just mass adoption happens, okay? So we want to prepare ourselves for that now by taking advantage of this. Now, there are 100,000 sellers approved to sell on Whatnot. How many of you are already approved to sell on Whatnot right now? Okay, curious. How many of you? I'm gonna get a little bit of coffee. Should probably get some water. Okay, Courtney's already doing it. Ella's up in the mix already. Yep. So you're all approved to do this. How many of you are doing live once a week or more? I love it, Courtney. Little Miss Patty. Not yet, but she said not yet. Holy cow, Lucky Rhino. I've done 30 shows in a month. After my own heart. Here we go. Okay. Guess what? If you're not doing shows, it's totally fine because you fall into a really big category, because only 4,000 sellers go live once a week or more. Okay. So 96% of the people that are approved to sell and Whatnot don't go live once a week or more. And that's okay. I'm not saying, hey, you need to go live once a week or more. What I am saying though is the competition right now is the time to get up to the point that you can do this, right? That's what we want to do. We want to get you to the point that you feel confident that you can do this thing, because the competition right now, nobody's coming in and doing this. So all the people that are doing this, this is a national. How's that possible? So Ella's like, I don't understand. When I go on, sometimes there's only 4 shows in a vintage category, but this is national. How's that possible? Well, it's possible because of what I just told you right now. Like, most people that are approved to do this aren't doing this right now. They're just not doing this right now. Um, and so what you want to do is you want to, and also the vintage category isn't nearly as big. Yeah, no, you're seeing everything. The vintage category also isn't as big as like contemporary, right? So some of the categories are going to be, but one thing you want to keep in mind is like, look, that gives a huge advantage, because if you are selling vintage, get in there and start doing this over and over again, and learning what we've done in the masterclass and understanding these concepts and then refining again and again, you'll get better and better, and you're doing it before the wave even hits. That's why we called this live selling. You're here before the wave. The wave hasn't hit yet. there are people that are talking about this. Gary Vaynerchuk, Gary V, if you guys know who he is, he's talking about this a lot. He's like, this is the biggest opportunity right now. Okay. So you'll get, yep, my wife is right, because she started in vintage, right? Because she was selling vintage. At one point, she was like dominating the vintage space, and she's like, okay, um, I need to move. I need to move on to like another category, because also she started selling more contemporary stuff as well. So the thing is, you can grow your business by doing this. It's an actual scalable business, and you can continue to grow that and to be able to add on. Yep. Jen, um, I'm gonna. Jenna is like, hey, I'm gonna follow you. Jenna is like, hey, um, a year ago there was no one selling plants on here, and then all of a sudden there's 100 people doing that, 100%. And here's the other thing as well. I want to give you guys a little bit. We're gonna talk. I love it. Kiki's mom's doing 3+ a week. Let's go. I want to give you guys. I want to spit a little game at you here. Okay. I want you to understand this. Whenever you're in a market, or you're on an application or a website, whatever it is, and you're in the early adoption phases of that, which all of you are in the early adoption phases. What happens in the early adoption phases is you have sophisticated and unsophisticated buyers and sellers. What does that mean? It means at the beginning, just like at the beginning of Airbnb, you're like, I just found this thing called Airbnb. You can rent out a space to other strangers and have them come like stay. And you're like, cool, let's take the shed in the backyard and put a twin mattress in it. And then we'll rent it out. And you're like, yeah, let's do that. And it would work. People would like, I'm not saying necessarily shed, I'm exaggerating for a purpose here, but you could rent a room in your basement with no windows in it and just like a twin mattress on the floor. And people are like, totally, I'm going to rent that. Now you can't do that. On eBay at the beginning, you could have put anything on eBay and it might have sold. Now you can't do that. So, right? Because the buyer and the seller becomes more sophisticated over time. So on Airbnb, at the beginning, twin mattress and a shed in your backyard, and people are like, the seller's like, sounds good to me. But over time, a sophisticated buyer comes in and say, hey, I have a house in a good location that's close to this stadium or whatever it is. And the seller's like, sounds good to me. That's even better. And then over time, the buyer's like, hey, I'm close to like all these restaurants in the heart of downtown. It's a really nice place. It has a pool table and it has a hot tub, and it has this other cool thing like this Murphy's bed that comes down, but when it's up, it has a TV on the back of it and whatever it is. And now when you go to Airbnb, you can't just go rent the room in your basement and think that somebody's going to do it, because you're competing against a sophisticated buyer, and now you have a sophisticated seller, and you have a sophisticated buyer who has better options. So you can't just do whatever you want anymore. We're in the wild, wild west and whatnot right now, to where you can sit on the floor. No, Ella, I'll talk about that in just a second here. But you can sit on the floor and just pull up items like straight out of like your dryer and be like, you guys interested in this? And right now you might be able to just make sales for that. In a year, 18 months, 36 months from now, that you're not going to see that as much anymore. It's just not going to happen. And it's not because of anything other than the buyer's going to become more sophisticated because the seller's more sophisticated. So you're going to choose the better option overall, right? It's the same thing as YouTube. At the beginning, people are going to watch your YouTube videos because there's not like a wide selection of it. Now, if you want to start a YouTube channel, you better have your content dialed in. You better have your editing dialed in. You better know how to do thumbnails and your headlines and all of those things well, because that's who you're competing against. Right now is the time to come in and be like, I'm an unsophisticated seller, but I'm going to learn this thing so that I become a sophisticated seller over time before the wave hits. Thank you so much, Jen. I really appreciate that. I want you all to know that right now. And the best way that you can do that is what we're talking about. Understand your input and your process for what it is that you're doing, and get better at the 5S cycle with your 2 target strategy. That's why we talk about these things over and over. Why? I want sophisticated sellers on here. Why do I want that? Because when people come in, we get sophisticated buyers. Right now, there's the money that is going to hit Whatnot has not hit yet. We're at the very beginning of it. So for those of you that are like, I can't sell anything on Whatnot right now for anything near market value, stick to what you're doing and keep improving, because at one point when that big wave hits, you're going to be aligned for that right now. And I'm going to say Whatnot is the best. Why? It's designed from the ground up. for this very thing. I think it has a great advantage over any other platform. A lot of people are like, hey, eBay is doing a live thing. That's cool, but I'm not going to go to eBay. Why? Because eBay is a search engine and they're going to bolt on this new live selling thing, and it's not going to be the same as a platform that was built from the ground up as a live selling platform. That's what Whatnot is. It was built from the ground up to do these very things. So eBay and Poshmark, what they have to do is take their already existing product and they have to bolt on this live selling thing, and then they need that to integrate with their existing platform, right? They're not going to start this whole thing over again. They're not going to rebuild eBay from the ground up. Also, they need to integrate it with what it is that they're doing. And so then it creates weird stuff where you're like, well, on eBay, you have to do this. On Whatnot, it's way different because from the ground, and I hope this makes sense, from the ground up, it was built to be a live selling platform. Does that make sense? So I don't care if eBay has $10 billion, if they would have to, they're never going to be able to do it as well as Whatnot because they have to bolt on a thing. If you guys know what I'm talking about in software, it's just where like, what happens in software is somebody builds out this whole platform to do this one thing, and then they acquire another software, and then they're like, we're going to integrate this with this, and it doesn't work out the same way. It's like why iPhones work so well. It's because the hardware and the software were designed to work together. eBay was not designed from the beginning. They didn't know live selling was going to be a thing, right? Like Blockbuster versus Netflix, 100%. That's the exact same thing. The exact same thing of what I'm talking about. Blockbuster could have done that, right? But yeah, integration is never the same as building it from the root up, right? So same thing. So true. Just notice how long it has taken to get immediate payments on offers. Yeah, it's the same. So Whatnot's ahead of the game on this. So you guys are you're on Whatnot right now, and you're here before the wave. And so whatever is preventing you, what challenge is preventing you from taking this to a whole new level? I would love to hear it. What is the challenge that you are running into in live selling to like what is preventing you from taking advantage of this opportunity, refining your skill set and getting better as a treasure hunter and getting better as a live selling pro? What is holding you back right now? I'd love to hear that. Where to buy pallets? Okay. I'm gonna click on there. I've got the inventory. I'm just trying to get it organized. Okay, Ella, I hear you. Let me view you real quick. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Confidence. My wife. I'm sorry, reptile guy. I can't help you. Just enjoy, have her come to the master class, all right? Or just turn up the master class really loud when you're around and be like, sorry, I'm having trouble hearing it. And then let me just over the weeks, because I know you keep showing up, maybe over time she's like, hey, this Whatnot thing sounds like a really good opportunity. You're like, do you think so? I don't know. I don't know if I should do it. Like, I don't know. I think you should do it, right? Just crank it up, all right? Yeah, I love how easy it is as well. Okay. Sourcing at reasonable prices. Okay. And one thing I want to, again, my simple question as well. Okay. Um, so I'm going to, Ella, do you want to chat? Do you want to chat? Do you want to do like a community coaching? Like I talk to you, everyone else sits in it. And then as well, like Sarah Ree, I'd be down for chatting with you afterwards. Are you cool with that? Knowing what people want. Oh man, Sarah Ree, are you cool with that, Ella? Let me know. And I'm happy to do like a community coaching. Meaning I'm going to chat with you. Everyone else gets to sit in our conversation. Let me know if that is what works. I offer both modern and vintage, trying to figure out what category to live in under my first show. I would say whichever one is going to be, what one do you feel most comfortable with? Um, okay. As long as it's not on video, as long as you don't have to be on video, uh, you won't have to be on video. Okay. Ella, sure, or I could figure it out. It's just so easy. I can probably troubleshoot through it. I don't want to bother you. You're not bothering me. Like, well, my wife might be able to just answer it within the chat. What is your question, Ella? Okay, and then Sari, let's you and I talk. Ella, what is your question? And then Sari, I want to make sure that I am I'm saying your name right. Can you make just one $5? Okay. Can you make just one $5, one $10, one $15, and press it again? or you have to make several? I'll let my wife answer it. Okay, Sari. So am I saying that right? Sari? Let me know. I would hate to okay, Sari. It's beautiful. Okay. Will you guys go follow Sari, and will you guys go follow will you go follow um Ella, my friend Ella on here? Ella, will you say what up real quick? Will you guys go follow them and then bookmark any shows that they have? Yep, there's Ella right there. She's my new friend. She's the one that's asking the question. My wife will help you with that as well. Um, and then Sari, let's you and I chat. I believe your challenge was, hey, where do I find pallets? Is that the challenge? Let me know what your challenge is. You don't have to be on video, but I'm going to talk to you. Okay, so you and I are going to hang out, and then we're just going to let like the other 34 people in this room that are hanging out with us, they can eavesdrop on this conversation, or if you're cool with that. All right. Okay. Yes. Plus. Okay. Let me know, kind of give me just an overview of what your challenge is, and then I'll ask you some questions as we go. And take your time. You don't have to be like, oh my gosh, I gotta like hurry and do this real time. Do you think it's a realistic goal to have 1,000 items sold in 90 days? We've done 2,000 items in 30 days. So, I mean, I think it's realistic. I think that it's not like, like first 30 days, I should be able to do that. I can only go live Tuesdays a week. Ava, that's plenty of time. That's plenty of time. Okay, for 2 hours at a time. That's plenty of time. Okay, that really is. Okay, followed your shows. Can't wait. Oh, no. Thank you so much. Okay, startup and risk. Okay, I love this. Okay, so Sari, you're not currently doing shows. Is this correct? But you want to get into this. You want to get into this, and you're like, what are the startup costs, and then what is the risk associated with this? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I am curious. Are you what we call a trad? Are you a traditional reseller? Have you sold on eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop? I'm not doing shows. Okay. Totally. Okay. No. Okay. Cool. This is perfect. Okay. A lot of times you'll hear a lot of my stuff that I'm talking to, and I'm talking to traditional resellers, meaning they sell on eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop, Etsy. And the reason why I can spit off those platforms so quickly is because we sold on those platforms. And so I think a lot of times when I'm talking to traditional resellers, new resellers are like, look, I'm brand new to the game right now. I'm trying to figure out how to do this thing. And you're talking to people that have like 10,000 listings up on eBay. So I'm glad that we're having a conversation right now because I think this is really good. So you're brand new to reselling. You're like, I want to play the game. I want to get into the game. Let me ask you, Sari, are you oh, I love that, Ava, that you're the first one. Um, so the Heat of Five Sons, go follow her. She's part of our community. She's gonna crush it. I'm so glad that you're new to this, Ava, because this is going to be good because you're a part of this community. Okay, brand new to live selling is what Resale Revolution said. So, Sari, tell me, are you a treasure hunter? And what I mean by that, are you currently out there? I like buying. I like buying. Do you? Where do you prefer to buy at? Or like, tell me, like right now, if I'm like, hey, you're a treasure hunter. You don't even have to sell this stuff. Like, what would you do? Oh, you're on Whatnot. So you see that you're part of the Whatnot game, right? Okay. So you like buying on Whatnot. What is the last thing that you purchased on Whatnot? Yeah, I like to buy here. A lot of people do. Okay. Okay. Clothes. Okay. So you want to sell clothes. Is that right? Not sure. Okay. So one of the things, now that you're a treasure hunter on here and you're finding treasure live. One of the things that can be difficult for people coming into the resale game on Whatnot is they're looking for what else other people are doing, and they're like, "Holy cow! People are buying pallets and selling this." My only concern with doing that is what you had said. Number one, the startup cost, and number two is the risk. The risk in any business venture is not actually the money that we put into it, it's the skill sets that we have to make sure that that works. For example, an investment in and of itself is not risky. It's it is the skill set and the mindset of the investor that makes that investment risky or not risky. What do I mean by that? It would be risky for somebody to go in and buy a gold mine and think that No, not at all. Lucky Rhino, we prefer her to be there. 100%. We already have a husband and a wife that join us right now. 100%. Yeah. So it's risky for somebody to go buy a gold mine, but it's not risky for somebody who has already been in the mining business for 25 years. So the risk itself is not the 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 opportunity itself, it's the person who's taken advantage of that opportunity, whether or not they have the skill set and the mindset in order to do that, right? So I get what you're saying. You're like, look, startup and the risk of it. So what we need to do if we're starting into something that we haven't done before is we need to have really low risk and we need to amplify our sales skills as we go up. Okay. So a lot of times when people come in to buy pallets, my recommendation would not be to buy pallets because you could buy a pallet and spend, you might spend like four figures, even upwards of five figures, meaning between like 1,000 to like over $10,000 on a pallet. But what we're doing is the risk is in the market data that we have, whether or not we're going to be able to move that stuff. There's also a risk in pallet buying in general because if it's not manifested, meaning we don't know what's in the pallet, that can add another level of risk. So a lot of people are like, I want to get into the game. I see that the biggest sellers on here are selling pallets. And I'd say that's true. A lot of them are. And I'm not knocking that at all. I think it's a brilliant way to move. But pallet buying and purchasing that is a level that has a lot of risk associated. Oh, thank you so much, Ella. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's such a cool thing to be able to promote someone else's show. That's so dope. Thank you for doing that. So, what I'm saying is we want to elevate your skill set as we go with little risk to it, because what I'd hate to do, Sari, is watch you like get into the game and then you get knocked out of the game off of your first attempt because you're going in at too high of a level. So what we want to do is we want to use your local market and to start learning the skill sets and the mindset behind this. So let me talk about this. The advantage of live selling versus anything else, which is great. Like, hey, you don't even need to be a traditional reseller to understand this. This is just how the game is played. Okay. Sorry, I got to move something around here. All right. So stick with me, Suri. I really appreciate you like hanging out with me. Okay. So, what I would say to this is understand that your entire game at the beginning is not whether or not you can purchase pallets or you can find stuff, but your goal, first and foremost, is to do part two of the two target strategy, which is to get feedback. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Pink Iffy, thank you so much. So what we want to do, Sari, is we want to get you into the game and have you understand, like, okay, so if I'm going to get into this game, I need to test with like really low risk. And one of the best ways you can do that is figure out in your local market how you can get stuff for either really low cost or get stuff for like free. So like I'm saying, like you jump on and you start treasure hunting and you're gonna be like the treasure hunter who's out there like digging in the dirt type thing. Like at first, and if you're like, I'm not looking to like build it up in that way. I'm like, I'm trying to get in the pallet game. The problem is when we get into the pallet game too early, you can get knocked out and then you can't play the game anymore, right? So we want to build up our skill set. And one of the best ways we can do that is we want to go get low to no cost inventory, and we want to start practicing our skill set of being able to put together stuff because you probably have an eye for it already, right? But we need to refine that eye so you're picking up good things and you do it for low cost. So my wife, for example, has gone a lot to Goodwill bins. I don't know if you have like a Goodwill outlet near you or Goodwills, or one of the things I'd recommend for brand new people is jump on Facebook Marketplace and start looking around for the items that people have, or going to like estate sales and things like that. Most likely, you're going to want to sell in things that you know already. So we want to start with like the market of things that you're like, I have a good idea of what this would resell for, and see if you can go out and find that stuff. But at first, you're going to get real scrappy with it. You got to be really resourceful. Okay, so go out and be resourceful with what it is you're doing, and then what we do. Oh man, that's a bummer. What we want to do is we want to then get you selling on Whatnot and start throwing that in front of an audience and be like, what do you guys think of this? And all we're trying to do is to get that market data. But in addition to that, as you're building that up, you're also going to get return buyers because you are smart and you're hanging out with us and you got this masterclass going on and you understand the 5S cycle. Sari, are you familiar with the 5S cycle that we've been teaching? If not, no worries. I'm going to quickly cover it with you. And Okay, cool. First of all, Suri, if you want, move the chat to the side. Just swipe it to the left, go whoop, swipe it to the left. I want you to screenshot that. Okay. Hopefully you can read my handwriting. I can get you up a little bit closer. You're like, dude, I was trying to screenshot it. Okay. This is the 2-target strategy. It's also in our playbook as well. This is the strategy of live selling. Okay. Let me know when you got it. Let me know when you got it. I want you to screenshot this because you're going to screenshot this into your brain. Okay, cool. Now that we understand the 2-target strategy, all we're trying to do is get return buyers and market data. This market data is going to be the thing that lets you know whether or not a pallet is a good purchase for you, because you're going to know your market really well, to being like, okay, now that I'm getting in the pallet game, I'm going to do that because I have so much market data that I've gained, and I have return buyers that when I bust into the pallet game, I'm going to be crushing it, right? So I'm confident that my wife could purchase a pallet and move it, because, and I would have full confidence her doing that because of the immense amount of market data that she's gained. Because of that market data, that's what gives her the confidence to do this thing as well. So maybe it's a pallet, maybe it's a boutique brand, maybe it's some wholesale or liquidation, something like that. But we got to have the information first of how we're going to do that. So I want you to screenshot this. I'll move my knee out of the way. Screenshot this as well, okay? Because this is the 5S cycle, all right? See, your game right here, what you're doing, Cherie, your game, this is it. This is your business right here. This cycle is what you're going to be doing. First, you're going to source items. At first, your job is just to source items that you believe will sell well. Okay? Whatever. Yeah, you're so welcome, Mana. Yeah, come back and hang out with us soon. We'll be seeing you soon. You're up in the community now. So here we have the 5S cycle. You're going to go out and you're going to source wherever you can. Um, you're going to be you're going to be doing this in a way that is going to be as resourceful as you can and keeping your costs low, because that means your risk is low. Like if you go out and put $200 out there, that's not going to like knock you out of life, right? However, you go throw down $5,000 on a pallet and we don't move it, that could be a bigger issue. Once you've sourced those items, you're going to bring them home and you're going to look at your treasure. Now that you're in the treasure hunting game, it's going to take over your life, just so you know. Okay. I'm glad that you're coming in here first, because you're going to avoid a lot of the things like called death piles and things like that. We're now going to stage those items. What does staging mean? You're going to go clean up those items, remove any like loose threads or stains, and figure out what you can do to essentially bring that item to back to life as best as possible. Okay. Also, what you're going to do, and this is, you got to be approved to sell and whatnot, so make sure you get that done first. Then what you're going to do is set up your studio space, okay? And I can talk about that here in just a moment. Then you're going to stage yourself. So you're going to be like, all right, so Sari, you got to get ready. So get yourself ready, get your items ready, and then get your studio ready, okay? Once we've done that, now it's showtime, baby, and we're doing the show. The show is designed for you to put the items in front of buyers, and you're doing so in a way that is designed. It's a process of what you're going to do. I can go more in depth on that, but you want to have a process for how you show these items. The reason why we're showing these items is not so that you can make money initially. What you're looking for initially is market data. You're looking for, again, our 2-target strategy. Does this item sell? Does it not sell? Okay, that's it. And if it does sell, did it bid up? Because what you're going to do is you're going to start paying attention to being like, holy cow, I was doing, like, let's say you're picking up stuff and you spent like $5 on each item, average. Okay. And so you're like, I'm going to do $5 starts, meaning if it all sells for $5, you're going to lose a little bit of money. It's okay. Right. Because you're smart and you're like, yeah, I'm trying to get market data. And so you show an item for $5 and you're like, oh, it sold for $5. And then you show another one and like, nope, it didn't sell. Okay, cool. But you're going through a process. You've been hanging out with Coach Steve, doing master classes. You understand what's going on. So you're doing it better than what I'm showing you right now. And then you show an item for $5 and like 3 people, boop, 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 bids up to 15. And you're going to be like, noted. Now I remember that this is a good item. I'm going to go see if I can find more of these things. Okay. The other thing is I'm going to make sure in my 5S cycle because I'm smart, that I'm going to ship out these items and do it in the best way possible, because my goal is to get return buyers. I'm hoping that person that just spent that money, I'm going to set up my environment and everything in my input and my process to make sure that return buyer comes back, because that's where the gold is. If somebody spent $5 with you, they're more likely to spend more money with you later. It's not hard for them to do. We've already broken that barrier, right? Alexa, next. And so once we have a return buyer, it's easier to get them come back again and again because they've already spent that money with you. And that's so the relationship has changed, right? We call this first kiss, okay? Meaning once you get that first kiss, meet someone, you like them, and they're like, do you like me? I like you. And then you kiss. The next time you go in for a kiss, they're not gonna be like, whoa, what are you doing? Right? It's gonna be easier. They're like, yeah, that makes sense. We've already kind of crossed that bound. That's as far as that analogy goes, by the way. Okay. Not the kisses. I don't know what else to go with, but you guys understand what I'm saying. You guys can figure out a different analogy for me. I'm down for using it, but I like the kiss one. I just, if the analogy falls apart when you're like, and then you bring in more people and you've kissed all the dance. Is it easier to get? Now, that's a good one. Courtney, I like that. Like once you get the first dance, it's easier to get the second one, but only if you were a good enough dancer, right? And that's another thing. You're only going to get a second kiss if they're not put off. Yeah, dance. We'll do with that. Because you can dance with all sorts of people, right? And then you have those people that are coming back and being like, hey, now they're bidding for your dance, right? Okay, Courtney, thank you for that. Y'all go follow Courtney Ashley. Um, I love that. We're gonna do dance, right? So once you got that first dance, as long as you dance well enough, it's easy to get that second dance. Thanks, Courtney. Thank you for doing that. Y'all go follow her. Go bookmark her shows, okay? Go bookmark her shows. Thank you, Courtney. Oh man, that's good because I wasn't sure. Geez, we don't got to be that proper. We do because the analogy starts getting out of control where you're like, and then you have 37 people all in the same room and you've kissed all of them and all of them want to kiss you again. And you're like, where is this going? Right? This one is different. You've danced with all these people and now and now they all want to come back. Oh, holding hands. It's easier to hold hands, right? And then all these people want to hold your hands. Suri, are you still with me? You're like, I got so lost. I'm kissing people. I'm hugging people. I'm dancing with people. What is he talking about? Suri, are you still with me right now? It's okay. She might have been like, I'm out of here. I'm not doing this kissing and dancing thing. I don't even know if this guy knows what he's talking about. That's okay. I'm going to keep going, even if she's not here. All right. All right. You're listening. Okay. So my wife's like, you're my husband. You can't be kissing anyone. I'm like, I'm trying to get first kisses all over the place, baby. It's easier to get second kisses once I've got my first one. So he's like, I'm out of here. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He said, in order for me to grow a business, I got to go kiss a bunch of people. Um, so once we've done this, then we're going to improve our sourcing. Really, this is for those of you that are getting into reselling. This is perfect to do. It's harder to start reselling and traditional selling because you got to go get market data from somebody else to figure out what's a good item to sell. Whereas initially with this, you can kind of go off of like what your instinct is and what you like. And then you can start showing it to people and start paying attention to what they buy, what they don't buy, and what things bid up. Okay. The things that bid up, you're like, how do I go find more of those things, right? And because you're already out there, that's your market data, and you already went and found those items, it's going to be more likely you're going to be able to find those items in your marketplace because you already done it before versus watching a Rally Roots video who's a traditional reseller and being like, well, Rally Roots says I should buy these. And you're like, well, I'm not in Florida and I don't go to garage sales in January, right? And so this is much better market data than what you would get someplace else. Do you guys work less hours now making the same money as when you did traditional reselling? Yeah, 100%. And here's the other thing I want to throw out to you. If if this is when we look at the 5S cycle in traditional resale, this was where my wife's joy was, is in the sourcing. Staging, not so much. This would be like the listing process, right? No joy here. Shipping, there's no joy in here. Why? Well, number one, the item's in a poly bag. So all the joy that my wife got from finding that item at the very beginning is now sucked out of through the process because the joy isn't here. The second part that treasure hunters love to do is share their treasure with other people. Like, look at this treasure that I found. Isn't this so good? This treasure is so good, right? You guys, there we go. Sari, you back with me? um, so the treasure hunting, okay, cool. And let me know. I can pick it up from where I drop. If we dropped off at all, I can pick it up where it's at. Essentially, what I want you to do is get really good at sourcing by getting really good market data before you go out there and buy a pallet. Don't buy a pallet at first because your skills aren't refined enough to do so. Figure out what the market wants. And once you figured out what the market wants by showing them low cost out of your pocket, you're not too worried because you're just getting market data and you'll get better and better at finding items. And then once you've done that, you'll have full confidence of being like, I know that my return buyers love this brand right here, and I'm going to go buy a pallet. And when you do that, um, yeah, 100%. When you do that, now you're confident that you're like, y'all, when I now you have return buyers, right? So imagine it like this: before you go open a restaurant, you need to figure out what items are good. You need to go out there and get samples. So you're going to go out there on the street and be like, "What do you guys think of my orange chicken?" And you're going to have those little toothpicks and all your orange chicken. And you'd be like, "Do you guys like this? Do you like this?" And you're getting all that market data. And once you have enough and you've tested multiple things, and you're like, I know that this sells well, and I know this sells well, and I know this sells well because of what people are picking up because I've been sampling it. Now I'm going to go open up my food truck. Now I'm going to go open this thing up. I'm going to do this. I one of my business, like my virtual mentors, I don't know him personally yet, but his name is Alex Hermosi, and he talked about how there was a man that he knew that wanted to start a cookie business. And what he did is he baked cookies every single day, and then he took them out to people and asked them what they liked and what they didn't like. And he refined his recipes and he refined this whole thing. And a year later, he opened up his business and it was a massive success. That's what I recommend for you to do first. And the way that you do that is by going and finding low cost items or even free items, putting in front of your audience and start building that relationship with them. And the market data doesn't have to just be a yes or a no based off the item. You can ask people what it is that they're doing. Suri, are you with me right now? I'm going to drop some knowledge on you real quick. I haven't sold any here yet, but I watch other hours of other people's show to see what they're doing. Okay, cool. Wow, thank you so much. Yes, thank you, my thrifty pretties. Will y'all go follow her? That I appreciate the tip. I love that. So you're getting market data as well from other people. Okay, Suri, this is what you're going to do, right? Let's say you do a show, you're like, I listened to this bald bearded guy on the internet. He told me to go get low cost or free items and put them up there. I applied on Whatnot, I got approved, and now I'm doing a show and I'm putting stuff up there, but no one's buying my stuff right now. What do I do now? Well, market data. This is what I mean by market data. Hey, y'all, I'm curious, what is the last thing that you purchased on Whatnot? What was the last item that you purchased on Whatnot? If you wouldn't mind, would you just put it in the chat real quick? What's the last thing that you purchased on Whatnot? Jewelry. Biscast says jewelry, right? Makeup, bags, shirt, fabric. Cool. You making something? Vintage. Love it. Clothing, a blanket, cards, clothes, watches. Okay, cool. Shoes, purse. Hey, Sareed, this is all market data. Hand warmers. Live reseller launch challenge. Let's go, Lucky. Let's go. Figurine glass. So because of that, people will let you know, like, hey, this is what I'm looking for. Magnetic jewelry. Cool. Coffee maker. And dog toys and treats. Like we have all this variety, and you're like, oh, okay, right? Now because you have an engaged audience with you, Suri, you can just ask your audience, what is it specifically that you're looking for? When I say that, I don't mean, hey, do you guys have any requests? You'll see other people do that. I don't recommend doing that because it's a big bummer when you're like, do you have any requests? And like sushi. And you're like, I don't have any sushi. They're like, okay, bye. Right. But instead just asking like, hey, what are you already doing? Right. Shipping looks confusing. That's a big one as well. So Suri, I know you can literally find anything on Whatnot. It's crazy. Suri, was this helpful for you? Let me know. A lot of stuff you don't have. Yeah. Okay, cool. Um, Yeah. So, and that's another thing. Go watch other people's shows, see what it is that they're selling and what they're doing and what those items are going for, and then go see if you can find that in your marketplace. The hard thing is when you go out and buy a pellet, you got to throw a bunch of money down, and you don't know if you're going to get a return on your investment. And if you don't get a return on your investment, it's really hard to turn around and keep doing that again. But pallet buying is really good. You just got to get that market data. Go get the market data first and do it in a low cost way. Okay. And then, um, really for anyone that's in like Cerie's position, I would just say for us who we would coach for on something like this is um is really this would be like I I'd be hesitant to have somebody come into the launch that is like brand new who hasn't sourced anything. So the launch, our launch challenge probably wouldn't be the best thing. I'd recommend just like the playbook and understanding that because I want you to be like low cost, right? Should we give a playbook away? Should we give a playbook away? Okay, cool. Let's do that. Do you need printers and scales for shipping? Yes, you do. Okay, so we're gonna give away the playbook. I'm wondering, so we have a rule in our house saying the rule is no brainstorming in front of the kids. If any of you in the room are parents, you'll know what I'm talking about. We never brainstorm in front of our kids. So if we're like, hey, what do you guys think about brainstorming? But I'm about to brainstorm in front of y'all with my wife and anyone else who's in here as a mod. So maybe Gloria as well. Um, but I'm going to brainstorm in front of y'all right now. And it's a rule that we don't do in our house. Yeah, I'll kind of cover shipping here in just a moment. I think I'll cover, but I'm just gonna go like kind of high level because everyone's shipping is gonna be a little bit different. What I would say is this, Suri shipping, um, go to Whatnot, and go look up in seller resources that'll show you how to do shipping. Your shipping's get be a little bit different. Yes, a scale is highly preferred because you do want to weigh your items so that you know how much that is going to be so you can adjust your shipping, okay? Yeah. A label maker is yes. If you're like I'm going to do this, um people that support you, you can mod them as a seller. So mods are the moderators. They help me in running what I'm doing in the background. So the giveaway that just got put up, that was either my wife or it might have been Gloria that had put that in there because they're the moderators for this show. Mods are very helpful for your show because they can help you to keep going with what it is that you're doing and they can see what's going on in the chat. Yeah, totally. Um, I'm going to elaborate on story. I love that. Okay. LaFab collections. Okay. Okay, cool. Be careful with mods because they can also block people, which happened to me. Yep, they can. They do have the ability to block people in your show. So if you have trolls that are coming in, they can do that. You want to trust your mods. Like anyone who's modding for any of our shows is somebody that we trust. So like we trust if Gloria's in here, we trust her immensely. Obviously, I trust my wife very much. She's also, and then we have like someone else who will mod in here as well. So yeah, definitely make sure that you're modding somebody you trust. Because they can block people out of your shows. They have access to things like they can run stuff. At least no, maybe they can't run something. My wife can run something. So let's grab. So I got a playbook that's going to be running here in just a moment. I'm going to grab you, show you what the playbook looks like, and then we have. I have a question around like the story. A story is really important. In fact, as I'm putting this together. Um, Story is one of those things that I don't go through like all that frequently because it's more advanced stuff, but I'll cover it in this is the playbook, this is the giveaway. Um a digital format for you, okay? Okay, Hummingbird 25. Hi Lisa. We're going to send you you're going to receive the playbook digitally, okay? The playbook wasn't like a it was never going to be like printed out because it would be like way too expensive for us to do all that stuff. But Hummingbird, uh, my beautiful wife, let me just, I wonder, Hummingbird, will you message Making Grace and say, hey, I didn't receive this, and we'll send you the playbook. We'll give you the access to it, as well as, yeah, you'll receive a link for it, and then you can read it right away. Okay, how do we get the book? So it's in, yeah, 100%. My apologies. I'm sorry you didn't get the giveaway. So the book itself, it's pinned right here. It's a digital format. If you purchase it, you actually join the community that we have as well called the Live Reseller Community. So there's I don't know, probably like 50, 60 people in the community now. What is up, kinfolk? Shanika. Hi. Nikki, how are you? And sometimes you're like, oh man, or if you try to sneak into someone's show and they're like, oh man, they recognize me. So, Nikki, what's up? I'm happy to see you. I messaged you um, on school. Go check school. I messaged you. Uh, we're doing well. I'm happy to see you in here. Okay, y'all. Like Nikki's, yeah. Go check on school. Go put in your thing. Make sure that you're in the new school community that we've got, because we're gonna unlock everything for you. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Nikki. Oh, we're giving this away. Oh my, how they grow. Yeah. Do you are you are you in Oh My How They Grow? Yeah, this is yours. Okay, it's gonna be sent to you digitally, okay? This is like freshly printed, y'all. I can smell it. I saw my name. Here you go, oh, so close. Good, I'm so happy. You can digest this today. Okay? Yeah, that's awesome. We'll give another one of these away here in a bit, y'all. So hang out with us. Or if you're like, I'm going to skip all that, just buy it. It's $20 and it gets you inside the community. And the community is filled with people who are in the same place or who are like a few chapters ahead. And it's super valuable to be part of a community of people that are doing this as well. So if you guys are like, I want to be part of a community, purchase a playbook and you're in the community. Okay. It's $20. You'll be in the community. There's no like extra cost with that. You're in for life, right? And then the community is really cool because, man, some of the resources and some of the stuff that happens is just really beneficial, as well as the encouragement. And then a lot of times when people are like, hey, I have questions about shipping, well, that's a place that we can get a little bit more like granular with what we're doing. So what are the topics in the playbook? Yeah, let's talk about it. And I want to address like the story part of it. Okay, so I'll just walk through this with you. I have it memorized because I wrote the thing, and also it's designed to be something that you can memorize as well. Not every word, but like the format of it. Okay. I'm not sure how it works no more. If you want to stop by, I'll be on the call on Wednesday. Okay, I'll for sure see you on Wednesday. I'm doing another masterclass tomorrow, but Lucky Rhino, I'm excited to meet you and your wife in person. Show up on Wednesday, have your camera on, I'll have mine on, and we'll chat with each other. So happy to have you here. So here's what's in the playbook. Number one, I cover the opportunity, which is what I was talking about here. Like, what is this opportunity? How big is this opportunity? Okay. Then I go into the difference between traditional reselling and live reselling. Once I've done that, I do chapter one. Chapter one is called the Universal Systems Model. It's this right here. I talk about that. Then from there, I go to chapter two, which is the two target strategy. That's this thing right here, the market data and the return customer, the CLV. Then I go to chapter three, which is called the triple ACE, which is accountability. It's right here, actually. It's accountability, calendar, and environment. This is how we set up our success to make sure that we stay in the game, right? And then I cover the 4D mindset method. That's chapter four. That is how do we develop a mindset that becomes stronger with every iteration that we're doing in the 5S cycle. Chapter five is the 5S cycle. That's this thing right here. Chapter six is called the superfan sequence. It's actually called the 6 steps to superfan sequence, which is this part right here. If you can see it. Whoop, right? And then chapter seven is called it's the 7 signals for your business, but it's where we get into a bit of the numbers that we track. And then chapter eight is what we call the 8 milestones roadmap, which is like where should you begin and what are you going for as far as like aligning your output. So initially, like the first thing you should do is just do a show with like 50 items in it. Um, yeah, got the link that thank you for everything. Yeah, cool. Keep sharing to your friends because your tips and tricks. I love it. Thank you so much, Hummingbird. I really appreciate that, Lisa. Thank you so much. And I'm glad we got that sorted out for you. Okay. And then I look forward to like some of y'all hang out with me for a while, and then at one point we may be working together. Like at one point we'll be like, I'll actually be able to like talk to you, like where I see your face, you see my face on camera virtually. Do you have to pay to get into the school? Yeah, you have to. I mean, it's one time thing. If you purchase the playbook, if you purchase a playbook, you can get into the school, and then at whatever level. So the Pro Pack will get you into the school plus a pay playbook, and then the launch challenge obviously is like our highest level in there. But if you get a playbook, you're in the school community. Okay. And you always have access. Like if you're just like, hey, I want to get in. Thank you so much, Kiki's mom. I really appreciate that. I really do. That's so you guys are so generous. So what are we doing? Holy cow, you guys have blessed me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So Oh, and then chapter 9, I talk about the 9 month commitment. I really do believe that anything that takes time to put together, the things that are worth it in life, like, oh, I'm going to get in shape, or I'm going to like, I'm going to have a child, right? Things take some time. 9 month commitment is what I lay out in here. And so I want to talk a little bit about story. Somebody's like, hey, can you cover the story aspect of the 5S cycle? And yes, I can. Okay. So story. Um, I purchased the playbook, but can't get into the community. Resell Revolution. Um, we if you will send us a message, just Making Grace Vintage, just send a message that you've purchased the playbook, and then we'll send you the link, and you'll fill out that quick little application thing, and then we'll let you in. The playbook is within the community as well. So any of you that have purchased a playbook from us from the past, we just sent you a link, okay? But now we have a community set up so that we host the playbook in there. People were having trouble actually seeing some people. I had like two people reach out and be like, hey, I clicked on the playbook link, it never showed up. And it was like, that might be something to do with your browser, not necessarily on our end, because it's just a link to a PDF. It's just being hosted like through Google or something like that. So we put it into the school community to make sure that everyone has access to that. So if you purchase a playbook from us in the past, just let us know that. We'll confirm the order. Just fill out the thing. You'll get a link from us. Fill it out. We'll confirm the order that you purchased it, and then you'll be approved to go into the community. And then when you go into the classroom, the community is really cool because you have the community, then you have a classroom where all the stuff is hosted, so you can go back to it again. And then there's a calendar, and that's where we have all of our calls based off of what level you're at. You can join calls, and that's where we do stuff like the community coaching, the 1 day intensives, and preparing to help you to launch your business. So that is just briefly it. So let's talk about story. So story, let me talk about this. Okay. Um, Okay, so I'm just going to read this directly to you out of the playbook. So somebody was like, hey, can you talk about the story part of the 5S cycle? And that's this right here. Okay, this one is like probably the hardest to explain, but I also believe it to be like the most powerful. And so I'm going to read it right out of the playbook. Okay, so the final step in the 5S cycle is the most overlooked and powerful story. The story step is where you create meaning and understanding around your business. It's about reflecting on your successes and failures, analyzing your results, and crafting the narrative that drives your future decisions. Why is this so important? Because the story you tell yourself about your business determines how you show up. If you see challenges as opportunities to grow, you'll grow. If you see setbacks as failures, you'll stay stuck, okay? The story step allows us to creatively improve your cycle. By analyzing the data from your sales, you can identify patterns, trends, and opportunities to refine your sourcing, staging, showing, and shipping. Also, think of yourself as a documentary filmmaker who's creating a film about an up and coming live reseller pro. Document yourself in action, record your results and your thoughts, and keep the footage. You don't need to release it now, but it will be valuable later for creating great content as you create your ecosystem and tell your story to those who love you and what you represent. So, the key actions are review your sales data and audience feedback regularly. Ask yourself what worked, what didn't, and why. Use your insights to adjust your sourcing strategy, staging process, and show format or shipping system. Document and record as you grow your business. Your journey is your story. It doesn't need to be sent out to the world yet, but those who love you will want to see your humble beginnings and how far you've come. Okay, so that's the story part of the 5S cycle. And I want to give you a real life thing. So if you guys go to our Instagram, or my wife's Instagram, it's not mine, you'll see I'm on her Instagram. But you can go to the show notes and it says, I gotta do this right. So, it's gonna be like this. So you can go through and it'll say, follow us on IG, Making Grace Vintage. Click the show notes, and you can go there and you can see this in real time. Um, so we documented a bunch of things as we were going through this. Not only do we document all of our everything that we're doing, but this stuff right here is actually came from documenting our story. Okay, that's how this stuff came about. And if you go back, we recorded a bunch of things years ago that we documented us going to like our storage unit or us like processing things. You can now go to our Instagram and be like, did they really have that many items? And we will show you our storage units from back in the day. So I recommend that you all who are doing this document where you are right now, because you will eventually be able to share your story with other people because you have all of this footage. You don't need to do anything with it right now, but if you're just like, I'm going sourcing, just get a video of yourself going sourcing and track what it is you're doing, because later on that stuff can be really valuable as you build your ecosystem. What is an ecosystem? What are you talking about, dude? This is an ecosystem. So our ecosystem right now is just comprised of Instagram and Whatnot. So people come to our Instagram and they're like, hey, you should go follow us, or excuse me, people come to our Whatnot and we're like, hey, you should go follow us on Instagram. Okay, cool. Thanks, Lucky Rhino. Um, my wife will approve you here in just a moment. Okay, thank you for letting us know that. So excited to have you in the group. So we have our ecosystem, and then we have so our ecosystem is made up of Whatnot and it's made up of Instagram. So what we do is people come into Whatnot, we're like, hey, you should follow us on Instagram. Why? Because although we don't have many people come from Instagram into our Whatnot, what will happen is somebody will follow us on Whatnot, and then they'll come into our show on Whatnot. We say, go follow us on Instagram. And now we're creating this ecosystem. So when my wife's like, oh, I don't have very many bookmarks to my show, she'll go on to Instagram and be like, what's up, everyone? I have a show tonight. Go bookmark my show. People come into Whatnot and they bookmark the show. So it's a way of creating this communication. Also, your ecosystem is designed to allow people to come into your world and to like explore more of who you are. Remember, it's not a product-based business, it's a process-based business. And a lot of times, just like you guys have fans of like who you love, like example, like your favorite NFL team, if Netflix releases a thing on your favorite NFL team, you will for sure watch behind the scenes on your favorite players and what they're doing and what the practices look like, right? It's the same thing here as well. So you want to create an ecosystem so people can come back into your world and get more of a sense of who you are behind the scenes and like, what are you about? And when you do that, now they spend more time with you and they're more likely to come back and you get more dances with them, right? What I mean by that is they're more likely to, we spend money with those that we know, like, and trust. Give people an opportunity by sharing your story, not only with yourself and creating meaning around what you're doing, but share your story outwardly to the world, and people will come back again and again because they just want to see your story and how it's unfolding. How many people have watched my wife and I's story over the last year, the last 6 months or 3 months? How many of you have gone to her Instagram? I'm curious. How many of you like know us? Like you feel like you know us because you've been like with us. Anyone in here? Like, yeah, I feel like I know y'all. Good. No. Okay, cool. So you've gone to the Instagram, you get a sense of who we are, right? Jesse feels like he knows us. Jesse was over here last night hanging out with us. All right. I just found you. Cool. So I'm on it now for the first time. Oh, I love it. Okay. I just went now, stumbled on you. Okay, I love it. So you're brand new to this whole thing. Let's cover this because this is a lot of how story works. Okay. This is chapter 6 in the book, right? Why is it chapter 6? Because yeah, we have 6 kids. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? My wife and I, Jen and I, have 2 kids together. She has 4 from a previous marriage. Okay. But that type of stuff, right? What else? I hung out in that marathon before Christmas. Oh, cool. Okay, so this is called the 6 steps to superfan sequence, or we just call this the superfan sequence, right? If you can't see it, you can move the chat to the left. This is how people become aware of you, okay? I have 6 kids too, 4 homegrown and 2 adopted. Wow, that's amazing. Cool. So when we create an ecosystem, we want people to give them as much opportunity to come into our world. So at first somebody they're like, I wasn't even aware of you. Now I'm aware of you. You have triplets? Holy cow. My wife would love to talk to you about that. God bless you guys. You can barely do one. It's easier with more kids because then the other kids can take care of the other kids, right? So Zara, just have more kids and then have your kids take care of the other kids. It keeps them occupied and then you can do more Whatnot, right? You're like, I talked to Coach Steve. He says we should have more kids. Just kidding. Don't take serious life advice from somebody off the internet. They can work for you. You were like, yeah. Um, Literally, the 15-year-old in our home does our shipping, and he gets paid to do so. So I'm just throwing that out there, right? You can also write it off on taxes. You can pay your kids up to $6,000 per year. Write it off on your taxes under 6,000. Yeah, reach out to a CPA. They can explain that for you. So first, someone isn't aware of you. They become aware of you. Then they click on you. They discover you. They take some time to consider you, and then at one point they become converted. This conversion process right here could literally not. It doesn't have to be dollars exchanged, right? This conversion process could just be like, I like this person and I'm about them. And so it might just be like you showing up to shows again and again and again. How many of you have been to more than one of my master classes? How many of you have been into more than one of my master classes? Asher's, Kiki's mom. Okay, cool. Jenna, yep. Zara's mom closet says me. Okay, you're converted. All right. Reptile guy, yep. Hours and hours. Okay, you're converted, right? And at this point, we're having a conversation back and forth. I'd even say that we're in a relationship. I don't know if you, is this a cult? Yeah, is this how you set up a cult? Guys, what you need to do for your reselling business is set up a cult. Those guys crush it, all right? I'm just kidding. Don't set up a cult. They have their own language. You're like, listen, anyone who's not live selling, you need to cut them out of your life. If they don't know the 5S cycle, get them out. I'm just kidding, y'all. All right? It's not a cult. Okay? We're not cutting you off from the rest of your family. Oh my gosh. How many times my husband walks by the room and says, who's that? It's a cult that I'm joining, okay? It's really good. And he says, if you don't learn the 4D mindset method, I'm out of here. Okay? I shouldn't talk to you. I'm just kidding, y'all. I hope you guys nobody's taking me seriously. Do not join a cult. This is not a cult, okay? This is actually a non-captive audience. You can come and go as you please, all right? We're not demanding anyone stays here. Keep your family in your life, okay? Don't cut out your family, okay? It's a culture, not a cult. Thanks, Gloria. Thanks for saving me on that. Okay, once you enter into a relationship, this is where you actually feel like you know the person and they know you. In real life, it might actually be someone you know, like I know Gloria, right? Um, but we met not that long ago, right? Because now there's a relationship. At one point, there will be a referral. This is where you know that you're in a relationship with somebody because you referred somebody else to them. Okay. All joking aside, you've been so helpful. No one wants to hear what they are doing wrong, but it's necessary for growth and success. Thanks, Zara's mom closet. I appreciate that. I really do hope like my greatest thing as a coach, hands down, the best thing ever is somebody's like, "Hey, I did something that I learned from you and I went out and did it and I got a really good result and it's helped me in my life." Like that's hands down for a coach the best thing ever. Whether there's compensation or not, is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Like I would rather help somebody for free that goes out and does the thing than have somebody pay me thousands of dollars and they don't do the thing. You know what I'm saying? So I really appreciate like that type of feedback, and I really do truly hope that it blesses y'all. So this is you want to set up an ecosystem for yourself. This is when you set up an ecosystem, it allows people to move through this sequence at their own rate. And then when they convert and they are in a relationship with you, they can go deep into that relationship through the power of social media because they can spend time with you now without you having to be spending time with them directly, right? And so that's one of these great advantages that we have in being able to set up an ecosystem. And I highly recommend that you do this if you're running a live selling business because people are going to come in, love you for who you are and what you're doing. And then they're like, how are you doing all this? Or like, I want to see what's going on behind the scenes. And you're like, oh, you can go to my Instagram. They go to your Instagram, like, wow, I love this. Guess what? There are people that show up to our shows, my wife's shows, from beginning to end and stay for the whole thing, right? Every single time. And they may not even buy anything. So I want y'all to consider this as well for you. How can you set up an ecosystem so once you're doing this live selling thing, you allow people to come back again and again? It's a great way to have return buyers and to get market data, right? So we're not doing that to get return buyers and market data, but it does absolutely help, okay? It does absolutely help. And so I encourage you all when I talked about that story piece, that's kind of the next thing. A lot of times I don't want people to go out and be like, so I got to go start up an Instagram right now. I don't want you to be a content creator yet if you don't have you can build all this on Whatnot organically. But as it begins to build on Whatnot organically and you have people returning to your shows, give them something else to go and do, right? You guys know what I'm talking about when I'm like, you find a musical artist that you love, and then you're like, I'm gonna watch everything that they're doing, right? Like we love Brandon Lake in our home, right? Brandon Lake, I'm gonna go watch in the studio sessions of him writing the songs that I love, right? I wanna see behind the scenes. That's the same thing as the buyers that come to your show. If you give them an opportunity to go see what you're doing behind the scenes, they'll come do that. I love Brandon Lake too, right? Gotta go. Thank you. You're very welcome, Sari. It's nice to meet you. I hope that it was helpful. Have a great rest of your day or evening. I don't even know where you are right now, but it's probably evening. Okay. All right. The latest song. Oh, the Hallelujah. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. And it's that same thing. He's doing the same thing. He that song, I'm curious. My thrifty pretties, did you get a glimpse of that song before it was released? Because he started putting out that song where he would just get on to his in his ecosystem and be like, hey, I have this chorus or something, here's how it goes, right? And when he does that, guess what? The if people come back, they're like, holy cow, that is so good. He's like, cool, I just got market data, I'm gonna go finish this song. Yeah, look at that. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. What I'm talking about is what my thrifty pretties and I are talking about. Because, and I gotta follow you, Danielle. Love that. Thank you so much. Um, I just want to check you out real quick. Okay, you got a show on the 6th. I'm gonna bookmark that show. I'm on my wife's Whatnot account, and so I'm like following and like bookmarking shows. I'm sure that well, y'all go follow my thrifty pretties. Go follow Danielle and see what she's doing. I gotta close this window. Hold on one second, folks. Okay. So, I hope this makes sense. When we talk about this, when we talk about this stuff, y'all, um, I want you to understand like each one of these things that we're talking about, like the universal systems model, and then the two target strategy, and the 5S cycle, and then the superfan sequence, and then all of these things, they all stack on each other because your business is just a bunch of systems that are put together. So we want to make sure that we understand all the various systems because when we start to work on those different things and they start to integrate well together and they work harmoniously and they work in a unified fashion, that's where your business starts to see like these improvements like consistently over time. And so that's why I covered these things again and again. It's all covered in the playbook. If you just use the playbook as kind of like your strategy for your reselling business, I do believe that you'll get good results from it. I really do. I truly believe that. And the reason why I believe that is because I've been teaching this for a bit now. And I also have, this is what we've used to grow our business. You see, the frameworks and the things that we're talking about right now, they weren't built for y'all. I love you all, but I didn't write these things for you. I actually put these together for my wife initially so that we could have same language of what we were talking about. So when we were talking about sourcing, we weren't talking about the business in general. See, sometimes we don't have the proper language to describe what it is that we're trying to do in the business. And if we don't have like the same definitions, we'll end up working. We don't know what it is that we're exactly working on. So a lot of times what we need, thank you for the raid. What's up? What is up? We're talking about growing a live reselling business right now. Okay. So it's really important to understand the various frameworks. So let's go. Thank you so much, Beth. Okay, the playbook's going to come to you. How it's going to happen, Beth? Thank you so much for the playbook purchase. When you get the playbook, well, what's going to happen is you're going to receive a link. Okay, that link is going to go to an application. That application, just fill it out. You'll join the community. Well, once it's approved, we'll join the community. And then what's going to happen is you're going to go to the classroom in the community. You'll see it. Introduce yourself. Say what up to everybody. There's a bunch of people in there right now, including Gloria, who's up in here. Probably a few other people in here as well. I'm curious how many people in here are part of this community already. You know what I'm talking about. But then go in and introduce yourself and then go to the classroom and you can start reading this right now. It's on school. It's on a school platform. And it's the school platform. Once you're in the community, it's a free platform for those who have purchased something on Whatnot from us. So it's free to be in there. Okay. And it's called the Live Reseller Community. Okay. Um, yeah, it is. Okay, cool. I love it. And school is a dope platform. It's so good. It's so good. Um, so, um, really what this is we're just breaking down all these various systems of what it is that you are, how this works. And so once you start understanding the systems within your own business, you can start putting these things together. And you got to have systems, exactly, because if you don't have systems, we're just guessing at what we should do, and then we're trying to follow what everyone else is doing. What up, Penelope 72? She's in our community. And so when we're following other people's systems, we're only seeing from like the outside, and we're trying to guess what it is that they're doing. Um, and it doesn't work because we're trying to use the tactics that they're using instead of following a strategy. And so a lot of people, we used to do Q and A's. Is anyone? It doesn't matter. If you've joined the Q and A's before, I used to be like, yeah, ask me anything. But the problem was, is I spent the whole time trying to explain the strategy, because somebody would come in and be like, hey, I have a question on something, and I'm like, that's a tactic, and I don't want to answer a tactical question without understanding if you know the strategy behind why I'm saying this thing. And so then I was like, man, I can't really, a lot of times in business, we don't know. Oh, we're trying to figure out one thing, but if an outsider can come in and be like, oh, you need to adjust it over here. The thing that I'm trying to solve for over here, it's like if you go to somebody who knows like quite a bit about the body, you're like, oh man, so weird, like I have this weird pain in my ankle, and you're like, well, it's actually your shoulder. You're like, what? How is it my shoulder? You're like, well, because you're out of alignment with your shoulder, you walk in your ankle a little funny because it's displacing the weight in a different way. But if we just adjust your shoulder, boom, there you go, now your ankle feels better. You're like, that what? By the way, I'm not like a chiropractor or doctor or anything, I don't know. um, what I'm saying though is like, you guys know what I'm talking about. A lot of times the problem we think is down here, but it's another place in our body that's creating this problem down here. Business is the same way. A lot of times we're tactically trying to solve for this one thing over here, but if we go back over here and adjust this thing, it'll take care of this over here, which is why I continually talk about the input and the process. A lot of times when people ask me questions around a tactic, I'm like, we got to go. The tactic itself is an output or a feedback, and that's not controllable. So I want to make sure we're totally focused on the input and the process. And so when I was doing Q and A's, I'm like, man, this is really hard because every time somebody asks me a question, it's I want to answer their question directly. I don't want to be like, oh, I'm trying to dance around answering the question. No, I want to answer it directly. But the problem is I need to make sure that there's an understanding of the strategy behind it, because if you don't understand the strategy behind it, a really good tactic could, without the strategy behind it, could screw you up. What do I mean by that? I mean this very directly. Our two target strategy is to have return buyers because of customer lifetime value, CLV, when we want to do that, and we want to get market data. So people might come in and be like, hey, you guys do $1 starts, or $1 starts good to do. As long as you understand the strategy, $1 start can work brilliantly to help you to do that. You're going to get buyers that are going to come in and do that, and hopefully they'll turn into return buyers. And we're also getting crazy market data, because if I sell something for $1 and it goes for $1, maybe it's not that great of an item. But if I throw up an item at $1 and it goes to like $12, well, now you've caught my eye, and now I'm getting this market data, and I'm getting return buyers, right? However, if somebody comes in, they're like, so $1 starts are good, but you don't understand the strategy, and you just go in, you're like, I'm just losing money. I'm just losing money. Holy cow, I'm losing so much money right now. And they're not understanding the strategy behind doing that thing. It would be like being like, is doing samples a good idea for your restaurant? You're like, yes, as long as you're using the samples to understand the feedback from the market, and for the people that are like, this is really good, this sample, and then to have them come in to have an entree ready to go, but giving away samples. So if somebody's like, they don't understand the strategy behind that, they're like, oh, so if I'm going to start a restaurant, I should just go give away food. And then they go give away food, and they're like, hey, that didn't work. And you're like, oh man, you didn't understand the strategy behind that tactic. Therefore, you ran with the tactic, and you didn't have the strategy, and that tactic could take you out of business. So you all follow what I'm saying with this? It's really important for me to like lay this out. So I'm never trying to avoid tactically answering your questions or answering your tactic questions. I just want to make sure you understand the strategy behind that thing. So people come in and be like, hey, how do I set up shipping? a little bit difficult because your business might be one-off things. We set up our shipping because we know that most people are going to buy more than one thing. However, if you did our shipping settings in your business and I answer that tactically for what it is that you're doing, it's going to screw you up. Or if I talk about how we do our shipping strategy, it may not work for you. Our shipping strategy is designed very specifically for our business. However, if you understand the strategy behind what it is that we're doing, then you can take that strategy and apply it to your own shipping stuff. Y'all picking up what I'm throwing down. So it's more important for me to just spend time talking about the strategy. And then the thing that I really want, what I really want for you is to then take those strategies and be like, how does this apply to me? And then you become your own coach. Because I think a lot of times people, especially on Whatnot, because it's new. If you've never run a business outside of this, it's really difficult to come in. What I notice a lot of times is there's all these like brilliant business strategies that work out there and they work really well, but we're not applying those things. So a lot of people are in business, but they don't know that they're in business. And there's all these like principles and strategies already aligned for business. Cool. I'm so glad, Yvonne, that you are. And I want to thank you. I really appreciate that feedback. Okay, Christy. Okay, I'm gonna follow you right now. Christy, thank you for that. Um, because if you can understand that, then a lot of times what we're doing is we're asking questions in business. It's a business question, and there's already a strategy that works for that. But we're trying to like figure out like the little nuance things without understanding what we're doing. And I think a lot of people in live selling are doing that very thing, and that's where they struggle because they don't understand the business principles behind that. So I'd rather have it to being like, here's the strategy, here's the playbook, and then at no point you're like, I don't even need to go to his master class anymore. I don't even need somebody to tell me what to do because I have the strategies for what it is that I'm trying to do now. Now I can answer my own questions because each person's business is way different. Everyone's business is different. How you source, where you get your stuff from, your staging, your environment, how you do all these things is different, right? So I would rather I'd rather have you. It's very difficult to answer customized questions without getting to know you personally, and so that's what the playbook is designed for. Okay, if you guys want the playbook, you can join in for the give you. I got 5 entries now. We'll give you this to you as a digital format of this, so you can start reading it like right away. Good luck, everyone. I love that. Good luck, everyone. I'm wondering if there's a strategy if someone starts chatting with me right now, whoever's chatting with me, if the giveaway, I've noticed that sometimes people are talking with me in the chat and they end up winning the giveaway. And I'm like, is that like an actual thing? I'm curious for any of you that are like, hey, I'm running into challenges in my business right now. Um, I know that didn't work for me. Oh, man. Okay. Well, market feedback. We tried out the strategy. It didn't work. Um, maybe it's just like a superstition, right? It's other people are going to shows. I'm busted, it works. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter, you have the playbook now. You have the playbook now. um and you're in the community. Anyone in here, they're like, I'm doing this, I got all the goods, let's go. Okay. Anyone in here, you're running into a challenge in your business and you're like, hey, I would love we're calling this community coaching, where I will coach with you one to one, but you got to let all the other people that are hanging out right here, they got to hang out too. But does anyone have any challenge? You're like, hey, will you specifically talk to me about my strategy and what I'm doing for my business? I'd love to chat with you. And what we do is just kind of go back and forth for a second, and I can help you on what community coaching is what we're calling this. So it's like a one-to-one coaching in front of everyone else. Let me know if that's something you want to do. I'm so down for doing that. So what challenges are you having in your business right now? Do you feel like you're trying to get started? Are you trying to, are you trying to break through to a new level? What are the bottlenecks in your business? What are the constraints? Maybe it's a mindset thing. Maybe it's mindset. Let me know if you guys have any of that at any point. And if you're like, oh, I'm not ready to talk to this dude right now, totally fine. We can hang out. I have an observation and wonder what your thoughts are. I love that. I love that. Beth, talk to me. Hit me up. I think my mindset is burnout. My issue is mindset burnout. Okay. Made in Texas treasures. I'm going to follow you. Hi, Carrie. I'm going to talk to you in just a moment. I'm going to talk to my friend Beth real quick. And then reading Tuck there, make custom soft plastic baits. I get more people in my life. Okay, cool. And then Bates, I want to talk to you. Beth, do you have any? Share with me your observation, and then we'll go to Carrie, and then we'll go to Bates. I'm going to just call you Bates. Okay, are you cool with that? Or you can share with me your name, and then I'll call you by your name. But until then, you're Bates. All right. It seems extroverts do better than introverts on whatnot. Energy levels matter a lot. Okay. I feel like I'm working backwards. Okay. All right. Beth, let's talk about this. First of all, let me confirm indeed. Um, is your name Beth? Do you mind if I call you by your first name? Let me know what your first name is so I'm not just calling you something else. Beth is my grandma. I named this after my grandma. You're calling me my grandma's name. I'm just kidding. Beth, what is it Beth? Is it Katie? I'm an introvert, and it seems like I have a challenge keeping people's interest sometimes. I'm Beth. Hi, Beth. I'm Steve. I want to talk to you for just a moment. I'm. This gets serious when I pull out my stool right here. I'm like, let me get my stool out, like it's a therapy session. Go ahead and have a seat. All right. What seems to be troubling you today? I'm just kidding. Yeah, let's talk about this. Okay. Uh, yeah, but yes, my wife's name. I thought the same until I watched Grace. Beth. She is Steve's wife. Uh huh. Oh, the stool. So hot seat coaching with a gentle touch. I love it. Yep, I'm not going Gordon Ramsay on you. Okay. Okay, Beth. Um, so let's talk about this. For those of you that are, and stay with me if you guys want to hear this, because what we're talking about with Beth right now is this thing around being introvert, extrovert, and the energy levels of what you need to do in order to like bring in. Um, how can I keep people engaged in my show if I'm an introvert? I'd really prefer to just be reading a book, then getting on camera and talking to what seems to be myself and possibly other people on the other side of the. Oh, we're giving away a playbook. Oh, who's getting it? Oh, made in Texas. Okay, cool. Made in Texas. This is coming to you. And then I'm going to chat with you afterwards. So you're going to get this is yours and then hang out because you put in here. So Carrie, hang out with me, right? It's Carrie. So hang out with me. Let's talk about introverts and ed. Okay, cool. Carrie, nice to meet you. I'm glad you got the playbook. I hope it blesses you. And then I want to talk to you as well right after this. So if you can hang out, if you can't, totally. Um, I'll be here. So, Beth, so I know this may seem like a little bit crazy and you may not believe me, but my wife can confirm this. I myself am actually, I would consider myself to be an ambivert. Um, like my friend I just mentioned here, who said that? Tweetco said ambivert, right? So I'm probably ambivert, but like if you leave me to my own devices, I'm more of like an introvert, okay? Because I would rather like go like focus, like get into like deep work than I would to be like going out and doing all these other things, okay? I'm very much an introvert and I struggle so much with public speaking and live selling. Okay, so I want to address this specifically, okay? Because I think a lot of people come on here and they're like, all right, I see what you're saying. It's a massive opportunity. Live selling, where's that? I've been doing this over here, or I haven't been doing this, but now you're saying, in order for me to do this, I need to get on camera and actually speak with people. And that sounds like the very last thing that I want to do in the entire world. Okay. Um, how many people are feeling this way? Like, so Adelia is saying that, uh, my friend Beth is saying that. Yep. Beth's like, right here, me, right here. And so I want to kind of reframe this, feel the same. Okay. Got you. Okay. And it shows. Okay. So, I want to talk about this. So Chrissy's saying the same thing. She's like, I feel the same way. Mandy Lou's like, yeah, me too. Me too. Okay. So we have a lot of people in here. They're like, I am an introvert and I don't want to do this. They, I do great once I'm live, suddenly go from become not introverted, but it's like going to the gym. You drag yourself until once you're there, you enjoy it. Yep. Being on camera sounds awkward as hell to me. I a little both and still can't get people in my shows. Okay. So let's talk about this directly. Okay. So first and foremost, we're going to stick with our strategy overall. So what is our strategy when we look at this, and then and how do we address this? Okay. So we're going to do a reframe, but first, before we do that, I want to throw something out to you. the more that you prepare for your shows and the more that you have a process for what you're doing, the more that you don't have to worry about what it is that you're doing. Because I think a lot of times as an introvert, for me, what it ends up being for me is I take my for me, like introvert or ambivert or like extrovert, a lot of times it's like number one, I've heard like where people get their energy from. So an introvert gets energy from like being by themselves and like doing their own thing. They get energy and then they go out to the world. Maybe they go out to a party and they're like, this is exhausting. And um, so a lot of it is like, where do you get your energy? How do you recharge your battery? Like extroverts, like my daughter is an extrovert. Like she is like, how do I hang out with this? What's up, Purple Moon Lady? So good to see you. How do I get as many? How do I talk to as many people as possible today? Hang out with all my friends. My daughter's an extrovert all the way around. She's also a connector of people. She's really good at that. I, on the other hand, I have a small circle of friends, but I've also like I played in a band, I played on stage, I've done these type of things, I've done master classes, I'm on camera, but it is not my first desired thing to do. If it was me working on like the playbook or doing something, I really enjoy doing that and I like doing deep work, but I also really enjoyed this as well. So I guess I'm kind of ambivert. But really what it is for me is a thing of like where the attention goes. So if my attention is going outward as an introvert, if I'm more in like that deep space thing, that's how I want to adjust where my energy goes. As an introvert, it feels like this, where I'm like I'm going into like deep thought. Introverts are usually pretty good at doing like what I call deep work, or what Cal Newport, the book is called deep work, where you can sit down and you can do something for a long period of time, like get into a flow, right? And so how do we deal with this thing? One of the things that I want to say around introverts and extroverts and getting on camera, because I think a lot of people have trouble getting on camera and talking, is we have to reframe what it is that we are doing, okay? And so what we're actually doing is, if you can switch around where your attention goes, like if I come in here as an introvert, it feels like this, so my attention's on myself and everything I'm doing, my attention is on myself. What do I look like? How do I feel? What is it that I'm doing? And then and then if I go live, then I feel like everyone else's attention is on me as well. And now I'm like, oh man, am I being judged? What do people think of me? Like somebody comes into the live and they're like, who's this like bearded guy? Why does he have a white strip in his beard? Is that natural? Did he do that? And like, so if I start thinking about all these things about how I might be perceived by the world, it makes it very difficult for me to do anything else but be like, oh man, I'm super self-conscious right now. I don't know what's going on. But instead, what I want to do is I just need to flip where my attention is and I need to push it outwards. Okay. How do I push it outwards? Number one is I'm actually, if you guys are looking at where my eyes are right now, do you actually know what I'm looking at right now? Do you know what I'm looking at right now? There's a little green dot on the camera. That's what I'm looking at the entire time. So I'm literally talking to a little green dot on a phone. But I'm actually imagining Beth on the other side, right? Because that's who I'm talking to. Now, I don't know Beth. I don't know what she looks like. I don't know anything about her, but I'm trying to get a sense of like who she is on the other side, right? When I move all my attention from me and then actually go to Beth and be like, Beth, what like who are you? What are you about? Like if I'm trying to like kind of like get a sense of who you are, it's a real life person on the other side. I don't know. Beth, if you wouldn't mind, like what state are you in? You don't have to give me your street address or anything, but like where are you right now? Where are you at in the country? Hmm. Beth is in Kansas. Or is it Central Time? Is Kansas Central Time? Or is it 5:46 there? From Philly. Okay, so you're from Philly. Okay, me too. Is what is me too. Um, okay, so it's Central Time right now. Okay, so it's 5:46. Sun's probably going down. What are you doing right now, Beth? I'm just curious. Are you like hanging out? Are you in your house? Are you driving down the freeway looking at your phone right now, chatting? You better not be. You better not be. I will end this community coaching real quick. You better be doing something safe right now. Beth, what are you doing right now? Getting an awful storm. Just got home. Okay. Is it what kind of awful storm? Is it raining? Is it snowing? I'm not. Cool. Resell revolutions in Kansas as well. What kind of storm is this? Ice, then blizzard. Okay. All right. So are you going to be like chilling in is this like type of thing where you get into your house. Like one of the things that I love so much is getting like I love it when it's crazy outside, but I'm in a shelter where I'm like, this is nuts. Like if it's like a big thunderstorm and like the windows are like shaking type thing, I love it because I'm gonna open up the windows and just be watching that thing. Yeah, it's gonna be bad, unfortunately. Okay, y'all, be 10 to 21 inches. That's crazy. I'm in Utah. We have had zero snow down in the valley where I'm at. Recovering from taking decorations down. Okay, gotcha. My wife just did that, I think yesterday. Like how to take down all the stuff. Okay. And it's like a process. Okay. Kind of have a sense of where what you're doing right now, right? You're just chilling, you're just listening to me right now. I have leukemia, so stamina is limited. Okay. Um, so Beth, now I'm getting a better sense of who you are. A lot of times as introverts, if I go to a party, my main thing is my main thing is if I'm feeling in like an introverted space, it's the attention is I'm thinking about more about myself. But the easiest way for an introvert to turn that around is just be more curious about me than you are about yourself, because you know yourself. So for an introvert, how can you do this? I want you to be more curious about the person on the other side of the camera, and curiosity will kill everything else. Like I truly am interested in like um, Beth, when were you diagnosed with leukemia and like how far into this? I can do that. I like people. See? I like people. That's good. People like you. Man, I can't even imagine. I don't know anyone personally who has um dealt with that before. And so um 2018 remission, the relapse in November. Okay, gotcha. Cool thing is you beat it before, so you're gonna beat this again, right? Okay. Um Beth, yep, 100%. Okay. Here's the other thing as well, and I want to go back to this. Your story is super powerful. You've already beat this thing before. You're sitting in a room right now with 38 people in here being like, Beth, we're rooting for you, right? You got this. You got this. Um, Hi, Andrea. Um, I have been on today for 5 hours. I've been on for 5 hours. We're hanging out with Beth. Um, Thank you. So, 100%. So my thrifty pretties is praying for you in Jesus' name right now. Okay. I want the reason why we're talking about this, like the introvert extrovert thing. There's something that happens in this like exchange of this right now. I know that if my wife's listening, she's praying for you as well. So everyone who is a believer, we could just right now in Jesus' name, we're gonna pray for you. Okay, Beth, are you okay if I pray for you right now? Are you okay if I pray for you right now? Okay, cool. So, Lord, we just come before you and thank you for this opportunity that you've given us just to be on a live, just to be able to have this type of technology that we can connect with other people around the world. So, Lord, we thank you for that. We know that your hand is working good for everyone, and that your goodness is never ending. Lord, right now, we pray for Beth for just divine supernatural healing in her body right now, that every cell be restored to how you created her to be. We just ask that she has full healing and that she can feel it immediately in Jesus' name. And that nothing is going to hold her back, and anything where the enemy has come in and tried to convince her of anything except for your goodness and who she is in you, Lord, we just say we rebuke that we ask that you rebuke that in Jesus' name, and that the enemy has no ground here whatsoever. So, Lord, we just say, like, and you say that if two or more come together in agreement, that it shall be done. So we're praying together with more than two in agreement. So it's in your word, Lord. It's your promise. And we ask for divine healing over Beth right now, and that she can experience it immediately. And we thank you for what you've already done. We thank you for the story that you are doing, so that in Beth you will be glorified. That in her healing that you are glorified, because we know that's what this is about, Lord. And so we thank you, and we just ask for everybody that is doing this right now that we work to glorify you, Lord. We thank you for Beth's healing. We thank you for the opportunity to connect as believers, and we say all this in the mighty, powerful name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus of Nazareth. Amen. Okay. So y'all, like this is a really cool thing, because when we begin to like connect in this way, a lot of times we come in here. Beth, you were covered. You are covered. Um, so a lot of times what we're doing here, we're not just selling products, we're not just doing this, we're actually coming together. And the thing that you're doing, Beth, like what you're doing right now, could be a huge blessing. So as an introvert, I just want to say this in a way of being like, hey, a lot of times take the attention off of it and be like, Lord, who am I supposed to serve today? All right, who am I supposed to serve today? Am I supposed to serve today? And then when we switch that and we go into the servant and be like, how do I like serve somebody else out there, right? So this is really cool, right? Yeah, 100%. This is really cool because what just happened right now is you shared your story with me, which means like you love people. You just told me that. Yeah, I like people. You're hanging out in Kansas right now in a crazy blizzard right now, and because of this, you stepped out of this introvert thing and you were like, hey, I'm going to ask a question about this thing, and now we got like all these people that are all up in here praying for you, and we're looking to glorify. We're watching like the Lord work and what He is able to do. And I think a lot of times, if we just reframe what it is that we're doing as an introvert, that will switch a lot of things around. So for all of you that are introverts, I'm just asking you to reframe that and go into this of being like, who is on the other side of this camera, right? Because when we do that, we turn all the attention off of ourselves and turn it into the camera and be like, all right, Holy Spirit, lead me. Who's on the other side of the camera? Let's just work through this, right? You work through me. Let's just hang out. And how can I serve other people? It might be the way that you serve other people is you got a beautiful pink suede jacket. This isn't for sale. You can't get this, guys. Okay. I need to make sure that my wife isn't going to run this. I don't think she's okay. But when you do this, when you're sharing it, a lot of times we think it's a product, but what you're actually doing by reframing this introvert and being like, it might be a service for them to get this, right? That might be the service that you're providing for them. Or it might be that you are just live and it might be you sharing your story. But you're, as long as you have a process of what you're following, you're not just getting on and be like, y'all, let me tell you my whole story, right? What you're doing is you're still following a process and you're allowing things to work naturally because you fall back onto your process. So you have a show for what you're doing, you know what you're doing, because you have a process for like beginning, middle, and end. This is how I do my show. I know how I'm doing my staging. I'm going through this process. And then by me having this process as an introvert, I am prepared. I'm ready to go, and then I can rely on my process. I can fall back and enjoy this show because I have a process of which I'm following, and then I'm able to then go into that like I'm looking to serve somebody else out there right now. Okay, when you do that, that's where all of a sudden you're going to start seeing things work in a completely different way than you may have imagined before. So that's why I got to say, like, hey, people, if you were relying on your product, you're literally putting your product in between you and other people. A lot of times you're like, hey, this is my product. Who wants to buy my thing? Instead of being like, who can I serve, and understanding who's on the other side of the camera. When you reframe that, you're not even thinking about yourself anymore. It's impossible to be an introvert when you're so curious about who's on the other side of the camera, what they're working through, and how you can serve them. I'm no longer like conscious of who I am and how I'm being perceived. Okay, correct. Ask myself, how can I make an impact today? So for you introverts out there, I just want to throw that out to you right now. Of just being like, hey, y'all, this is a way that you can turn that around, become really curious of the other people on the other side of the camera, and guess what you're actually doing in the meantime, because the process works, is now you're going to come back here and you're still doing the two target strategy. You're getting customer lifetime value and you're getting market data as well. Okay, so hopefully that's helpful. All right, hopefully that part's helpful. And then the other thing is have a process to your show. Beth, is that helpful? Let me know. If not, I'm happy to go into like further depth of that. But I want to make sure that you're getting something out of this because I really appreciate you taking the time just to chat with me. Okay, cool. All right. And just love the storm. As long as you're inside. As long as you're inside, like, man, I love sitting in like storms. I love it when it rains. Like I sleep so well when it's like a thunderstorm outside and it's like raining and pounding against the window. Okay, I so appreciate that because so many times special moments of sharing have happened in my shows and I forgot that. Yeah, and then recognize the gain that's happening in that. Hey, Carrie, what was your question? Can you remind me? Do you want to do like a community coaching real quick in front of other people? But they all like these are all friends. I've been pointing to the wrong side, and now I know that my number's like right over here. Um, we got 32 people up in here. Just Just praying we keep electricity. Okay. Let me know. Burnout, trying to get back to doing lives. Okay, let's talk about burnout for a second. How many of you all in here? I'm going to talk to my friend Carrie about how many of you in here are experiencing the same thing that Carrie is dealing with, what coming to burnout. Okay, yeah, printed it out. I took 3 weeks off for vacation. Okay, okay. Anyone else in here? It's like, oh man, like I got burned out doing this thing. Okay, I want to talk about burnout for a second because burnout's like a real thing, right? Okay, 100%. Okay, let's talk about burnout. Okay, what is burnout exactly? I want to kind of put a frame around this and a definition so we can talk about burnout specifically because um, sometimes we reach this point where we're like absolutely like burned out, tired, we can't go any further. Um, but that burnout itself is kind of interesting because what is burnout? Because at other times you might experience something. Yeah. Okay. I want to I want to help y'all with this thing, okay? So one of the things that I think can lead to burnout is if you're feeling like what you're doing, you're not getting you're not getting uh, what you need back out of it, right? Because burnout kind of feels like, and tell me if this like makes sense for y'all, but burnout's a lot of times feels like you're on like 20%. Like when your phone pops up, it's like you have 10% battery life remaining. You should probably plug in, right? Where you're like, oh man, like I'm at 20% right now. Like my phone's gonna die. I gotta take this thing down. It's gonna drive me crazy, right? And so so how do we Vava Voom's back up in the room? Love it. I gotta tape this thing down. This thing's gonna drive me crazy. Okay. So we need to have a way of like of understanding what burnout actually comes from. Where does it come from? What is burnout? And I think a lot of times burnout is this like grind. It's like this absolute grind. Okay. We reached massive burnout when we were doing traditional reselling. Yeah, it becomes repetitive, it's monotonous, and it feels like it's like never going to end, and your brain is just like, look, I can't like do this anymore, I can't do this anymore. So I think there's a few things we can talk about around burnout. If the burnout in the business is coming in because of like you're just straight hustling this thing and you're going like you're just going hard with this, that's totally, yeah, it's burned out of giving me to others versus being there for myself. One, yeah, time to change it up. Okay, so tweet goes like, hey, like I feel like I'm giving a ton and I'm not giving anything back to myself, right? Another thing would just be you're working on stuff that just doesn't give you any sort of joy, right? So I think a lot of times is it's a lack of joy, right? A lack of joy can create this burnout, right? Because if you have something that you're like, I love this entire process, like my wife doesn't get burned out of doing stuff. Like she'll come out of a live and be like, I would have gone for another 3 hours if I had enough items, right? Um, Okay, get fit, look lit. I would love to answer your question. We can do even like a community coaching thing in just a moment. So if you stay with me and then I ask a little bit later, will you just remind me and I will specifically address what it is you're talking about. Okay. Thanks, Debbie, for jumping in here and saying something to me. Okay. So, and I'm going to move this aside for a moment so I won't be able to see the chat. But Debbie, if you stay with me, I'll address that. Okay. All right. Um, So, and before I do, like, honestly, like, so normally what I'm going to be doing is like, hey, here's some of the things, like, kind of a recommendation. So, Beth, when I was talking to you as far as like an introvert goes, one of the things I'd recommend is getting to be a part of a community of people that are already doing this. That's one of the things I've seen in the benefit for what we're doing with the live reseller community, is that once you have a community and you're able to like talk with other people who are doing the same thing, we start to move into like, holy cow, I met this person through Whatnot, or I know them on Whatnot, but now I'm associating like this in another, like where I've seen this person on camera and I know the sound of their voice and all this. That would be something I'd recommend Beth to help, or anyone else who's like, hey, I'm doing with being an introvert is really difficult. I think a lot of times, and I just want to address this because I didn't bring it up before, and then I'm going to go back to burnout. I think a lot of times as we're doing this, it feels lonely, like we're the only ones that are doing that. Do have that. It's still small, but I have a great few that are wonderfully supportive. Okay, I love that. Anyone else that's dealing with that, a lot of times for that, we don't want to ever get to a point that we feel like we're alone in what it is that we're doing. Being able to like hear other people's voices and even just talk to them like through camera even can be really helpful into like I said, like as soon as we move out of this place of like how I'm feeling and how I'm being perceived and move it out to another place and being like, I'm going to put my focus out there, then the introvert part of me can't even exist. Um, but as well, I also get like the thing that charges me up is like when I'm in introvert mode is like knowledge. That's the thing like I want to like spend a lot of time doing or like developing a skill set like playing music or something like that. And so I'm looking for ways to be able to do that in like a live fashion, right? So I get a lot of knowledge from doing these master classes. Wow, thanks for the raid, y'all. So what we're doing right now is we're talking about um, how do we deal with burnout? How do we deal with burnout? Okay. You can set up a private show and practice, correct? Yep. I offer to practice with a friend. Yep. 100%. You can set up a private link and you can practice with a friend. So, the introvert side of you, what we want to do is get to the point that you can fall back on your process and then you don't have to worry about it. And then you don't have to be self conscious about it. I think a lot of times if we don't have a process, we're really self conscious because we're like, oh my gosh, I'm fumbling the ball. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh my gosh, they know that I don't know what I'm doing. Oh my gosh, I'm just going to hurry and end the stream. Right. And so what we want to make sure that we're doing is that we have a process of what we're following, right? And then that way, and then we put our attention onto everyone else, but we can just fall back on our process. Okay, she's worried about the process. Kiki's mom, 100%. Um, and so that's why we want to do the understand the we want to understand what our process is and then practice our process and then go live. Okay. Penelope says, took me 6 months to do a live show after sitting, watching people, and connecting with people. Helped me finally do that. I love that. Now you're part of a community. I love it. Okay. So I'm going to move the chat aside for a second. I'm going to be talking with Carrie, talking about burnout. Um, Carrie, you with me right now? Let me know if you're still here. Okay, fantastic. Carrie, I'm just gonna be talking to you for a second. Y'all can hang out. We're talking about burnout and how do we move through this? Okay. I'm gonna Carrie. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about this earlier. So we call this the path to mastery. Okay. This concept right here, I think will help with burnout. Okay, because a lot of times I believe that burnout comes from the way that we measure ourselves, not necessarily the action itself. What do I mean by that? Well, have you guys ever noticed at times you're doing something and you like stay up really late and then and you love it and then you wake up in the morning like you have to get up early or something, you're like, holy cow, I have like 3 hours of sleep, but somehow I'm like still like feeling so good because we have this like excitement of what's going on, right? And then other times we're like, I got like 9 hours of sleep, but I am burned out. I can't do this thing anymore. And I think some of that comes from the thing that we are doing that is leading to the burnout and the lack of joy in the process. And other times, I think that it comes from something else, which I have learned from a book called The Gap in the Gain. Okay, so this concept itself, not the path to mastery, I'm showing you two different concepts here that I've learned from two different places, but I use it on the same one here because I think it's really helpful. So let's talk about the path to mastery, okay? So the path to mastery, let's say this is where you start right here. This is where you are. You are here. And you start out onto something, right? So you come into, you're like, I'm going to be like a live seller. And then you do your first show and you're like, well, that didn't go exactly how I wanted to. I might like just chill for a little bit and maybe I'll figure out how to do another live show. I'm going to give it another shot. And then you do it again and boom, you have a breakout. And the path to mastery really kind of lays out like this of being like, a lot of times we have like a little dip, we plateau for a little while, maybe we have a dip and then we like break out. Okay, same type of thing when learning a skill set like playing guitar, for example. I would notice that I would learn something new, but I wasn't that good. I'd practice at it for a while, and then after a while I would have like a breakout in my guitar playing. Or we might notice this in our business where we have a breakout, and then like right after the breakout, what we're hoping for is that we're going to go up to where we desire to be. We call this our target or our horizon, and I'll talk about that in a second. But we're hoping that it's just going to be a straight line all the way to our target. But unfortunately, business and all the good stuff in the world that takes time doesn't look that way. Working out looks a lot like this, where it's like, man, I've been going to the gym, but I think I'm getting weaker or I've plateaued. Oh man. And then all of a sudden we have a breakthrough and we're like, holy cow, I am stronger. And then it's like, holy cow, kind of bored of this exercise. I've actually, I think I'm getting weaker. I'm not as good. And then again, we have a breakout. And this is the path to mastery. Now, if we understand that this is the path, then one of the things is just reframing what's happening during this time. Where if we can reframe it, and this is so powerful, the way that we view something a lot of times is how it can show up for us. So a lot of times if we're, and I don't know if this resonates with you or not, but a lot of times when we're reaching burnout, it's just because it feels like we're on this like plateau or we're declining and it feels like we're like stuck in this place. But if we reframed it and we understood like, holy cow, this has been going like not that good for a while. And then it like dips down. My wife and I have reframed this to be like, wow, kind of got punched in the face here. Holy cow, nothing's getting better. It got a little bit worse. We are due for a breakout, okay? And inevitably, like we will eventually have a breakout, right? So it might be hard right now, but it's not going to be hard forever. So if we understand this, what our goal is to know that this is the path to mastery. This is how it goes. It's not a straight line, that we should expect dips and plateaus and even followed by another dip. But when we do that, we should also be expectant that there's a breakout right about to happen. Like we are like 3 feet from gold. Like don't stop, keep going because you're about to receive a breakthrough in your business or in your life in some way, but you just got to stick it out. Okay. So one is that's a way that we have reframed this so that if we start getting burned out onto something, it's like, hey, we just got to stick it out a little bit longer. I feel like there's about to be a breakthrough with this because it's inevitable. Okay. So that's one way to reframe it, understanding the path to mastery. Okay. The other one, and I think this is an even more powerful one, is a concept I learned from a book called The Gap in the Gain. The Gap in the Gain says this: however you measure yourself is going to determine how well you're going to be able to keep your momentum going forward. What we're talking about is burnout. So check yourself and make sure that you are measuring yourself in the gain and not the gap. Well, what is the gap? The gap is the measurement from where you are right now to your horizon. So what does that mean? Let's say that I'm right here, okay? I'm right here and my horizon is right here. So maybe my goal is to have like, I don't know what it might be. Let's say, Carrie, what's your goal right now? Tell me a little bit about your business. Like, what are you looking to do right now, Carrie? And what are you feeling burned out from right now? What are you doing? Do you have a target that you're going for in your business? Let me know. 1K sales. I'm about at 850. Okay. So you've been on this thing. You have 150 more sales to go, and then you're at that 1K mark, right? Which is going to be a breakout because once you hit 1K, you got that instant turnaround pay, right? Let me do this real quick. Will you go follow Made in Texas Treasures? It's my friend Carrie. She has a show today at 8:08. Sorry, I went and joined your show. You weren't there. I don't know where you were, Carrie. Just kidding. I didn't mean to do that. I tried to bookmark your show and then I left my show. Whoops a doozles. Go to the show, bookmark it very carefully. There we go. Will you guys go bookmark her show? She has 150 cells to go. Beth is at 96, 95 away from 1K. Yeah, y'all go bookmark Beth and go bookmark Carrie, Made in Treasures. I make jewelry, but also sell uh, glass beads. Okay, check glass beads. Okay, cool. Hey, that you're there. Let's stay. That's gain right there. All right, that's gain right there. You're making gains. All right, you're one cell closer than you were before. Okay, so this is so good, by the way, because you're right there, and I get it. Like you do, you're on this like path. Sorry, one sec. I gotta go close a window because it's winter time. Hold on. It's freezing in here. Okay, sorry, I had to adjust the temperature in the fan in here. I'm getting cold. Okay, so a lot of times we get burned out, especially as we approach our target. So, for example, Carrie, you're approaching this target. You're 150 cells away from hitting your target, and you've been working towards this thing, and it's like the end of the marathon, right? Okay, so I want to show something to you. Okay, your goal is here's your horizon right here. Okay, your goal is 1,000 cells right here, and you're at like 850. Okay, I want you to take a moment and I want you to understand this concept and apply it right away, okay? The gap is a measurement from where you are, you're right here, to your horizon. So if you measure from here to here, and I'm not saying you are, but consider this, if you measure from here to here, that measurement is going to feel like you're not quite there yet, um, you've been working at this for so long, you haven't closed the gap on this thing yet, and whenever we're measuring from where we are now to our horizon, we call that the gap. The gap is where the devil lives. The gap wants us to always be showing us where we're scarce, where we're lacking, that all this hard work that you've done, like you're still not at your goal yet. And so we want to make sure that we're measuring ourselves in the right way. Okay. Don't let the devil pull you into the gap. Okay. Now, look, I'm not saying to take your eye off the horizon. You're still going for 100K cells, right? Or excuse me, 100K cells, 1,000 cells. So 100,000 cells. Like, oh man, you just expanded my horizon too far. So here's the other thing as well. Guess what, Carrie? As soon as you get to your horizon's gonna move. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be 1,000 cells, but you're gonna. I know. Well, yeah, let me not like throw that horizon out. Yeah, okay, but your horizon's going to move, so you're going to have a new horizon. So even when you hit this horizon, your horizon's going to move. So no matter what, we're always moving in this place of like where we are now, and then we have where we want to go, but we never should measure ourselves from where we are to where we want to go, because we will never measure up to that, and it becomes an identity issue, right? Yes, early payouts on 1,000, okay? 1,000 items, not 100,000. People are like, oh man, I'm out. 100,000. No, 1,000 cells, you get instant payouts, okay? You're so close to this goal, Gary, okay? But I want you to take a moment instead of looking at this from the gap, look at it from the gain. The gain is the measurement from where you are right now, which is right here, to where we started. This is where you started. And I want you to identify this gain. Why? The gain you can't really go through. The gain you can't really go through without going into being like, look at how far I have come. Look at all the stuff that I've done to even get to the point that you have 850 cells. That's wildly impressive. But you need to take a moment to acknowledge that. And also, the gain is where God is. God is in the gain, and He wants you to recognize all the things that you have been partnering with Him with to bring you all the way to here, right? And when we measure that, now this is gratitude instead of the lack. This is abundance. Look at how far you've come. This is scarcity right here, measuring from here to here. Okay. Now, I'm not saying to take your eye off of the target. What we're doing is your target's still going to move, but instead you're building this momentum. And I want you just to sit and acknowledge. And real quick, Carrie, like let me, if you're having trouble doing this, let me just say 850 cells. You don't accidentally do that. How many shows have you done, Gary? Did you do that in one show? You're like, I just started yesterday. I did 850 cells, right? Tons of shows, tons of hours. Your last show, if I took a side by side of your first show and then your most recent show, would it be different? Have you grown as a live reseller with what you've done? Are you better now than you were? 100%, right? When we acknowledge that, we're like, dang, I've actually made a ton of progress. Nobody accidentally makes 850 sales. You didn't accidentally do this. This is consistent and commitment that you did. I try to like combine those two words. Consistent, right? It's commitment and consistency as what you've done, right? So you've now gone through this entire process and you've learned so much. How long, when did you start? When was your first show, Carrie? When was your first show? August of 2022. So you've been consistently doing this for like 18 months. That's amazing. That's amazing. And that you stuck it out and now you're approaching this thing. And guess what? And I don't know if you're a believer or not, but I'm a believer in the God of Israel, and I believe in Jesus Christ. And so a lot of times, okay, fantastic. Here's the thing: what's going to happen? Like a lot of times, we see a lot of resistance, especially like from the enemy, knowing that you have a literal enemy that's coming against you. The burnout. Notice when that stuff starts to happen, because it reminds me of like when did you guys ever play night games like Still the Flag? At night, did you guys ever run around before the street lights came on and you had to go home? You guys ever played night games with your friends in the neighborhood? I know I'm like, did anyone do that? All right. You're running around, you split up into teams, you have like hey, this driveway and this driveway, this is the middle ground, and you're playing, yeah, graveyard. Yes. Okay. So when you're playing night games, you remember you split up into two teams, right? And you play like Still the Flag, and you have like, so you guys go hide your flag over there, we're gonna go hide our flag, stick with me guys, I have a point with this, right? And you separate, and if you get tagged on the other side, you cross over into the enemy's territory. That if you got tagged, you had to go to jail and somebody would have to run, and right, Still the Flag was the best thing ever. I love playing night games, right? I want you to notice something. It reminds me of this. Anytime you start getting close to a target, how all of a sudden there's all this like resistance and friction, and like the spiritual warfare like starts to kick up. It reminds me when you start getting close to a flag, right? Where you're like, I was running out over here away from the target. I don't know where the flag is that I'm looking for, and nobody's like preventing me from looking over in these bushes over here and doing that. But as soon as I start getting close to a target, all of a sudden there's so many people on the enemy side. That are now preventing me from doing this thing. I must be getting close to a target. So a lot of times when you reframe this whole thing, this burnout of what you're going through, you must be getting close to a target. Because if you break out in this, what does that do for in the spiritual sense? Like you hit a breakthrough on this, you might be impacting a lot more people. What if that allows you to do more shows? What if that allows the Lord to work through you even more so? And so look at like these burnouts as places of being like, man, why is the enemy kicking up so much right now? Why is this like I'm almost at my target, but I'm getting burned out? And I like literally, I would approach this like spiritual warfare and just say, hey, like we pray against this stuff, right? And to also be like, for us, my wife and I, we know when we have like a lot of challenges all of a sudden start coming up, we're like, holy cow, breakthrough's about to happen. How do I know that? Well, because why is the enemy coming against us so hard? Why is this coming against us so hard right now that if it's kicking up right now, we must be getting close to a target. And if we get this target, oh my gosh, we're going to break through on this. Like, and if we get a breakthrough, the Lord's going to be able to work even more through what it is that we're doing right now. And so, of course, the enemy's coming against us right now. So, know that whatever you're pursuing right now, when the challenges are kicking up like hard, you're on the right path. Just keep doing what it is that you're doing. And you got to lean in more on what you're doing with the game. Look at what the Lord has brought you through already. This is what you're supposed to be doing. Again, you don't accidentally do 850 cells. You weren't like, oh, I accidentally did that. I went live and actually, that was very thought out. Go through the gain and look at what the Lord has brought you through, and go into that gratitude and how far you've come, and like go through and acknowledge what you've been doing in that partnership and taking action on that again and again. And I just want to say, Carrie, like kudos to you. Good job. You did this. Like that wasn't, you did this. Like that was an intentional thing. You committed to it. You've consistently shown up. You're so close to 1,000 cells. Keep going and measure yourself in the gain. A lot of times that's enough to get out of the burnout, and reframing it in a way being like, not today, Satan, not today, devil. I'm going hard on this. You're going to come against me. One of the things that I love so much that I heard in a podcast that I love, he says, whenever the enemy comes against you, make it costly for them to go to war with you. Make it costly for the enemy to come against you. What does that mean? Look, the devil comes against me. I'm going to go serve more people. I'm going to give more to my church. I'm going to go, sorry, you come against me, I'm going to go harder. He's like, this guy that I was talking about was like, go hard, make it costly, so that at one point, when the enemy's coming against you, like, look, you're approaching this thing, the enemy's coming against you, go deep into your faith. Like, go deep into your faith, okay? I'm going to talk about this for one quick second. Normally, I don't. I always even tell my wife, I'm like, I don't think I'm going to cover this anymore, okay? But I think this is really relevant to where you are right now, Carrie. This is the core four. We call it the core four because these are the things that everyone on the planet deals with. You deal with your faith, right? This is the first one. Your family. Everyone comes from two adults, and we have siblings. We have all this. We all have a body, so we got to deal with fitness in some way, and we got to deal with finance. A lot of times, the things that are happening in our business, it's not a person, it's not a business problem. It's us identifying one of these other areas that can be like these are multipliers. This can be a multiplier for your business. You start lining these things up, it'll have a multiplying effect on your business. Right now, Carrie, you might be dealing with something coming against you with in the terms of burnout because of you're getting close to a target. And if you're getting close to a target, maybe the enemy's fighting against you harder than ever before. And if the enemy's fighting harder against you than ever before, I say make it costly for the enemy to come against you. What do I mean by that? Go deep into faith at this time. Like spend more time with the Lord. Get deep into the word. Start praying and serving for other people. Give more to your church during this time. Because as you're doing that, the enemy, the next time that they go in to be like, hey, Carrie's making some moves over here. Like, let's go get her. Like, hold up real quick. We need to consider what we're doing because every time we come against Carrie, she goes hard into her faith. We better not do that. We better like back off a little bit. Make it costly for the enemy to go to war with you. So hopefully that helps. And then go back into the game and be like, look at what the Lord has been doing for me. Look at what he has been bringing me through. Hopefully that helps you, Carrie. Is that helpful? Is that helpful? Okay, cool. Cool. Um, I just want to say, like, for any of you that are dealing with these things as well as you're approaching this, Carrie's story is like she has her own unique path that she's on, but it's a lot of people are dealing with these things. If you guys have a true desire to do live selling, if that's something you truly desire to do, or you're currently doing it, I just want to say, like, I don't believe that we are giving desires that are like here to actually serve and help other people that aren't isn't something that we're supposed to do. Like if you're sitting and watching a masterclass at like anywhere from like 4:23 to like I don't know 7:23 at night on a Saturday evening, there's so many different things that you could be doing. The fact that you're sitting in a masterclass to learn about live selling and to get value out of this means you're doing the thing, you have a desire to do this. So continue to move on that, but also expect that resistance and things are going to come against you, okay? And especially, I think a lot of times we experience resistance right when we're doing something. You guys ever like, you're like, I'm going to go get in shape. And then all of a sudden people are like, you know what? I'm having a party. We're doing this. We're doing, and you're like, why is it like right when I go to do this thing that is like good for me, like all these other opportunities come up. And instead we kind of have to just like double down and be like, no, I'm going to continue to pursue the path that I'm on. And if I'm going to commit to something, I'm going to expect resistance. But not only that, not only am I going to expect resistance, I'm going to seek it out. That's where you reframe stuff. Be like, I'm going to seek out the resistance. I'm going to seek out the resistance like they're weights in the gym and being like, I'm trying to go lift some weights. You know what I'm saying? So for those of you that are like, I get it, I can see that, but I'm in a lone, it's in a place that it's hard for me to like keep doing that. Join us in our community. Okay. I highly recommend if there's something you really want to do, like join us with our launch challenge, right? Our launch challenge is designed for people that want to be part of a community and they want to receive this type of stuff where you just need someone to like help you from where you're at, maybe soundboard with them, throw some ideas. The launch community is designed for that. Plus you get all the frameworks and everything that we're talking about here, okay? So for those of you that are in the launch community right now, I'm so grateful for you. But it's another good way and something that we'll talk about. But we did like a 1 day intensive in our with our launch community. And so meaning we got on and we started like helping each other. The amount of value that was coming out of this like 1 day, it was like an 8 hour call. I thought I was bringing it. I was like, I thought I'm bringing all this. Like, I'm going to bring all this stuff to this thing. And that's not what it turned out to be. In the end, it was actually people helping each other. And like, people were like rallying against each other, or rallying with each other and around each other to support and encourage each other and coming in to like solve problems. Like, yeah, we're going to help you out. We're going to do this. Um, and so I'm really excited about that. So for those of you that are like, hey, I want to be part of something like that, it's the launch challenge. That's what it is. So if you guys want to join the launch challenge, maybe Gloria, you can pin it for me. I don't, can you pin it? You can pin it. Yeah, look at that. That's awesome. Gloria, I'm so grateful for you. So this is the launch challenge. You can click on it and you can go through and see what comes with it, because it comes with the pro pack and it comes with the playbook, and it comes with the community as well. But what we're doing is we're helping people to get all the things that we're talking about here, all this aligned. And then what we're going to do is we're going to rally people together and we're going to bring them to your show. Once you're ready, you're like, I'm ready to do this. We bring them to your, she can't pin it. Oh, that was you. Thank you. Okay. Um, all right. Sorry, Gloria. I was thinking giving you credit for it. I'll still give you credit for it. Thanks, Gloria. um, so I what it is we give all the frameworks for what we're doing. You go in and you prove the things that you're doing in your business, and then once you're ready, you're like, all right, coach, put me in, I'm ready. We set you up. We're going to do a raid train, and we're going to raid people that are ready to do this at a specific time. You're going to know, it's not going to be a surprise. We're going to do a raid train, and then we're going to help you into like growing your business, right? Whatnot needs to expand mod abilities like pinning. um I get a little worried about that because my wife, who is she's the host, she thought it was funny. I was showing an item, and she thought it was funny to run it on me. And all of a sudden, I'm running an item in front of people. I'm like, "What are you doing?" She thought it was so funny to put me in that situation and watch me turn all red as I sold a silk blouse. And I'm thinking about how I'm going to get her back. I don't know yet how I'm going to do it, but it's going to be good when I do. I know. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to give Jesse that ability. Novation Station's a mod. He would totally be messing with me right now. He's just pinning items and adding stuff in. Um, he's selling the shirt off my back. I'm like, stop it. Do it. Y'all, don't encourage bad behavior, okay? So, Carrie, I hope that was helpful for you. Awesome, Rad Beauty, you're coming back in and you're bringing friends. Thank you so much, y'all. Welcome in. So glad to have you here. Um, man, um, what were you saying about resistance? Oh yeah, you want to talk about resistance a bit? Hey, y'all. Yeah, it's a Field and Stream button down, cotton shirt, blue. Don't forget it's blue. I'm gonna button this up, y'all. Beth, so what were we talking about with resistance? Thanks for bringing me back on course. All right, chat's trying to throw me off. They're trying to throw some resistance my way, but yeah, I'm wearing it now. All right, I sold it to myself. I'm like, this is good. This is I showed it to myself so often that now I'm wearing the shirt that I kept showing as an example yesterday. Okay, I was joining into the resistance. No, 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 no. This isn't like the Jedi Force, okay? You're not becoming a Jedi. What I'm saying is um, yeah, I'll take some questions. I'm really doing Styling Smiley. What I'll do is it's more of like community coaching where I'll coach with somebody one to one and I'll help you. So let me know what your biggest challenges are, and I can help you out, hopefully with that. So but what I was saying with resistance is anytime you guys start pursuing something, any target, any goal that you're going after, you have a horizon in mind that you're moving towards. Um, um, what is happening in here? You guys, I gotta move the chat. I can't be watching this. Anytime that you guys are pursuing something, expect resistance that's gonna prevent you from doing that thing, okay? Something can come in and prevent you from trying to throw you off course from doing that thing. Expect that. Expect that when you're like, okay, I'm going to go into live selling. We should expect when we go into business that there should be a challenge to it in some way, right? And so if we expect the resistance, then we know what we're up against, right? That way that we're not going into this thing. And then a lot of times, I need to show this. All right, we got to pull out the easel real quick, okay? This is in the playbook as well. If you guys want the playbook, it is in the buy now. It's in the buy it now, also known as the bin. This is right out of the playbook. Okay, I gotta find a place to put this. I do have some wall space over here. Um, let's talk about. It's in chapter 4. It's called the 4D mindset method. This is going to help us identify what resistance is. Resistance, if we view it as like something that's coming against us, a lot of times um, it can feel like we're losing. It can feel like we're being attacked, and it can feel like something that's trying to throw us off, and it might even like prevent us from doing this. However, if we turn it around and we understand that resistance is part of the game, and if we know that resistance, just like weights in a gym, is going to make us stronger, then everything changes, because not only do we don't avoid it or look away from it, we actually pursue the resistance, just like you would in the gym. Like weightlifters, like that's how you build muscle in a gym, is it's resistance, right? You need to get resistance. And what's crazy is if you want to grow muscle, you got to have resistance to the point of almost failure. Like if you can get to failure, you're in that range to be able to build muscle, right? Well, I think it's interesting that the Lord set it up like that, because what if that's the same way in business? So instead of us going in and being like, hey, I'm starting this out, and then we run into resistance. We're like, oh, this ain't for me, I guess, because I know that everyone else has started this thing. They didn't run into any resistance or any challenge or any obstacle. They didn't have any of that. So I'm gonna stop because clearly this isn't for me. No, that resistance is there to help you to grow. And so instead of avoiding it, you seek it out. Okay. So this is called the 4D mindset method. Let's see what I got here. This is my last sheet on this, guys. I went through one whole pad of this. My first time using it, and I love this stuff. Okay, so the 4D mindset method. This is chapter 4 in the playbook. If you guys want to pick it up, you're like, what are you talking about? It's a playbook. It's in the buy now. You can pick it up. We'll probably give one away here in just a little bit, but don't do it right now because let me stay focused on this, okay? Let me stay focused on this for a second. Okay, so number one is when we approach things with a mindset, Alexa, next. Number one, the first thing that we got to do anytime that we're approaching something, we use things to cultivate our mindset. So we don't cultivate the mindset first and then go out and do the thing. We use the thing to help us to cultivate a mindset. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, what I mean by that is mindset is like a muscle. The only way that you can grow that muscle is by doing the thing that that mindset is geared towards. What is a mindset? Mindset is whatever you set your mind on. It's whatever you're focusing on, okay? And we want to cultivate and develop a mindset. So if we're talking about a live reselling mindset, you don't sit on your couch and develop the mindset of a live reseller. You do the thing and then it helps you to develop that mindset. You guys picking up what I'm throwing down here? Does that make sense? We don't, if I want to have the mindset of a live reseller, I don't just think about it over and over and I write down all the things that I want. I commit myself to doing the thing. And then by me doing the thing, I develop a mindset. I developed the mindset to do it. Okay. So let's start out with number one. What's the first thing I got to do? Well, if let's say I'm going to develop a mindset around live reselling. That's why you're in here right now, right? Live selling. You're here before the wave. That's what this is called. So if I'm going to develop that, number one is the first step is I've got to decide. Okay. This is the first D out of 4. That's why it's called the 4D mindset. I've got to decide. What does decide mean? Well, I don't know exactly the Latin word for it, but decide means to cut off. It means to cut off from other possibilities. All right. You have, um, you have, sorry, my wife is chatting with me. She's like, I left my water bottle. I don't know what that means. You left it at the store? Oh, you left it at, I know where you left it. Okay. You got to go get it. Okay. All right. Drive safe. Yeah, we are here before the wave. Okay. So the first thing you got to do is decide what we don't want to do. And I'm not saying that, okay, so you're saying to cut off from every other possibility in my life. You're gonna, oh, that's what I'm gonna do. No, you got to decide at a level that you're gonna commit to this thing. You have to commit at a certain level because inevitably you're going to have that resistance come up. So you have to commit, okay, at a level that's gonna to have you push through that. Okay. She found it. My wife found her water bottle. It's fine. She's back. She'll be here. When you come back, maybe we can switch off for a second. So I can just take like a quick break, but I want to hang out with all these people all night long. Okay. So we're hanging out all night. Okay. So the first thing we got to do is we got to decide that we're going to do this thing. You don't want to like, oh, I'm going to like dabble with like live selling. You're going to, when we dabble in something or we're not committed at a certain level, as soon as there's like one, that'd be like being like, I'm in Salt Lake. I'm going to drive to New York City. I'm going to like give it a shot and see what it is. And then I pull up to my first red light and you're like, this ain't for me. I'm not going to drive across the country. I got red light right here. Clearly I'm not supposed to do this. You need to commit at some level that you're going to do the thing so that when that thing comes up with resistance, which is inevitable, that we push through that, okay? So the first thing is to commit, okay? Does anyone remember what I covered on this before when we talk about Cortez? I'm just curious for those of you that have been with me for a while. I bet Gloria knows it. What did I talk about? Should we talk about that? We'll come back to that. It's a cycle. Well, so I'll be back in number one, right? Okay, so number two is once I've decided that I'm going to do this thing, my second D in this is I need to design. I need to have like a plan for what it is that I'm doing, right? I can be committed as committed as I can be, but if I don't have a design or an actual plan for what it is that I'm doing, it's probably not going to go all that well, no matter how committed I am. So I need to have a plan. Now, there is processes and formulas and frameworks that you can use in live selling to help you to have a plan so that you know what you're doing. That's why we talk about the input and the process so frequently. So you're coming back to that again and again. Because a plan that is developed by somebody who's already doing that is going to be better than doing trial and error. Now, if you want to go in and trial and error it, yeah, for sure, do that. That's totally fine. But at least outline what your plan is so you know what errors you ran into and how you can look at your plan differently next time. And then here's the difficult part, okay? It's actually not difficult, but we're going to do the plan, okay? Like, I love that y'all are hanging out with me. But what the worst thing would be is like I'm doing a master class in a year from now, and I see somebody come in and they've been with me, like doing master class, like, dude, I've watched all of your master classes. This is the best thing ever. And then we get a year in, and I'm like, so how are the shows going? And you're like, oh, I'm not doing shows. And but I have the perfect plan. I've been planning it out. I'm just trying to figure out. I just got to put a few things together. And you're like, you got to put the plan and you got to go. I'll finish this and then we'll switch. Okay, cool. You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So now we got to do the plan. Okay. It's really important that we do the thing itself because all of the learning is in the doing. So many things that we want to learn in life that only happens from the doing. I could read all the books in the world about how to play guitar, but unless I picked up that guitar and I've gotten like the where your fingers get sore and you're like strumming awkwardly and you're figuring out how to tune it. If I don't, I can read all the books in the world about playing guitar and I could have the perfect plan, but if I'm not doing the thing, I will never learn how to play guitar. Although I might know every single scale and I could write it out for you, I'm not a good guitar player. So we got to do the plan, all right? So we just say, do the dang plan, all right? You got to do the dang plan. Do the dang plan, okay? Now, the fourth T in this is the key to it all. You ready? You're going to discover. Not only that, you're going to seek to discover. You're going to seek it out, okay? What are you going to discover? You're going to discover all the ways that this is not working, okay? And it really comes down to two things that I'm looking at when I'm seeking to discover. I'm either running into a process limitation. I don't know if y'all can see this. You can move the chat to the left if you can't. Running into a process limitation, or I'm running into an identity issue or like a personal limitation, okay? Identity. Can't spell that while talking, apparently, right? This is like a mental or emotional limitation, all right? A lot of times this is spiritual, honestly. Probably in the most part, this part right here. If it's not something we're identifying in our process, it's most likely a spiritual limitation, okay? I don't even know if you guys can see that, all right? Okay. Which, again, is an identity issue, right? So who are we, right? Okay. Once we've done this discover thing right here, we then go back up to the top. We come back up and we recommit. So we decide, we recommit to it, we redesign our plan, we redo the dang plan, and when we do that again, we discover and we're seeking out the things that are not working and the things that are working. And in doing so, one of the things I think is so beneficial around mindset, when I've talked, because I've learned a lot about mindset, I've thought a lot about mindset, and in teaching the mindset, I was thinking about it because I used to do mindset in a way that I think a lot of people do, which is I'm going to cultivate my mindset, and then I'm going to then do the thing itself, which would be like I'm going to like envision myself doing the thing. I'm going to write down affirmations. This is what I'm going to do, and then after I feel like I've really got it in here mentally, then I'm going to do the thing. And the issue with that is I would rather have a stack of evidence. I feel like my mindset is much stronger and more resilient when I have a stack of evidence that shows me that I am who I say I am versus all the affirmations and the visualizations that I've been doing to try to cultivate my mindset. Okay. So a lot of times I've heard people be like, it's be, do, have. It's be, do, have. You got to be the thing and then you can do the thing and then have the thing. I'm like, you know what's hard about that is you can't be the thing without doing the thing. I'm visualizing myself being a great guitar player. Do you have a guitar? I don't. Have you ever played guitar? I haven't, but I'm going to be it and then I'm going to do it and then I'm going to have it. Now, first, you do have to commit to it. So this is a form of being, right? I'm going to commit to it, but we have to move through the entire process or we're going to get caught in one of these things. So a lot of times people are like, I'm committed to doing it. And you're like, but I don't have a plan. Okay, let's get a plan together. Okay, I have a plan. I've been working on my plan for 18 months. I'm going to live sell at one point. I promise. All I need to do is I just need to watch a few more things and then I'm going to do the thing. Nope. Go do the dang plan. Okay, now I've done the dang plan. You're going to learn more the first time that you do something than spending a year doing this. You'll learn more than in one show than you will in learning about doing your plan over and over and over again. So we want to do it, and then we want to go through it and we want to evaluate how did that go? What went well? If I were to go back and do that again, what would I do differently? And then now that I understand that, what am I going to do differently next time? And we go through this cycle again and again. So I'm going to recommit to this because at every level, I've got to recommit to this over and over and over again, right? So we're doing coaching, right? I have to recommit to that all the time, right? Because I got to keep doing that. I have a plan for what it is I'm doing. I do the plan, and the craziest thing happens. My plan does not work exactly how I want to. So then I go through and be like, hey, if my plan isn't working and I'm not getting the outcome, is it part of my process? Maybe. So I'm going to evaluate my process. I don't know if you guys can see that. Slide the chat to the left if you need to see that. And then what I'm going to do is be like, well, maybe it's not a process limitation. Maybe I'm getting burned out. Maybe it's an identity issue. Maybe it's that I'm measuring myself in the gap instead of the gain. Maybe that's the problem here. It's an identity issue. And so then I want to go through and identify that. And then what I'm going to do, guess what? Like I just said, make it costly for the enemy to do war with you. I'm going to come back and I'm going to recommit to this thing. And I'm going to go even harder next time. All right. So, and then I do that over and over and over again. And then after a period of time, because I'm doing that over and over again, my mindset is being cultivated. Think of it like a garden. I'm going to go pull out the weeds. I'm going to plant more of the seeds. I'm going to take care of this environment. I'm going to do it again and again. And then after a period of time, I'm not like, I'm imagining that I'm a gardener. Like, no, I have evidence. I have a giant garden. That is my evidence. Like, how did you develop your mindset? I saw it come about as I did this thing over and over and over again. Are you guys resonating with that? I'm going to pass it over to my wife, but I'm curious, is that helpful? Y'all have shared this thing 17 times. Thank you so much. Is that helpful, y'all? Are you guys picking up what I'm throwing down right now? Let me know. That is helpful. Okay, I'm going to pass this along to my beautiful wife here. And then I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back with y'all, okay?
Hi, friends. You're moving this. Is that okay?
I'll allow it.
Oh, thanks, Coach. Hi. How are we doing? Oh, you're all. You can't even see what's going on here. I'm just fixing something. What do you think of what I said?
Let's keep rocking and rolling. Let's do this.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Okay. Hi. Yes, you can receive the playbook here. I will pin it for you. Everything in the buy it now is all the coaching and the things that we're offering. So the playbook is $20. It's an ebook. I will send you the link if you choose to purchase. Absolutely no pressure. And you actually get access to the group if you purchase a playbook. So we have a community. It's on an app called Skool, Skool. And if you purchase anything from the Buy It Now, you're automatically put into the community. only the launch members received the actual community coaching intensive call. Our next one is Wednesday. And when we got on the call last week, it was so powerful. I was like on cloud nine. I could not believe one, we had probably over 40 people or 50 people sign up for the launch, and 26 of them came and stayed for 8 hours. So that was really, really such like a beneficial thing for both Stephen and I, because we're realizing how hungry this community is for coaching and to understand how to live resell. And so I think you guys can kind of understand why my show is the way that it is. If you guys have seen my show, my next show is Tuesday, if you guys want to go bookmark. But essentially, my husband has coached me through the whole thing and has really helped me design a mindset that will really help and serve all of you. Everything that he taught me is in the playbook. What's crazy is he actually designed this whole thing um, for me so that he and I could have a conversation and we would have the language and the terms to understand what each of us were talking about. So I'm super grateful for my husband. I'm not a mindset person. I'm not even a numbers person. My husband does all of the numbers. Obviously I go over my numbers, but I don't actually fill them out. But being in this coaching group, I've been like, I need to know my numbers. I can't rely on my husband to know all of our numbers. So I am going to start doing that. Also, if you purchase the playbook, you do get the free printable PDFs that are in the group. One is a show journal, and if you guys have never done a show journal before, it is life changing. So I will actually, after every show, I will rewatch. I will send it to you via message on Whatnot. Um, and you will get a link to the community. You'll get a link for the download of the book, and then you'll get a link to the community. There's just like a really short 3 question sort of. Yeah, I love it. Um, just a really quick, easy way to fill out an application to get into the group. We just want to make sure that the people who are coming in have actually purchased through Whatnot. And so, yeah, Gloria had a wonderful idea. She said, tell them how different it was for you to see this taught on live versus already doing it. So I would say the number one thing that was so valuable for me, because I'm listening, like I'm in the kitchen, I'm trying to mod, I'm doing all the things. But because me and my husband have kids and like life gets busy and crazy, it's absolutely impossible for him to be able to teach this to me in a way that connects all the dots, like he'll coach me in and out of like me going live, and then, he'll tell me where I can improve and where I can do better. And teaching me these ideas has been like revolutionary because I tend to be really overly emotional, and especially when it comes to my business, I tend to like identify with the negative things about my business, or not the negative things, but maybe things that don't come naturally to me. I start to identify with that, like somehow I'm wrong. But learning this right here, this was the number one thing that like changed everything for me, because I was trying so hard to be like, let me control the output and let me control the feedback, when like it's not really possible. You can't do that. All you can do is put in your best effort into your systems and process and hope that it turns around, that it turns a good outcome. And so, yeah, I didn't really have like anything planned to talk about with you guys. But if you guys have questions for me, if you didn't know, I grew this channel solely on Whatnot, all organic. Very little came from Instagram. I've done almost 24,000 sales. I'm praying to get over 24,000 hopefully this week. Um, and I sell vintage and modern women's clothing. I started out in the vintage category. I've actually seen a couple of people asking, like, I do both. I sell both. I don't really know which category to start in. And I would say start in vintage. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I would start in vintage. The vintage category is very low volume of shows, so you can really get discovered. And the people who truly love vintage, they're in that category. And if you find really unique vintage pieces, I would 100% put your shows in the vintage category. You don't have as many people going live, like maybe at the most 10 people versus where I'm going live in contemporary, there are sometimes upwards of 160 shows at one time. So, if you're interested in doing vintage clothing, I will 100% start there. That's where I started. And I just found that um the flow of the app in that category was like very nurturing and very slow paced compared to contemporary. But I just wanted to throw that out there because there were a lot of people in the chat being like, what category should I start in? I would start in vintage if I were you. But I kind of just want to open it up to you guys. Do you guys have any questions? Like, he is the mindset guru. He's the one that is totally on point with helping me like align my mindset and understand what we are doing, which is trying to get return buyers. But as far as like being in front of the camera or designing a show or sourcing or, you know, the things that my husband doesn't do in the business, I am all yours. If you guys have any questions, I would love to answer them. I have done probably almost 1,200 hours live, and I've done close to like, I don't know, 365 shows, something like that. So I have a lot of experience. I will say that when I first started, I was just like all of you. I only had 2 or 3 people in my show, and it took me so long to reverse my mindset or to remove my mindset from the traditional reseller, because even my sourcing, even your intention with sourcing is way different. It's way different because one, when you're sourcing for a traditional business, you're looking for the highest profit clothing or items. What's going to turn you the highest profit? But when you're live selling, the show is about you and what you like and the music you play and what items you go out and find. And so a lot of times I found that I sourcing for a live show, I wasn't looking for things that were popular or like that the mass audience wanted. I was looking for things that I liked that were unique, and then I was taking them to market and people were loving it. And so even the intention behind sourcing has been so fun. Oh yeah. Okay. When/how did you decide to expand? Hi, Dishes. How are you? It's so wonderful to see you, Beth. Um, how did you decide to expand/shift your Whatnot platform from reselling to adding coaching? Tweet. We actually um we were trying to do 6 shows a week. We were really trying to be like, let's go live 6 times in a week selling clothes. And so we realized that a huge bottleneck in our business was one, show prep and staging. And another one was being able to source enough items to do a show for 6 days in a row. And so as we like analyzed the data and we were like, it might not be possible. Like it might not be um something that we can do. We realize like we can sell anything on Whatnot. And my husband has this very astute background of coaching, and he is a teacher at heart and by nature. And he already had all this built because he was trying to get me to understand how to keep a good mindset and to understand like where we're going with the business. And because of that, he already had this curriculum, but I don't know if if you guys have heard this, but last year we got suspended. It was like right at the end of January, I believe. We got suspended for slow shipping. So do your shipping. Make sure you do it within the time frame. You have a 2-day ship time, so make sure you do that. And the warnings for it were going to spam. So we didn't even know that they had warned us twice that we needed to get our shipping up. But the reason why that happened is because we weren't completing the 5S cycle. We were doing a show and we were staging and we were sourcing, but we weren't shipping. So we had all of this backlog of shipping we needed to do. So we were suspended for one, we couldn't do shows for an entire week. This was our only income, and our instant pay was suspended for a month. Was it a month? I don't know. Stephen might be able to tell you, but we were suspended, and we were out of that came the coaching group. Was it a month?
We didn't have instant pay for a month. We were suspended for 7 days from doing the show.
Okay, that's what I said. So out of the suspension, we were like, we have to have another income. Like, if something goes wrong with Whatnot, we've got to be able to bring in money. So, but up until this point, Stephen and I, we have done so much work just on like self-help and business and entrepreneurship. Like we steeped ourselves in podcasts and books and learning social media and learning marketing. And so we had like, yes, allow it to work for us. And so we had all of this knowledge, and we knew God was like pouring this knowledge into us. But anytime we would go to build something, we didn't have anything to build with because we weren't like actively doing something. We were just like learning and trying to be entrepreneurs, and we had like this little side hustle of reselling, and then we went all in on it. And when we went all in, we realized how much work it was to get to the point where our income would essentially equate what my husband was doing in his corporate job. And my husband at the time, like his corporate job, it was sucking the life out of him. Like yeah, he wasn't fulfilled. It wasn't fulfilling him. And while it was like a really good financial situation, to be able to resell traditionally and have my husband leave his job, which was the goal, it was never going to happen unless we had a warehouse and hired a team and we listed hundreds of items per day every single day. And I love what my husband said about traditional reselling is it's a beast that you always have to feed. And I think the burnout came for me because my goal was to get my husband home out of his corporate job, and I was putting all of my effort in. Like we were getting up at 4:30 in the morning to list, to photograph, to do everything you need to do to run a traditional reselling business. And while he is gone, I'm still doing it when my kids take a nap. I'm still working. And I was just like waiting for that moment of like arrival, like we did it, we made enough to be able to have you quit your corporate job. And sure enough, it never came. And it was so frustrating because it felt like I was putting everything into the business and we were always falling short. All of the profit we made was going into the infrastructure to run the business, and we weren't making any money. So I was putting in all of this work to get very, very little payoff. So when we found Whatnot, it took me a lot longer to like fully grasp um the live reselling mindset of being like, I'm not trying to sell every single item for an exceptional profit. I am trying to get return buyers, and those return buyers will continue to buy with me consecutively over the time that I will be on the app. And once I understood that, honestly, everything changed. Sourcing changed, going live changed, how I served my audience changed, the music I listened to. I think another really like mind blowing thing for me that changed was I am doing a show. Like, I'm not streaming. I'm not hanging out with my friends. I'm not sitting on a bed holding up clothes without hangers. No, like I'm putting together an entire show from beginning to end. And I have a beginning, a middle, and an end. If you watch my show, it's the same cadence and we do the same thing every time. Same with Kofi Vintage. Kofi Vintage is in our pro group. She has the same cadence. She knows what she's doing and when she's doing it. And people will stay because you are your process. The more you focus on your process, which is all in the playbook, you guys, if you're like, what is she talking about? It's all in the playbook. But if you focus on your process and you understand your process is your service. So Steven says all the time, live reselling is not a product based business. It is a process based business, and your process is the service. That is what your customers are looking for. They want you to take your skill set of sourcing or hand making or however you get your item to sell on Whatnot. They are coming to you to fulfill your skill set and give them a service. So you being able to go out and source at a Goodwill, not everyone is a treasure hunter, but they're treasure hunters who come to your show. They're looking for treasure in your show, and you went out and sourced it all. And you'll notice over time, your inventory and your, I'm so glad, feel good, guys. Let's do a playbook, Gibby. Enter if you guys want to win the playbook. It is a digital copy. I will message it to you on Whatnot. You can easily download it. It is exceptional. My husband put many hours into this. It's super easy, well written, and you can read it in an afternoon. But you guys will notice that once you start understanding, I'm designing a show. Every time I go live, I have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Every time I go live, my clothing or my handmade goods or whatever you're selling, beauty products, creates a story, creates a show. I was talking to someone in our live reseller pro coaching group, and she was really struggling with being able to go live. She's like, I have all of this inventory. I have massive amounts of inventory, but I'm terrified to go live. And I felt Holy Spirit tell me to tell her that she is a painter and she's really good at collecting all the colors and and getting different unique pieces, but now she just needs to understand that her inventory is a painting. So she design your show as such. So be a painter, take your clothing and be like, how can I put together a beautiful show? If you're just starting out, especially if you're in clothes, I recommend loading your store. Loading your store is your roadmap. It is what is going to lead you and guide you throughout the show. Say you're on, item number 5 of your loaded 50 items, and someone comes in and distracts you and gets you on a tangent, which is going to happen. It's all part of the show. But you're going to know, oh, I'm on number 4. I need to go grab number 5. I really, having your store loaded is a sure way of making sure you have a roadmap to where it is that you are going. And so I would recommend loading your store. Also, weighing your items in a live takes far too long. And when you start to load your store, you're going to understand how much items weigh, and then you can do mystery polls. You can do what I do, which is just load the store with mystery listings, and then you just select the one that is the weight of the item. But you have to get good at understanding how to cohesively put on a show with your store loaded versus you doing mystery pulls, weighing every single item, and then running the item. You really, really want to keep that your buyer in a cycle. So what's happening is Stephen talks about it. He talks about a captive audience or and an uncaptive audience, and that's what we have is people can come and go out of your show at any point. So if you have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and someone comes in at any point in that process, they're going to get swept into the current of what your show is doing. And as you do that, you'll realize your viewership will go up, 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 and up. But if they're coming into a show and they're confused, they don't know what you're selling, there's no music, you don't have a studio. I'm not saying you need a studio to begin. I'm just saying put some intention with what it looks like. And you'll see that the current and cycle of your show will literally draw people in simply because you have a process. the it baffles me because I'm going into shows where there is zero process, and people are literally pulling things up off the ground with cat hair on them and being like, do you want to buy this? And I'm just like, oh my goodness. All you need to do is you need a process. You need to understand that you repetition of doing shows and going live is your number one asset. It's that flywheel that Stephen was talking about. The more you go live, the better you get. The more data you get, the more return customers you get. But a lot of people want to skip the beginning motions because they identify with them failing. They think because they hit the live button and only 2 people showed up, and in their mind, they're like, 20 people need to be here in order for me to look successful. Who'll go and get it? Who's gonna get it? Get fit, look lit. I love that. That's awesome. Congratulations. I will send you the link to this as soon as my husband comes back in. I will send you the link. You're so welcome. Enjoy it. It's really, really useful. You will love it. I read it in an afternoon, and my husband did a phenomenal job on it. But you guys will really start to understand as you go live that when you have a process, it's what draws people in, because they're like, I know what happens in her show or his show. I know there's a beginning, a middle, and an end, and I love the items that they source. And if you continue to do what my husband was saying, this one, return buyers. That is what you're trying to do. You're also taking market data and getting your feedback. So as you make sales, you're going to be like, oh, vintage 70s high waisted trousers, those crush it in my shows. I'm going to go look for more of those. So you really reach a point where your data is the only thing that feeds your sourcing. You want to get better. You want to become a treasure hunter of items that bid to 50, 60 to $100. Like when you start to understand the flywheel is you go live, and in you going live, you get repetitions. And in your repetitions, you get the data. from the data, you go sourcing and you find more things that look like these high bidding items. As you refine your sourcing, more people will come and more people will buy and more people will bid against each other. Your return buyer rate is what creates a bidding culture. The only way you get return buyers is through your process and taking your market data and going and sourcing better items. So that's essentially like what I do. I rewatch my film just like any professional athlete. I am a professional live reseller pro. I'm a live reseller. I want to be a professional at it. So I'm going to examine every single show. I'm going to examine every single highlight reel. What went well? What didn't go well? What words am I saying? Is my lipstick crumbling? There's so much data for you to receive if you'll get over being uncomfortable with watching your film. But I promise you, when I started watching my film, I started having breakout show after breakout show, where I was just like, the more I focused on my process, the more I focused on what wasn't working and getting rid of it, the more I succeeded. And once you realize, like, I just need to get that flywheel rolling to where you're doing a consecutive show once a week, twice a week, whatever you can do. And you set your buyers up to know your cycle, to know that you're live on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Every Tuesday at 6 p.m., y'all can go bookmark. And that way you're creating an infrastructure of buyers that know where you are, know what you do, know what you source, and they'll come back over and over and over again. It's a process that, like, if there's anything that you can do is buy a playbook. Buy a playbook, read it. If you feel like it was a waste of your time, hit us up and we'll work with you. But I promise you, if you get a playbook, you're going to um no, Style and Smiley, it goes into, does the playbook go into sourcing?
Mhm.
Okay, no. It doesn't.
Can I talk about that for a second?
Yeah, can I
Please.
just finish?
Mhm.
So as far as sourcing, you are going to need to get creative. There are so many ways that you, especially just telling friends and family, logging on to Facebook and being like, hey guys, I will take all of your old or, your used clothing that you don't want anymore. I will take it. I will literally come to your door and pick it up. You can post that on Craigslist too. Be like, I'm looking for women's modern clothing. If you have any of it and you don't want to take it to a thrift store, which clearly they might not be able to because you don't have any, um I would 100% like put yourself as a service of being like, hey, I will come pick up your clothes, or post something to Instagram of being like, hey, I'm looking to do this and I would love any of your help. You could even have people seasonally donating things to you. Or we have one girl in our coaching group whose Goodwill bins was destroyed by a tornado. So she has to drive 2 hours out of her city to go to the bins. She is cheeky one, and she will literally rent a hotel, stay overnight, get enough sourcing for the next 2 or 3 days, and then she'll go right back and do it again. So sourcing is definitely something that you kind of have to be creative with. If you did the launch challenge, you would get the one-to-one intensive where we're all on a call, but everyone kind of chimes in, where a lot of people could probably give you a lot of useful tips of being like, source, you can do it this way. Do you know anything about buying liquidation pallets? I haven't been able to figure out where people get their food pallets from. I do not. We eventually want to get into pallets, but I have no idea on where to begin with that. This all seems like it should be intuitive, but it hasn't been for me. Yes, this is so helpful. Beth, that's the thing, is like, it wasn't intuitive for me at all. Like, ask my husband. He was constantly helping me and coaching me because I struggled to understand it. But then once I saw it like all laid out, and he would just repetitively go over this over and over and over again to the point that now it's like it's instilled in me. It's in my house. I don't have to worry about like trying to muster up, enough to be like, okay, I can get through this. No, like I understand it now, and it's so valuable. So, so valuable. I knew you would like this playlist. My husband's dancing.
Nope. Oh,
You okay?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you eat?
Yep.
Okay. What did you eat?
Spaghetti.
Oh.
Spaghetti.
Yes, so we're so grateful that you're learning. That's what we want. That's what we're here for. We really just are here to help people. And also like the number one thing is live reselling can be super vulnerable, and it can also be really lonely. So that's why the community is such a wonderful asset to everyone in live reselling, because so many people understand where it is that you're coming from, because you have a group of people who are doing it too. I love you, Dante, so much. You're awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you good? Do you need
I think
anything
so. I
else?
got water.
Okay.
I'm good.
You ate?
What did we do? I did like 6 hours. Took a
I
quick
did
break.
like 20
Back.
minutes. You're
Yeah.
welcome.
Thanks, y'all. Thanks, y'all. Hey, I just want to check in with y'all and see um, what challenges are y'all running into in your business right now? Or should we do like a just kind of a quick review of everything? How many of you are? Let me do this. um, how many of you are brand new to the masterclass? You haven't seen one of these things? How many? Yes, review. Okay, let's do that. Review. Okay, Style and Smiley. Okay, cool. We're gonna do a review of the whole thing. It's laid out in the playbook. I think it was you, Style and Smiley, asking about the sourcing and say, hey, you didn't cover the sourcing in the playbook. The reason why we don't cover the sourcing in the playbook is because it's so varied across the board. It's hard to be like, this is what you should do for sourcing. What this is designed to do is to help you to understand how processes and systems work so that you can begin to build out your own processes and systems for your business off of what you need. It's really designed for that. And so, because our business is different than other people's business, so it kind of depends. But we're going to do a review of where we're at. And so, Beth, let's do that. Anyone else? You guys cool with a review? Should we do a review? What's up, Christy? Makes sense. Okay, okay. Let's do a review. Hi. Good to see you. Okay, we're gonna do a review. We're gonna start all over, okay? Now, for those of you that get the playbook, you're gonna see, hey, I'm gonna skip a couple of chapters, and it's not because of anything other than I feel like I wanna just cover the things that are most relevant to where we are right now, and make sure that I'm not adding in extra stuff that isn't necessary. So I really want this to be super beneficial, valuable for you, okay? So, um, whenever we are looking at a business opportunity, we want to make sure that we are in something that's going to grow over time, right? So the live reselling business, the market itself is massive. Okay, it's massive. All right. So based off of what I found on ThreadUp, they do an annual report. You guys familiar with ThreadUp? There's an annual report that ThreadUp does. Okay, I highly recommend it. All right. From that report and everything else I could find online, as of it was almost a year ago that I was going through, through that research, I found that live reselling, based off of all the reports of just clothing alone, and I chose clothing because number one, it's the biggest category sold in live selling. It's also what we sell. So I'm not saying you need to sell this, but just live reselling of clothing alone will be a $20 billion a year market by 2028. What does that mean? Every day, 365 days, there'll be about $54 million on average moving about where people are spending that overall in the US. Okay, in the US, $54 million per day is going to be transferred in the selling of clothes through this live platform, this beautiful thing that we have in front of us. Okay. Now, I was absolutely floored when I learned this, but in China, live commerce grew from 3 billion to 171 billion dollars in 3 years, okay? So in China, they're doing this live commerce thing, right? The selling like this. Have you guys ever seen those videos of what they're doing in China? Like they're renting out like full-on apartment buildings because it's so massive at this point, right? Anyone seen what's happening in China? If you follow Jen on her in the Making Grace, I have to remember which side, the Making Grace Vintage on her Instagram. Go, you can. She's done like some videos on this, but go look it up. Go look up live commerce China, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay, and they'll show stuff of like this person did like $8 million of sales in like 7 seconds. It's something crazy. Yeah, Dante, we were talking about this. Yeah, they have whole companies based basically like influencers just to do it. Okay, it's absolutely massive. It's where things are going. If it even does like forget 57x, right? Forget 57x. If it 5x is here, you're in the right place, okay? You're in the right place, all right? Now, there are 100 one thing that I had learned, and I learned this from a channel called Daily Refinement. They're a seller here and whatnot. They have like 5 or 6 channels, and so I don't know exactly how he got this information, but this is what I heard on one of his Q&As, which was there are 100,000 sellers approved to sell on Whatnot. All right, 100,000 sellers approved to sell on Whatnot. 4,000 go live once a week or more. Okay, what that means is um, number one, anyone who is on this platform right now, if you are watching me, you are an early adopter of this live selling thing because it hasn't hit yet. Early adopter meaning, are you guys familiar with this? Like at the first, like early adopters are the first people to adopt like a new service product, something like that, new technology. And then what happens is over time, then you have mass adoption, right? So you like the first people to be on Facebook at one point, right? And then over time, everybody's like once like everyone's grandma was on Facebook, then it's like that's mass adoption. Um, that is where we're in the early adoption phases. We're before like people really know what this thing is. You guys know what I'm talking about? Do you guys have friends like that are like, what is this live, this whatnot thing that you're doing, right? Most people, you know, if you walk down the street or you walk into a coffee shop, you'd be like, hey, do you know what this is? Or you're like, nope, I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before. You're here before the wave. None of my coworkers know, Cries and Vintage says. Yeah, most people don't know about this, right? Now, watch what happens when you hand them a phone and be like, do you want to see? I've handed my phone to people before. Like I handed it to my brother-in-law. He's like, "Hey, where's Jen at?" I'm like, "Oh, she's doing a show right now." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Let me show you." And I showed him. She was live. I showed him the show, and I handed my phone to him. And she's selling like women's vintage and contemporary, which my brother-in-law does not purchase. And so he's like watching this, and like items are selling, and he's like, "Oh man, whoa, what do you think?" And he starts like asking me questions, like, "What do you think this is gonna go for?" And he got sucked into this thing where I'm like, "Hey man, give me my phone back." He's like, hold on 1 second. Let's see what this goes for. Like people like they get sucked into this, even if they're not interested in the products themselves. You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys ever handed your phone to somebody or watched somebody watch Whatnot for the first time and they're like, yeah, right? I want to use this right now. Yes, yes, yes. I want to show you something right now. That goes to prove the thing that I'm saying. It's not about the product that you have, right? Right? Because they're only showing one product at a time. Dante's like, I watch so many women's vintage shows. It's not about the product. It's not about the product that they have. It's the whole experience themselves. Yeah, now they watch it like TV. Uh-huh, right? Okay, so we have 100,000 sellers approved to sell and whatnot. 4,000 of them go live once a week or more, okay? Meaning people are they know the ones that do know about it, a lot of them are approved, as in like 96% of people that are approved to do this aren't doing this on a regular basis. And so for me, I want to understand why that is because I see this as being like this massive opportunity, right? And to remember that we are here before the wave. The wave has not hit. We're this is early adoption. Like if that doesn't get you psyched, I don't know what else will. Like when else in your life have you this would be like somebody coming in and Bitcoin's at like $30. type thing and be like, hey, this thing's going to be big, right? That's what this is. That's where we are in this entire process right now. Okay. All right. So that's the first thing. You got the blue bottom now. I'm glad that was such a hit. I'm so glad that was such a hit. I've had so many people come in here and be like, can I show this just so people, so this makes sense? All right. Um, okay. I want to show you something. Okay. I thought this was funny. I was watching Whatnot a couple of days ago, and I like to go into people's shows because I think of this from like a coaching perspective of like, how would I help somebody do better at what they're doing, right? So I'm looking at it through that lens. And I saw three different types of styles that like absolutely they had me cracking up. Okay. And my wife, she's getting ready for bed, and I didn't even have my phone with me, but I had been thinking about this thing that I had just witnessed. I'd watched it and then I was like going to brush my teeth, getting ready for bed, and I'm laughing to myself about something like a weirdo in the bathroom. And she's like, "What are you laughing about?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I just saw this. I saw this Whatnot show, and I'm just thinking of this own scenario that I made up in my head, but I thought it was so funny." Okay. So there's three styles that I saw as I was going through, and I'm like, holy cow, this is wild. All right. So here's the first style that I saw that had me cracking up. Okay. There was a big rack that ran along like this, and you could see all these clothes. And it was three or four guys, probably in like their early 20s. They were young guys that they had this giant rack of clothes, and they're all like men's vintage clothing, right? And so they're selling this clothing, and what their plan was is they would be like, all right, guys, here's this next piece. Here it is. We're gonna run it right now. This is a banger piece, guys. All right, chat, run it up, chat. Run it up, chat. Come on, chat. Run it up. Come on, chat. And they just began all of them, like all three or four of them. There's only one in front of the camera, but you can hear multiple people like, run it up, chat, run it up. And they're yelling and yelling and yelling. And then somebody would buy it at like the starting bid and they're like, all right, well, only that person knows. The rest of y'all are sleeping. Like, that was a good product. You guys are missing out at stuff. And I'm like, this is amazing. And I watched them do it. And then another guy would come up and be like, I got this. Let me do this. And then he would bring up his item, be like, all right, go ahead and run it. Just do this. All right, guys, come on, chat, run it up. Come on, chat, run it up. And they were just yelling. They were just yelling at the camera. And I was laughing because after I stopped watching that, I was laughing. I'm in brushing my teeth and I was thinking about like the strategy, like the game plan before they went in. They're like, all right, guys, we're going to sell some clothes tonight. How are we going to sell these clothes? And they were like, all three or four of them were like, you know what we should do? One of us grabs an item, we show it to the camera, and then we all yell at the same time, chat, run it up, chat. And everyone's like, yeah, that's a good idea. We're going to do that. So I was laughing about that scenario that I made up in my head. And then I was laughing about afterwards, after they get off the show and realize that none of the items ran up, that they're talking like, why didn't that work? And then one was like, well, Chad wasn't saying run it up, chat, enough. Like felt like I was yelling way more than Chad was. Chad, why weren't you saying it as loud as me? Like that was the game plan. And so I was laughing about that. Okay. That was my own thing. Someone yesterday was like, that's guy humor. Yeah, that's my sense of humor to be like, that's so funny. Like, I love it when like really bad ideas get put out to the world and there's like a team behind it. And nobody was like, wait, I have an idea. Why don't we not yell at the camera and just yell chat, run it up? What if we actually describe the item and like, what if we did that instead and try to engage with the audience? Like, that's so dumb, dude. No one's gonna go for that. No one's gonna go, we are gonna yell chat, run it up. Right? Okay, I was just throwing out ideas, right? So I was just laughing about that. So that was the first one. I still laugh about that. My wife, when I told her that, she was like, okay. I was like, do you not believe me? She's like, well, you're exaggerating. I'm like, I'm not exaggerating. And I went and found my phone and I found the show. I was like, here it is. And she was like, oh my gosh, you weren't exaggerating. That's literally how they were doing it. I'm like, I know, it's so funny. Four guys just like, come on, Chad, run it up, come on. All of them yelling, and then it wouldn't go. And they're like, all right, y'all are sleeping. Y'all don't know. Only one person's getting this. Y'all are being dumb. I'm like, I love it. We'll yell at them, and then when they don't buy, let's tell them that they're dumb. That will do it. And everyone's like, good idea. And then afterwards, they're like, how did that not work? And they're like, Chad wasn't saying run it up. Come on, Chad, you got to yell. You weren't making the audience feel bad. Okay, that's the first one. That's not going to work. Okay. The second one that I saw was this one. And that's why I'm telling you all this, because I was doing it with this shirt yesterday. What I see, and tell me, Chad's got to get his stuff together. Come on, Chad. Chad ruined it. We would have sold so much more if he would have yelled louder. Gosh, Chad, come on, Chad. Okay, the second one that I saw, and this is actually a pretty common strategy. which is I call the rinse and repeat. The rinse and repeat. You ready? This is what it is. You show the item and you just keep repeating what the item is. Don't say anything else about it. But, and by the way, I will say it's better to have a process that you can improve upon. Um, Chat and chat. It was Chad not yelling at the chat. That was the problem. All right. This is the second method that I saw. Okay. They show an item. First of all, Alexa, pause. Because there's no music in these ones. Okay. And it was this pink suede jacket, blazer, pink suede, size medium. Pink suede blazer, medium. A medium pink suede blazer. It's a medium, folks. Play. Okay. No buyers. Okay. Next one. Black and white blazer, large. Black and white blazer. It's a large and it's a black and white blazer and it's large. Large, black and white blazer, large. No one? Okay. Move on to the next one. And their entire thing was to do that over and over and over again. Okay. That's one way to go about it. And by the way, I'm never being like, oh, these people are doing it wrong or like judging them. Um, no, we're not running it. Don't do that to me, wife. I don't like that. Was it effective though? um, the thing is about it is it's the exact same model that you would do in traditional reselling that you're applying to live selling. So it doesn't work in the same way because live selling is different than traditional selling. So showing the blazer or doing that, we're like, run it up, chat. That's like you just spamming and be like, buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this. In traditional selling, you're like, I gotta get as many eyes on this as possible, right? Oh, that was me, Dad. Grace, that's awesome. I thought that was Mama. That was my 8-year-old, like, run it. um, the other thing, that's so awesome. The other thing is just repeating the things again and again is like sharing your item. Like share your listing, just share it again and again. If you just share the thing over and over, that's the same as just like if you just repeat what it is over and over, you're not really sharing anything that makes this thing unique. Everything comes back to the same idea. And the same idea in live reselling, where I think a lot of people get caught off, is the product will carry my show. The product will carry the thing. If it's a good product, it'll just sell. I don't have to worry, but there's nothing else I need to do. I don't need to change up my process. If it's a good product, I can yell at the chat to run it up, or I can just repeat the same thing over and over again. And I just don't see it as being a useful strategy because you have this amazing vehicle and you're not using the vehicle to its full capacity. Does it work? Yeah, I'm sure that they make sales. I think if you just go live right now, it'll make sales. Now, do I think it's going to work 18 months from now? I do not. I don't think it's going to work. All right. Chad then blames it on the chat 100%. I'm so happy. The thing is every time you guys come into a masterclass, I'm going to have to re-explain this thing because people are like, who's Chad? Why do they keep talking about the pink blazer? What's going on in here? All right. Come on, Chad. Go do better, man. You got to yell more. The other one, and this one, I laugh at these things. I'm not laughing at the person. I just laugh at like the strategy or the thought process behind it. Was another guy who was like, hey, y'all, like, chat, I got people in here. You're not engaging with me. If you're not going to engage with me, I'm not going to engage with you. Okay. So I see that you guys are in here right now and you're not engaging with me. Okay. Now, listen, I will get pit to pit, but I'm not doing that for free. I'm not here for your, and the whole time he's just telling the chat what they need to do. And then he's running, a giveaway, and as he's running the giveaway, he's telling people that he's telling people that they need to join the giveaway. Like, guys, there's 7 people on the show, only 4 of you are in. That means 3 of you are sleeping right now. You're doing this wrong. Get in. And so it was one of these things. I'm like, man, this guy is just like telling the chat how they're doing it wrong. First of all, don't refer to your chat as chat, right? That's just like a group of people. Like it's like me just talking to this computer over here called Alexa, right? Alexa, play. Look, it's not, there's actual people on the other side. Chad, everyone came in, Chad, man. Everyone came in and I was just giving an example of a story and I was using the name Chad. And then when you came in, they were like, hey, Chad's here. All right. But you're not the Chad from this made up story that I just shared. Okay. That wasn't referring to you. I didn't even know you were going to come in. All right. So, hi, sweet girl. Do you guys want to meet my daughter? You want to meet my daughter? Hey, ma'am. Chad's like, what's going on? You guys are expecting me? This is my daughter Gracie. Making Grace Vintage is actually named after her, and she is delightful.
Twice.
And I'm a big fan. All right, I love you.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. You say hi.
Hi.
Hi. You know what? She's probably going to be doing shows soon. She has an eye for stuffies, those plushies and stuff.
I'm gonna be sourcing.
Ooh, she's going sourcing on Monday.
And also, Mom said in the start of my show, well, Mom's show, I should do my stuffies.
Oh, I love it. So she's preparing to do a show. We're gonna show her the same stuff, right? But did she read the playbook? Yeah, Christy's saying that you need to go read this right now. Okay.
I should.
Yeah, you got to read it if you want to run a business. You got to be able to read this. Okay.
Right.
She could actually read this.
Take it.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna have her teach in the master class. So yeah, okay, I love you, sweet girl. Going on and play. Go play. Pro level. Yeah, she's gonna be ready to go. She's gonna crush it. So, what were we talking about? Besides Chad. Besides Chad. Hey, there's already people saying they're gonna be coming to your plushie show. Oh, the excitement on her face. Yeah. Okay. Well, not kids is totally a thing. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun because that's a really cool thing as well, right? We wouldn't have brought her into the traditional resale business of being like, hey, this is how you write out descriptions and this is SEO. Like that wouldn't have worked, but we can teach our children how to do a business from beginning to end doing this, which is really cool. We homeschool her, and what a really cool like lesson to go through and be like, hey, now we figure out what your profit is. So we're gonna give her a budget. She's gonna go out there, figure out what she can pick up. She's gonna go through the process. She's gonna then stage the items. What does she need to clean up? Get it all ready, and then we can. That would be so fun. That would be so fun. We actually started a raid train for our whatnot kids. That's so cool. That's so cool. So I love this idea of instilling this. Well, the 5-year-olds sit in rehearsal and they think they're auctioning toys and cards. And you got to pay them out money. And then, good job. Here you go. That's what you earned. That's so awesome. So I think it's such a cool thing for kids to learn how to do this, right? Like, what a skill set. Like, I want my daughter to know how to do this. So by the time she hits like 18 years old, she's like, I got my own little like reselling business going off to the side here. And she's out there like doing really well. And she understands. I want her to understand concepts like revenue and profit and what her earnings were. And then figuring out like what we can start getting into formulas and be like, okay, what was your cost per piece? Or what was your cost per item? What was your profit per item, right? And what was your profit per order? And so all these things are like really cool, and we're excited to share that with her. And we get to build on this. She's like joined with my wife on shows before for a little bit, so we can like kind of like set levels as she goes. So eventually I would love for her to be able to run her own show where she's like, all right, I need to get out. I'm going to go source. I'm going to get prepared for my show. And then from beginning to end, she runs the whole thing. But she doesn't have to do that right off the bat. We can work with her over time to do this, right? And what's cool is if we can teach an 8-year-old how to do this, I learn better about how I can help other people to do the same thing. Not saying like, oh yeah, like if an 8-year-old's gonna do it, anyone can do it. Me? Yeah, you. I'm talking about you. Gracie Face is my daughter, y'all. So, yes. So be on the lookout. Be on the lookout for Gracie. We'll get shows up there. I would love to know, y'all. Even a caveman can do it. My daughter's in her own show as well. That's so cool. How old is your daughter? I love this idea. Like, what a beautiful way to show a child a business from like beginning to end, like the supply chain, like all the way into like the actual sales of it, the marketing of it, being able to do the numbers. That's amazing. That's amazing. What an amazing skill set to instill into your child, and for them to creatively come up with ways to solve things for their business. Like I don't know if there's something that'd be better, right? Um, oh, I love that. Thanks, Gloria. Okay. So now that we understand that, so we just talked about the opportunity. We're in this massive opportunity. It's huge. The wave has not hit yet. We're all aware of it. So if you guys are here, you're here before the wave. That's you literally, it says right on our thing, it says you're here before the wave, right? So we're here before the wave. Now what we do need to do is we need to understand what it is. Like, okay, great. I get it. So we're here before the wave. Now, what do we do? Well, we need to understand a bit about business, right? whenever we talk about business, I come back to the same thing because business is essentially just a bunch of systems that integrate together, hopefully harmoniously, to create like a unified outcome, right? So we need to understand what a system is, all right? Now, a system can be something that is it can be human led, right? So it's like something like sales, for example, there's a system behind sales, right? Or there's a system behind marketing, like all the systems that make up a business. There could be hundreds, thousands of them that can make up a business, and we want them to work together. But in order for us to understand that our business is made up of a variety of different systems that we're trying to get to work together, we need to understand what a business is. And so that's what we term here. I did not come up with this system, the universal systems model. This is something you can Google this, right? And it's really simple. Okay, we have our input. Then we take that input, we put it through a process. That process produces an output. And based off of the feedback that we get from the output that was produced, if we put that back into the input, this is now a system that can repeat over and over again. Okay. So, one thing that we've talked about, and I am like throwing out a little hint for my wife to maybe we should make some chocolate chip cookies. So, if we're looking at the chocolate chip cookies, right? The ingredients are your input, right? My daughter literally called me when I took a break. She called me on her phone. Was like, Dad, let's get some cookies. She's making pizza. All right, let's talk about pizza. Jesse, you can have some if you come over. If not, no cookies ever again. It's either tonight or never. Okay. Sense of scarcity and urgency. Okay. So let's talk about this. So pizza, she has her ingredients, right? She has her process. This is her recipe. And then the output, hopefully, is going to be, oh, gotcha. Hopefully, this output right here um, will be the pizza that we desire, right? And we are going to, my daughter, Jessie knows that. Jessie knows about cookies, Dad. And then the feedback is when we taste that pizza and we're like, is this good or not? And that feedback right here, here's the thing. If it comes out of the oven, um, if that pizza comes out of the oven, all right, and I got to move the chat right now just so I don't read this and get caught off guard, okay? My wife makes that pizza and it comes out of the oven and it doesn't turn out how she wants, or it does turn out how she wants it to turn out. That's merely feedback, but she's not going to like take it personally for herself. She'd be like, "Oh man, I need to go back." Like if it comes out and the crust is a little weird, or it's underbaked, or it's overbaked, or whatever it is, the ratio isn't right for the ingredients, the toppings on it. She's not gonna go and be like, "Oh my gosh, like there's something wrong with me. I guess I'm not made to like make pizza," right? No, we don't do that. In business, a lot of times we end up doing that. But what we do is we base our output on our feedback and we're like, "I guess this is what it is. I guess I'm not good at this," without understanding that just like baking a pizza, there is a recipe, there is a process, there is something behind it, and we can control the input and the process. We can't control what comes out of the oven exactly, right? Because once it's in there, we pull it out of there. Hopefully, it's the output we want. We can't control the feedback, right? But everything we can control is right here. So the input and process are controllable aspects of our business. The uncontrollables are the output and the feedback, right? So right now, I've got 28 people on my show right here. I'm trying to like nail it to like put my finger right on that number. I have 28 people on my show right now. I cannot do anything to push that number up. Yes, I can run promotion. I can do some of those things. But yep, some people are just naturally good bakers and cooks, right? 100%. Some people have a proclivity to be better at doing that than other people. Absolutely 100%. But all these things are learnable skills. So same thing with business. There are some people who are more entrepreneurial and business minded than other people. But that doesn't mean that we must have those things. It's not like either you got it or you don't. It is now a process of going through and understanding even the people. So, and I'll give you a real life example. So I used to run a sales team, and that sales team, what was interesting is the people who were naturally good at sales, because there's people who are just naturally good at it. The people that were naturally good at sales actually tend to struggle a bit more than those who came in and were like, I don't know what I'm doing and I'm not naturally good at this. And they underwent a process, right? When they understood the process, they would do better than the naturals. How do I know this? Because I met naturals, okay? And I also wasn't a natural at sales when I began. when I started doing this, when I started doing sales where I was taking inbound calls for companies like AT&T, Verizon, CenturyLink, Frontier Communications, I was taking calls from small businesses, and I did not do very well. For like 5 or 6 months, I did not do very well at all. I then committed to the process. I'm like, I got a plan for how I'm going to learn this. And then I did my dang plan. And then I discovered the areas on which I was doing well, and then I was understanding the areas I wasn't doing well. And then I go back and refine my process again and again. And over the next like 3 months, I started to take the number one spot, and I could do it consistently. Whereas the naturals, they were always like kind of in the top range, but they would like have a week and they would struggle with it. And the reason why they would struggle with it is because sometimes as a natural, it's difficult because you rely on your natural talent. And when that talent doesn't hold up, it's difficult for them to be like, well, what is not going right or wrong? They rely on something that has already occurred for them naturally. So a lot of my best natural salesmen could not consistently compete with the people who learned the process. They wouldn't be able to compete with me because I had gone through a process and I could get myself into a state and do that immediately, where the salesperson's like, I'm not really like feeling it today. I'm kind of like struggling with this. Whereas for me as a coach, when I began to coach my sales team, if somebody came up like, hey, would you take the next call for me? And I might be writing an email, I'd be like, yeah, 100%, let's do this. And I'd get on and they're like, how did you do that? I'm like, it's a process. I've learned this thing over and over again. And they might think, oh, you're a natural. And I wasn't a natural. Okay. So I actually think that it's better. I think that people that are naturally good at something struggle a bit more than somebody who had to go through and learn the process. Okay. So now that we understand that, okay, so I get it, Steve. I get what you're saying. So we have we have our input, our process, our output, and our feedback. It's all made up of systems. All right. So what are we talking about here? Well, we're talking about live selling. Okay, we talked about that big, grand, great opportunity called live selling. This is the 5S cycle. That universal systems model right here, it says IPOF. We call that IPOF, right? Just to remember what it is. You guys memorize that stuff. What's my input? What's my process? Okay. Then this is our 5S cycle. This is how the business runs. This is the whole business. For those of you that have either been in traditional resale and you're moving over, or you're doing live sales, or you're brand new to resale, it doesn't make a difference, because this is the process that you're going through. You're a treasure hunter, you go find the stuff. You bring your treasure home, you polish it up, make it look all sorts of good. You then show that treasure to other people, the ones that love it. You ship it out to them, and then we just need to understand the story of what went well in this and what didn't, because we have an IPOP, or an input, process, output, feedback, for every single one of these pieces right here. This is an input and a process. Has output and feedback with it. This has an input, process, output, feedback, same all the way around. The story helps us to combine all that together for ourselves so we can understand how well are we doing in our 5S cycle. And the key to this thing is, who knows the golden rule? Who knows the golden rule that I'm about to say? For those of you that have the playbook, you can go look this up. What's the golden rule for this right here? Can anyone tell me? If you guys have been in my master classes, I'll say this a lot. What's the golden rule for the 5S cycle? I'm curious if anyone in here knows. I'll give it like another like 5 seconds or so. Okay. Here's the golden rule. You can't skip. Yeah, you can't skip. You must complete the cycle from beginning to end. Okay, you got it, Aurora Angel. I love that. Thank you so much. You can't skip it. You can't skip to the next cycle. You need to complete the entire cycle before you go on to the next one. Why am I so adamant about that? Because a lot of times what happens in resale, this is just a common thing, is we are doing the things that we love to do and we avoid doing the things we don't like to do. And if you're a traditional reseller, or you're a reseller in general, you're truly a treasure hunter at heart, and you end up defaulting to the things that you love to do. How many in here are treasure hunters? That's why you're here. You're like, look, I'll be honest, I'm not really trying to do a business. I'm just trying to make it look like I can be a treasure hunter and my family won't run interventions on me. Thanks, Gloria. See y'all later. See you later, Gloria. We love you. Thank you so much for helping. Yeah, treasure hunter. That's funny, Dante. So the treasure hunters, for those of you that are treasure hunters, okay, you will default to treasure hunting. That's for those people that have been in traditional resale, or they've sold on eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop, Etsy. what happens is you do all the things that you love to do and you avoid doing the things you don't want to do. And then that's how death piles show up. Meaning we have so much in queue that we could sell, but we're not doing it because listing sucks, but sourcing items and treasure hunting is the best part of the process. Okay. And so I want to help people unlock this for you because how many of you know what I'm talking about? How many in here are like traditional resellers? You know what a death pile is. Some of you are like, I'm literally laying in a death pile right now. Thank you,
Not
baby.
me.
Not you. Anyone in here, a traditional reseller, like you're like laying on a pile of like clothes and you're like, does he see me? Is this a two-way camera right now? How did he know that? How could he put I'm the victim of the pile? Right? And then we have to like redefine it, be like, it's not a death pile, it's a profit pile, okay? And they're good because it's inventory that I can list later in case treasure hunting slows down, which it won't because I go every day and I'm doing it at all times. And if we happen to like lose the heat in our house, we can just lie under our death piles. Or if we have people sleeping over, we can do it. Yeah, I'm not hoarding, it's my inventory. So we're like, okay, now I'm a treasure hunter, but so people don't come over and run interventions, I need to like do a business. Okay, I get it. But the problem is that death pile will end up being the death of your business, right? And it's not your fault. It's that the system isn't designed for that. Okay. The system of traditional resale says what you need to do is you need to list like a madman if you want to sell like a madman. If you want to sell 10 items a day in your traditional resale business 7 days a week, you need to list 10 items a day or more for months on end, 7 days a week. Okay. The problem with that is it becomes very difficult to scale up. It's difficult to scale up because even though you might like, all right, I'm going to list all these items. When you do list an item, only, you have one item that's listed and you get a buyer that comes in. They're like, thank you for the item. And then they leave and then they never come back. Okay. You guys know what I'm talking about? Traditional resellers, your return buyer rate is close to zero. It's under 5% for sure. Ours was 0.4%, meaning like not even 1%. That means we needed 400 customers in order to have one person come back. The reason why that is because people come into your business not because of you or your fancy eBay store name. They're typing it in on a search engine and they're optimizing that. So they're looking for your item on a search engine and then they come across your listing because you optimized your listing and then they come in and they buy that. And then the next time they're looking for an item, they don't go back to your store. They type in because that's what eBay is. It's a search engine. That's what Poshmark is. It's a search engine. That's all it is, right? And so what we want to do is we want to skip that whole process because the search engine, we don't want to be a search engine business, right? And then you see people that what happens is we then believe, stick with me now, stay with me. Okay. We believe this. We believe that this is the value of my business. Okay. And this doesn't just go for traditional resellers. This goes for like just people in general, is we put so much value on the product that we have that we believe this is the thing that's going to make or break my business. So we put all of our efforts in this. And that's why you see people being like pink suede blazer, size medium, pink suede blazer, size medium. There's nothing else I need to do because the product is a product. You either want it or you don't. Now, I want you guys to understand something. If the product were the case, if the product were the business, if that is the case, if the product is everything that would make or break your live resale business, let me ask you all this. Do you guys spend time in shows that you don't buy anything in? Like do you guys have favorite shows? Like what are some of your favorite like sellers on here? Who are shows that you go back to again and again? I'm curious. And I want you guys to look at something. A lot of times, the shows that you attend again and again, you are not, yes, I love Shop 801 and Kobe. Oh, that's I'm like, holy cow, that's crazy. My wife, that is my wife. Shop 801. Okay, cool. It's because of the people. It's not the product that the people have, it's the people themselves, and it's the show, Blessed Mama Bargains, okay? So you'll watch entire shows, and then when we go to sell it, we're like, well, that works for them, but I'm selling a product. you'll find that you will watch people show products over and over that you have no intention of ever buying. It's not for you, but you'll watch the entire show. So the reason why I bring that up is when you guys go to live sell, you need to cultivate that. You need to cultivate the thing that is not about your product. Does that make sense? Thank you, Tweetco, for saying the Naked Maple Owletto. I like that name. Watch for entertainment, seldom buy. Okay. I even mod for her when I'm in there, even if I'm not buying. I just like the energy. Makes sense, right? Liz Styles, yeah. Courtney Ashley, I love that. Courtney Ashley was in here earlier. That's so awesome. Okay, so this is what I want you guys to remember as you go live. What? What Liz likes. I like that. When you go live, don't put all the emphasis onto your product. Yes, the product makes a difference, but it's not your business, okay? It's not That's not how you do it. When we take a traditional resale mindset, which is my product is my business because it's based off of a search engine, and we base it off of that, then everybody is starts to show, they build their show around their product. So you'll see everybody being like, this is what I got, this is what I got. Guess what, y'all? Everyone has you what you got. There's so many people out there that have what you got, except for the thing that you actually have that no one else has. You're not showcasing that. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? This is where Whatnot's going to go. Okay. Because as soon as people are really realizing this, you're going to recognize that people, right? Isn't that crazy? The very thing that you have that you're showing and basing your business off of is a commodity, right? Look, I'm not saying this pink suede blazer isn't awesome and that if it fit me, I wouldn't be wearing it right now. Of course, I'd be wearing this thing right now. This thing is sweet. But if I think that my business is this, and this is the value of my business, this is a commodity. There's more of these out there. Okay. Now this is rare. I'm sure it's vintage, because my wife sells vintage. I don't. Is this vintage, baby? I don't even know what brand this is. Right. So what happens is you place all of this. Yes, this is 70s vintage. Thank you, guys. 70s pink suede 70s. This is a pink suede 70s blazer. What size is this, baby? Can you tell me what size this is? Oh, it's an extra small. Okay. Yeah, 70s, extra small. When we think this is the value of our business, we're literally showing something to the world and putting all the emphasis on the only thing that is a commodity in it. Whereas it's actually you in the business that has more, that actually has the value. The thing that no one else has, we hide behind the product that is a commodity. Isn't that wild? You guys picking up what I'm throwing down? You know what I'm saying? The commodity, the thing that everyone has, which is clothes and the treasures and all the things that we're selling on here, we put that above the very thing that nobody else has, which is our life experience, our personality, who we are, our values, all of that. And so I think a lot of people put so much emphasis on the product, they forget to actually showcase what people actually show up for, which is crazy because as buyers, you just told me that you don't just go to shows because of the product that they have. You don't go to shows because of the product they have. You go to the show because of who the person is, right? You go to the show because of what the show is, not from the product, okay? Loving it. It makes complete sense. It's because we tend to be so focused on trying to make the sell 100%, okay? 100%. Okay, so here's where everything changes. So instead of us doing that, here's what we do. And this has been the game changer in our business. And I hope that you guys can adopt this for yours as well. We have the 2 target strategy. Okay. What I'm going to do, y'all, is I'm going to just do a review of this. I think this is actually the last piece. Yeah. And then what I'm going to do is I want to hear, what I want to do is I want to do like a community coaching thing. So I want you to be thinking like, what are the biggest challenges that you're having in your business? And then let me see if I can help you in that thing. Maybe I can help you like break through, unlock some stuff in your business. So stay with me, okay? We want to focus on 2 things and 2 things alone. Customer lifetime value, that's CLV. Customer lifetime value. I want you to get that tattooed on your arm. So every time you're showing an item, being like, oh yeah, CLV, CLV, okay? And then the next thing is market data, right? Market data. This is fast feedback. This is the feedback that we're receiving from the market. Cool thing is our data, okay? The data that we're receiving, it's for us and it's coming from us, not somebody else's thing. So I want to like quickly cover that real quick, but I want to throw out like, what are the challenges that y'all are having in your business right now? What are the challenges that you guys are having in your live reselling business right now? Or Maybe it's something that you're like, look, my challenge is not even that I'm going right now. Okay, good. I'm glad this is a great help. Okay, cool. Thank you. What kind of challenges are you having in your business? Either is it something that's preventing you from doing this? Is it something that's happening in your shows, like an outcome or an output that you're getting? Struggling with not having the perfect setup. Daydream thrift. The perfect setup. Okay, cool. Let's talk about this for a second. You guys cool with this? Hey, Daydream, let me throw this out. You already helped me with what I thought was a challenge. Thank you. Still listening, learning. Tweetco, I'd love to hear what would you go a little bit deeper into that for me if you wouldn't mind? Like what were you thinking was the challenge, but it was something else entirely? Okay, cool. So Daydream Thrift, I wanna talk to you. Okay. Okay, cool. I want to talk to you about that for a second. Okay, and then Wire Weaved Uniques, I'm going to talk to you right after that. Okay. 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 Get Fit, Look Lit. I want to talk to you. I thought I'd burn out from helping others, not having enough. Okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Tweetco. That. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's talk through this. All right. So let's talk about the perfect setup. Okay. The perfect setup. Here's all you really need to understand about your setup. And the way that we design our setup is only really based on a couple of different things. Okay. So remember, our entire job is to get return buyers and to get market data. All we need to really think about in our setup is when somebody comes into your show, does it make sense? Okay. So for example, this right here, we'll call this the real estate. This is the camera, like it can only be within this area, right? It's actually not that big of an area. Now the whole room itself is fairly large. So you may have come from a large room and now it's smaller, but the real estate is the only thing that matters for what the buyer, when they come in, what they see. Okay. So we want to make sure that our real estate is aligned with what it is that we're doing. It's not actually how big the space is or even like the perfect setup. What it needs to be is what's the perfect setup for the buyer based off of the resources that I have right now. You might not have a perfect like lighting system, or maybe your what else might it be? You might not just have the perfect environment for it, but if you can take the time to look through what it is that you've got in your real estate and just improve that as much as possible, that will make a really big difference because it's not how big the space is, it's what the buyer sees when they come in. So let me give you like a real life example, okay? So my wife sells vintage. She sells women's vintage and contemporary clothes. She also sells baby and kids clothes sometimes, but let's take a look at this. So normally we don't have a bunch of drawings and frameworks up on the board here. What we have is we have a rack right here, okay? Well, when my wife sets up the show, all she needs to do is we want to make sure that our real estate makes sense for those that come into our show, okay? What do I mean by that? Well, if I'm selling women's vintage clothes and contemporary clothes, baby, can I pull other items out of the closet over here? Is that okay? Let me know. My wife's in here. I just need to, yeah, let me know. Okay, okay, cool. All right. Now look, my wife is much better at this than I am, but I want to give an example of what these things look like, okay? So you can understand it is not about your space, it's about how you use that space, okay? So when my wife sets up a show, it's going to look like this. And her camera is actually going to be like this, okay? And what she does is she intentionally sets up her show. Um, she intentionally sets up her show to utilize the space that she's in to draw in attention because this space right here, y'all can't see what I got going on over here, but this space right here is the real estate that the buyer sees. So when the buyer comes in, the only thing that you need to do to make sure that your setup is as best as it is to make sure that your lighting is even, that your voice um, is projected enough that they can hear you, and most importantly, when I come into a show, I want to know what it is that you're selling. If you have a bunch of random stuff over here, but you're selling clothes, and you don't, when you walk in, you're like, I thought you were selling clothes here. but I'm pulling stuff from over here and I'm like, I got this, okay? I got this, let me know. What happens is you're not utilizing your real estate for what is actually going to keep people in your show. So what happens is people come into your show and you have like some cardboard boxes back here and other things. And so when people come into the show, they're like, what is this exactly? If you're selling clothes, clothes should be your focus, right? If I walk into a restaurant, and I don't quickly see like what it is, what we're doing here, I'm probably going to bounce out. Okay. So you need to make sure that you utilize your real estate. And a little bit more advanced, say like, I don't know, but say like this pink blazer right here, that's a banger item, right? So I'm going to set it right here. And this thing is awesome too. Okay. I'm going to intentionally set it right there. Why? Because check it out. As I'm talking to you right now, and when you walk into the show, guess where else? Your eyes, you guys know what I'm talking about. You get like real close to your camera and you're like trying to see what's in the background. Like, what is that thing over there? Right? We intentionally use our space to catch people's eye and to keep them in there.
Can I
Okay.
add something?
Yes.
It's really short.
Okay.
I just also want to say that I intentionally design my show for me too. So when I'm starting my show and I'm starting out over here, I will mix in like we'll call them like 5-star items, the top of the top. I will mix them in throughout and then I'll put all 5-star items at the end. But as I move through my rack, I get excited. So I'm intentionally using my space and building my show to get me excited because I have found that as I move through my show, if I leave all of my kind of like okay items in the beginning, I really struggle to show genuine excitement. So I'm building my show for me as well because you are the product, you are the process that people are coming into and they're buying into it. So I will design so that I know, like, oh man, there is a 1970s suede blazer that I'm about to come up to. So I get excited. So be thinking about yourself too and the emotion that you want to portray. Because he looked at it and was like, "Oh, she does this to entice people. I don't do it to
That's good.
entice people. I do it for me because I want to be excited at the end of my show." Let's show JJ.
This is our little man JJ. Mm-hmm. We call him Dandelion because he looks like if you blew on his hair, you can make a wish.
He's like, "Why do you blow on me every time?"
Every time.
Uh,
Yeah.
he got Ritz crackers today,
Oh, yeah.
so he's a happy man.
So that was, thanks, baby.
You're welcome.
So that was like, that was a really good insight. That was something else that I didn't even like think because.
So be aware of yourself in
Mhm.
your own show.
And your energy of like how you can keep that excitement in there. Is that helpful? First of all, for your real estate, okay, we're talking about your real estate, your show. You don't need the perfect setup. You need the perfect setup for what you've got right now, okay? You just need a perfect setup for what you've got right now, all right? So use your real estate properly to set up your show, all right? And think of this in the same way as like when you come into like whenever you guys walk into a store, it's everything is done intentionally. And so this is where the mindset changes. Instead of me being like, and again, I'm never trying to like throw shade at people or anything like that, but I have to use like real life examples of what I see and why I think that things aren't working for people. Because I see like a messy room behind them and they're just trying to like, okay, I've got this, y'all. Do you guys, is this something? This is a blazer that I got. Let me know. Run or pass, guys. Run or pass. My entire business is just based off of the product that I've got. Let me know if this is what you want. And what happens is you're taking all the excitement out of it for the buyer. So the buyer, number one, doesn't have anything to look forward to. It's not an experiences. Let me know if you're interested and I'll run it, right? Good. Thank you so much, Daydream Thrift. Okay. So I want you to consider that. And also, this is where I want you to look through your environment here and understand what you're trying to create. So it's really two things. Number one, who are you, right? So my wife's, this is her aesthetic, right? We're believers in Jesus Christ. So you have pictures of Jesus up here, and then none of these things are up here. And then the rest of the frame, everything else that's in here is for the clothes that she's selling. Okay. It all matters 100%. Tweetco, everything that you're doing matters. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that in a way of being like, oh my gosh, I'm going to take a year off of doing this thing. No, all you need to do is just get little improvements, just learn little things, go do your thing, come back, learn some more, and be like, hey, what else can I do to improve that? And if you start running through and looking at that, you become, yep, 100% more intentional. When you become more intentional with what you're doing, your buyer feels that. And that's where things begin to change, right? That's where people, a lot of people are like, how do I get more people to my show? Make sure that your real estate is set up. Make sure that your show is set up. Make sure that when people come into it, it's not so much also how it looks, it's that you're bringing them into a process. So for those of you that are just joining right now, what we're talking about is how can we best use the space that we're in. We don't need a fancy studio or anything like that. All we need to do is take a little bit of time, put a little bit more prep in. Like it would be worth it to put a little bit more prep into what you're doing before going live and resetting up your environment than it would for you to just go live all the time. But it's the same background, and it's like I saw someone today, the camera's set up here, but it's a really big long room, and there's boxes everywhere, and like there's just stuff all over the place. And then they're coming up to the camera and be like, what, any requests for this? Okay, let me see if I got that. Hold on one second. We got this over here. Guys, hold on one sec. And it's like a retail store. If you walked in and it's just one person trying to help out all these different people, it's not a pleasant experience for somebody to come into. Okay. And now you're only serving one person. But one thing I want you to keep in mind, this 29 right here, this 29, that number 29, this is a non-captive audience. What does that mean? That means that I haven't figured out how to lock y'all into this room so you can't leave this room, right? I don't want to do that. I'm just teasing you. Okay. My entire business model is built off of chaos. All right. Well, clarity can come out of this chaos. The good thing is, um, you're like, just go, just do it and keep going. We'll figure it out as we go. It's like being on the ocean and be like, let's build the boat now, guys. I go live daily, and I just go, honestly. Foster friends, can we chat for a second? Are you cool with us having like a conversation right now? Are you cool with that? 100%. Okay. What is it that you sell? What do you sell? And if you don't mind, everyone just stick out and stick in here, because I think for what we're talking about right now is really beneficial. And then my goal is for y'all to go out there. Um, okay. I sell everything nobody needs. Can you give me an example of the things that nobody needs? Tell me the things that nobody needs. My business model is fire ready aim. I think in a lot of ways that's a good place to start. Honestly, I will say this, and foster friends, if you don't mind, would you mind sharing with me your first name, just so? And if you're like, nah, that's personal. If you want me to call you Foster, I'm cool with that too. Um, but I want to know what it is that you sell. And I will say that a lot of times I would rather, if I were to pick a team, like if I was like, if like resellers, if live resellers, spaghetti. Okay, spaghetti. Um, I love it. So spaghetti. What I would say, if I were to like pick like live reseller, like there's a team, like I get to pick my own team. I'm the captain of like a live reseller team. If somebody is like a fire ready aim, I would rather pick a fire ready aim than ready, aim, ready, and there's never firing. I'd 100% rather take that. Okay. 68 souls got to be working. Okay, cool. Well, somebody's got it. Okay. Now, I understand you're going live every day, but what I would invite for you to do, the theory is just go live. You can always improve from there, 100%, but only if we're improving. So what I want you to do, my suggestion, I know we just met each other, spaghetti, but hear me out, okay? She's like, yeah, he or she, I don't know. Yes, we love her and her shows. I do too. Look, people, you're crushing it, right? You're crushing it. What I would say is, what would happen if you kind of took like even one day and redid your items or redid your real estate from what we're talking about here, what would happen if you did your real estate in a little bit different way? Now that you've been doing this so much, now that you've been doing this, what would happen? What would be the thing that would take your I also do internet marketing for my other businesses. Okay, cool. So you understand this same type of thing, right? Everything that you see, like for example, everything that you see on, like if we're talking internet marketing and you're like, oh, it's a landing page, or this is like an opt-in, this is an opt-in page, everything on that everything on that page makes a difference. Everything makes a difference, right? I sell out every night, so I have to restock every night. I 100% see you. I don't even know where you're crushing it. What are you talking about? What challenges are you having in your business right now? You're like, I sell out everything every night. I got other businesses going on right now. Like, what? Um, you're crushing it right now. You're crushing it. So, what challenges are you running into? Tweetco brought me in here. She forced me in here. Let him help you, Spaghetti. She's like, I don't even know. I don't even know. No, listen to this guy right here, Spaghetti. This is the best. I've done a few community coaching things. This one's been the best so far, just because of that. Yeah, it sounds like you're crushing it right now. Keep doing it. If it's working, keep doing more of that. What I would say is use what you've learned in like internet marketing and say, hey, every single thing a part of this. Yeah, if it's working, keep doing it. Just keep doing what you're doing, right? As long as you're not getting burned out, right? She's really the brand, 100%. So let me ask you, Spaghetti, why is it working for you? Is it based off of all the things that people don't need? I think everyone and whatnot needs a business plan. Oh, I agree. I agree with that. So what is the key to your success? What is the key to your success, Spaghetti? It's built my business plan, not my trinkets. So you're telling me that your products isn't the entire thing of your business? You're telling me that it's not a product-based business, it's actually a process-based business? That's crazy. That's so nuts. Let me ask you this. And I love this because I love having someone that's coming in, that's crushing it, that knows business. Let me ask you this. Spaghetti, would you agree with this statement right here? That live reselling is not a product-based business, it's a process-based business? I love that. She says, I provide a fun. If you want to sell products, go somewhere else. So yeah. Okay, I love that so much. I love that so much. I did not pay Spaghetti to show up in here, y'all. Tweetco did. I did not. All right. It's an experience. It's an experience. Um, Spaghetti, how many people you got showing up to your show? I'm curious, like one of the things that I'm really interested by is how many people show up to a show, how many people don't buy, but they wait around for a while. And then once, oh, I got you, you tagged her. You're like, who do you enjoy watching? And Spaghetti, the reason why I was bringing this up is because, which I have spaghetti for dinner tonight, so my mind just went there. Um, is that we, a lot of times I see a lot of people that are like, oh, it's all about my product, it's all about this, and they are basing their business off of that, but they're actually missing out on the whole thing of like, well, if it was a product-based business, nobody would sit and watch a show. It's an experience. So I love that. I don't know if you're in here anymore, but I really appreciate you jumping in. Is there um, anyone who has a challenge in their business? Maybe you're like, hey, I'm down for a little bit of coaching right now. I would love to coach you. What are you doing? Okay. Wired Weave Unique. Thank you. I keep making jewelry. I'm up to 200 pendants. I create them live and I teach. I sell some, but not as often as I'd like with how much effort I put in. Okay. So I keep making jewelry. I'm up 200 pendants. Okay. I create them live and teach. I sell some, but not as often as I'd like. What do you feel? Um, so you want to sell more of your pendants? Is that what you're saying? What's the challenge that you're running into in your business right now? Bailey, tell me a little bit about what you got going on. We'll take some, yes, just more consistency in sales. Okay. Are each one of your pendants and the jewelry that you're making, are they all different? Are all of them different? Or do you have something that you do like you repeat? This is gonna be really good. Y'all stay around for this. Yep, all different. Okay. So what I want to, this is what I would invite you to do. Okay. Do you know if you have return buyers? When you sell stuff on Whatnot, they give you a summary that goes to your email afterwards. Does it tell you, it'll tell you how many first time buyers and how many return buyers you have. Or do you have return buyers right now? Yes, I do have return buyers. Okay, cool. So we got this first part down. It's the customer lifetime value. The second thing is really important. It's the market data or the feedback that you're getting. There might be something that you're doing, that you're making, that people love more than your other one. So although you're making really unique things, if there's a way, do you have an idea of things that tend to sell more than other ones? Because now what we want to do is we have this really broad range of all these things that you're doing. We want to break that thing down into like what things sell really well and which ones I'm not getting any traction on them. Do you have like a certain type that you're doing that you've seen? I get what you're throwing. Yeah. Right. Because sometimes it's like going to the Cheesecake Factory and getting the menu and being like, whoo, there's a lot of stuff here. So when we see a lot of stuff as a buyer, right? When we see a lot of stuff as a buyer, like if I'm going to sell something, I'll just throw something out. And I'm just throwing out like examples of this. If I'm like, hey, which of these things do you want? Which of these, tell me out of all this stuff right here, what are you most interested in? What happens is the buyer becomes overwhelmed. And because we have so many choices in front of us, it makes it difficult for the buyer to make a decision. And if a buyer is confused, they'll leave, right? Exactly. When you go to the Cheesecake Factory, you're like, I am about to go through this menu for the 18th time. Like you have a highlighter, like you put on like the little like sticky things on the sides. At in-person events, my table is covered in pendants. It was nice, but hang on, let me type. Okay, yeah, you take your time, okay? I know the Cheesecake Factory menu, you're like, let me post-it note on this. I might want this one, but I need to remember it's on page 42, so let me earmark this, right? Yeah. That would be my first thing that I'd recommend for you, Bailey. Because if I have all these different things, it's different than being like, hey, y'all, I have these two things. Is there something that you like more than others? Because I need the market data. If I don't know what my market data is, I can keep throwing stuff out, but you might have a pendant that you've designed that would like absolutely crush it. Like you look at whatever your top five are and play around with those. So still keep doing it, keep the creativity in there, but start pulling it down and like bringing it into like, what are the things that I could offer that people I know like? Because once we start paring it down, you're going to start seeing the things that people like more than other ones, and now you can test. You know what I'm saying? Easy for me. I'm allergic to probably their whole menu. I would recommend just having like your five. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Cool. And I would say, you know what? We're gonna do a giveaway of a playbook right now. I think sometimes, y'all, like with just like Bailey's doing it right now, y'all, right? You're welcome, Bailey. I appreciate you going through that with me. Bailey's doing it right now. Sometimes we just need somebody else to come in. Like that's why it's so valuable to have a community. So with the playbook, if you guys are like, hey, I would love to have a community, that's what the playbook, if you purchase the playbook, it will go to the community, right? I've been making in business for almost 8 years. That's so cool. That's so cool. And so I think another big piece to this that a lot of people run into is just being able to have somebody to just throw some ideas off. See, Bailey's crushing it, already doing it. Sometimes we just need somebody to be like, hey, have you thought about this? And that's why we're so grateful to be able to have a community. So if you guys decide like, hey, here's a playbook, you purchase a playbook, join our community, it's helpful. The other thing as well, so we're doing like a launch challenge. The launch challenge is actually where we help people either where they are right now in their business, like to get started, or they've kind of just reached this peak or like this point in their business where they can't get to the next level. And so we do this very thing, except for it's different because of Bailey, like if you're a part of our launch challenge, it's a community. And when we do the actual call itself, you would go on camera and I would see your face and you would see my face and I'd hear your voice and you'd hear my voice. And then we can work together, be like, okay, cool, let's do this. And then we do those once a week. So you can come back once a week. And essentially it's kind of like what we just did right here. And so I highly recommend for anybody that's like, yeah, I'm interested in doing something like that. I need some extra eyes on my business and someone who's going to help. Yeah, let us know, because that's what the launch challenge is for. Does anyone else have a challenge that you want some help with right now? Is there any way that I can help any of y'all right here? Let me know if you have a challenge for in your business right now, and I want to see if I can just point you in the right direction. All right. I got to get this rack out of here now. I'm curious. Do you guys have anything? I'm also curious, like, how many of you are going live regularly right now? Anyone in here like going live regularly right now? Me, yes, yes. Get fit, look lit. Foster friends, we already know you're crushing it right now. Mary, yes. What do you think? I'm curious, what do you think is like from going live all the time? Do you see that your business is consistently growing, or is there something that you're like, man, if I just had this, like what one thing could I address right now that would be helpful for you and your business? What's the challenge that you have for those of you that are going live right now? What do you feel like is the challenge in your business right now? Oh, you can sit down for a second. Let me know. I can tell you the challenge for us right now. So I'll go first. Um, I'll go first. The challenge for us right now is finding inventory. That's what one of ours is. But we're looking. Took a while to get here. I was playing double dutch, procrastinating. I'm jumping in the rope. Yeah, and now you're in. You're doing it. Cool. I'm new to this app, so I'm trying to get people into my shows. I've done lives on other app for over 1 year. Okay. Get fit, look lit. Do you want to chat? And then same thing. You see LAI collection. I want to say make sure that I'm saying your name right. What would I go? Lay. Okay, cool. And then Lay, let's chat. So if either one of you want to chat, I'm way down. Okay. I don't get a lot of people on other app, but I always get repeat buyers. Okay, repeat buyers is the name of the game, right? Repeat buyers is the name of the game. It is all about that CLV. That is what the game is about. But let's come over here. Let's talk. Okay. So, okay. So Debbie, what is it that you sell? Debbie, I'm going to talk to you for a bit, and then Lay, let's talk. Are you cool with that? Lay, will you hang out with me for a second? And then Debbie, if you want, we can chat. Okay, cool. Thanks, Lay. I appreciate your patience with me. I'm going to slide this over because we want to keep our eye on the two target strategy. We want to keep our eye on the prize. And then Debbie, if you're like, I don't really want to do this, totally fine. I know it takes a second to chat. This is why I love doing the launch challenge, because I get to meet up with people and then we can chat through it. All right, activewear, men's, women, extra small to 4XK. Nike, Adidas, Free People, all new attack. Okay, so activewear. Okay, makes sense. That makes sense with your name, right? Okay, cool. And so you were selling on another app and then you've come over here, etc. Brands. Okay. Okay. And then Debbie, what other app were you selling on? And if you don't want to tell me, that's fine, because I don't. Sometimes you put it in the chat and it like mutes it. No one's like, I didn't see anything. I still sell on the other. Oh, that P mark, selling on P mark. Just kidding. So we have someone in our community. We have a coaching group that we do, and they sell on the P mark. They sell on P mark as well, and they do really well with it. It's a different vibe for sure. Do you, because you came over here, are you still going to be doing the Posh Live? Is that what, are you going to continue to do that? Or are you wanting to move over here entirely? That's where I started also. I'm pretty new here. Okay, cool. Thanks, Adelia. I want to understand. So there's someone that I work with. She was in here earlier. She crushes it on there. And we talk about it and she's like, it is different. It's way different. I'm doing both currently. I wanted to test the waters here since Posh, I'm doing bad lately. Okay. So she does well over there, but she's like, she's really familiar with Whatnot. We had a conversation. I'm gonna just kind of tell you, we had a conversation probably in like April, probably in like April, March or April, and I was like, hey, she was like, I'm gonna do both of these. I'm gonna do Whatnot and I'm gonna do Poshmark. And I was like, which one's doing better? And she's like, well, this one. I'm like, my recommendation would be for you to pick the one and go with that all the way. And she's like, okay. And so she did that. And she's done really well. But I understand it's a different platform, probably a different culture as well as some of the other things that she's described to me. She's like, there's strategies that she has to use that she's learned from Whatnot, but then she has to like kind of loophole it over there. And so I'm really happy that you're here on Whatnot because I think Whatnot is better designed for doing this. What do I mean by doing this? Live selling. Why am I so confident in saying that? Poshmark was built as the social media slash search engine site. And so it's trying to like do the combination of like, hey, we're all resellers, right? My Closet on P doing better lately than lives. Here I feel like people really want quick shows more so than there. Okay, gotcha. Feel like here I feel like people want quick shows more so than there. Okay. And so what I think that is better about this is like fast paced stuff. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So what I've seen is I have been doing so I've been in software before, and anytime that a software is built, however that thing is built, that's what it's designed to do. It's very difficult and go to change the source code to be something different. So what you have to do instead is Poshmark was built on this source code, right? It has this code that it's built on. But when they go to add on another thing, it's like they're not going to rebuild the whole thing from the ground up now with like this video live streaming functionality, right? So what they have to do instead is they've got to like add on to this, and it's difficult to do. Whereas Whatnot is built for this from the ground up. It's built to do the very thing that it's doing. Okay, so I just want to like quickly put that in front of you because if you decide that you want to come over here, this thing is built for that. Okay, so let me just. So Debbie's like, hey, I'm selling over on Poshmark, but it's not doing as well. But here I feel like the people want like a really like fast-paced show more so than on there. And I want to throw some. Did anyone feel that they sell out all of their marketplace items without doing sell? Um, are you saying the stuff that you put into the actual like buy it now instead of going live, like from the? I'm curious if that's what you're referring to. Debbie, are you saying like, hey, the marketplace is like, yes, but that's not selling in a live. So this, what I think, and I can't speak for everyone. I'm sure there's people that crush it on here, but to move over from Poshmark, Debbie, were you selling on Poshmark traditionally before? Were you? And what I mean by that is you had a closet on there, and then you had a bunch of listings up there, over 12,000 items. Okay, and then you learned about this live selling thing, and now you're doing that, right? And so now you're like, okay, how do I figure this whole thing out? Okay, this is really good. Y'all stay with me on this, okay? Because I want to point a couple things out. Sold, 5,600 active listings now. Sold and has 5,600 active listings right now. Okay, cool. You and I are very similar because we come from the same spot, which is this traditional reselling, then coming over into live selling. And the hard thing about it is the transition over is a change of mindset that needs to happen. Okay, Debbie, it's not the same. So if we try to bolt on, just like Poshmark is trying to bolt on, like the live selling aspect of it, if we try to bolt on live selling as a mindset to our traditional reselling mindset, it's not going to, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I've seen too many people come and go off of this. And the reason why it doesn't work is it's actually two separate business models that are in conflict with each other. What do I mean by that? Well, in traditional reselling, my goal is to go buy undervalued, underpriced items. My goal is to maximize the transactional value of each one of those. So I want to maximize my profit off of each one of those items. It's a tradition, right? So that's right. That's what you do. Like I'm going to put up all these listings. And then if I bought the item for $10, I hope that it sells for $30 or $25 or 20, right? But for the most part, we don't have return buyers coming back again and again to our store. And if we do, it might be because we got like 5,600 items up there, right? So they're like you're dominating in the space. You have all these listings up there. The issue becomes when we try to go into live selling, it's a completely different format. It's a completely different way of approaching things. When I build out listings on Poshmark, I'm entirely building that based off of the product itself. Okay, correct. I have lots of return buyers out of closet, literally people for years. Okay. When you say buyers out of closet, that means that they're coming back to you in like a different format. Like they're not purchasing through Poshmark for you. They're like, hey, I like you. I'll come back and buy more of this stuff. Is that what you're saying? Let me know. Okay. Um, so you have these return buyers. The thing is when we move from a traditional resale mindset, it's based off of the product itself. When we begin through Poshmark, but closet shoppers. Okay, gotcha. But all of it's based. So you have these return buyers, and is it because they're coming back? They're not. Are they buying it from you live? Or is it in a live format that they're purchasing that? I have different live repeat buyers. Okay, cool. So same thing over here, right? Your goal is to get repeat buyers that are going to come back again and again. The hard thing is like when we're doing traditional resale and then we're moving over to live sales, it becomes hard because what happens is we're building up this buyer base, and this buyer base, at first we just need to like get in front of them and we need to get market data. And the market data is not going to be the same as it is in in traditional resale. Traditional resale, it's based off of the product itself, whereas in live selling, it's based off of the entire process and what you're showing, how you show those items. Okay. So if you're transitioning over from here into Whatnot, and you're like, I'm having trouble. Are you doing Whatnot shows then? Let me go check out your profile real quick. Yeah, you got one tomorrow. I'm gonna go bookmark it. Okay. Let's go bookmark Get Fit Look Lit. She's got a show tomorrow. Will you guys go follow her? Okay. So you're doing shows and you're doing them pretty frequently. Okay, cool. So now what we need to do instead is we gotta. This is really hard, Debbie, but I'm going to tell you, like, it's really difficult to hold on to traditional resale mindset and also build a live reselling business at the same time because um, in traditional resales, we're trying to maximize profit. In live sales, we're trying to get a return buyer basing to get market data. Okay. And so because of that, it becomes difficult because if we try to do both at the same time, it gives a really odd experience for the buyer themselves. So what we need to do is we need to optimize for this, and we have to drop the traditional resale mindset, which is I need to maximize profit off of each one. So yeah, you're going to take, it might be a different profit margin. Now that where you're like, whoa, that's a little crazy for me because I'm already selling it on Poshmark right now. Why would I stop doing the thing over here? And the reason why is twofold. Number one, you have 5,600 listings. We have 5,600 listings up on Poshmark right now, right? And so the for the most part, unless your return buyer rate is anything north of like 60 to 70%, do you know what your return buyer rate is by chance? I am curious. So you're getting return buyers, but it's going to be different on Whatnot than it is over there. Not off the top of my head. Okay, cool. Totally, that makes sense. Why would you do that? Why would you know that off the top of your head? Because it's traditional resale. For the most part, it's a one-to-one transaction. I'd be willing to bet that your return buyer rate is probably less. Okay, for your lives, it's very high, but in your in traditional, it's hard to say, right? Because we don't track that. On eBay, I knew that ours was 0.4%. Okay, but now that you're doing live selling, you got to optimize for customer lifetime value and market data. Okay. Customer lifetime value and market data. It's the market data that we received before may be different than it is like in traditional reselling. The market data we get from like the search engine optimization is going to be different than what it is in live sales. Why do I say that? Well, because the market, it's not the same market. It's not the same type of experience. So the buyer experience is different in live sales than it is in traditional resale. And so what we want to do is we want to optimize for this. And so my recommendation would be, so are you planning on doing both Posh Live and Whatnot? Are you looking to do both? For now, okay, cool, I got you. It's going to be different over here, right? And the reason why is it's not the same thing. The culture isn't built off of Poshmark is built off of a search engine meets social media platform that is now bolted on. Now bolted on with like the live selling aspect of it, but it's still bolted on into the same exact culture as what Poshmark was before they did that. And then when we bring our business over to Whatnot, it's very similar to me selling stuff on eBay and then selling stuff on Poshmark. They're two completely different platforms, two completely different strategies. The cultures are way different. The same thing like we were selling on Depop, and we're like, this is a different culture than it is on Poshmark, right? And so it's really difficult because we have to essentially abandon what we're doing over. We have not that we need to like stop doing what you're doing over here, but we have to like when we come over here, it's like a new country, a new culture. It's a whole different thing, it's different language over here. And so you're gonna have to learn the two of them simultaneously. But what you do over on Posh Live doesn't translate over here. Why do I know that? Because I know somebody who sells on Posh Live and she's like, it's different on Whatnot. She's on Whatnot all the time. She's really good at Posh Live and she do really good on Whatnot, but she also knows it's two different things. So if you're gonna do both of them, you're gonna have to have two separate strategies, and you're gonna want to build Whatnot differently than how you build your Posh Live. So your Posh Live, for example, I don't do pallets, so I can't do low starts, and I feel like that is part of the problem. It doesn't necessarily have to be, and I'd have to see like one of your shows to kind of give you an idea of what to do. Um, and the same thing, we don't do pallet pulls either, okay? And our cost of goods isn't going to allow for us to constantly do like $1 starts. And that's not necessarily even what I'm saying to do. But on Poshmark, it's different of how the listing, like you have to have everything listed on your store on Poshmark in order to sell it on your live. Is that correct? Like you can't just pull up mystery pulls and be like, I'm gonna run this item and then pin it and run it like you could over here. Is that right? Let me know. And so now you're going to learn a new strategy over here. And so it's like, what if I understand that you're like, hey, I can't do, and COGS is different for each item. So to track it here is a little bit harder. You can make a mystery listing, sell quick listing there too. Okay, cool. Let me kind of run through this with you. Okay. This is going to be, and I'm going to speak very directly to you. Okay. I'm going to speak very directly to you. So Debbie, stick with me on this. Okay. This right here is the most important metric that you're going to have in your business, which is customer lifetime value. And a lot of times, what happens in the traditional reselling is we will purchase an item. So we'll go to a store, and this one item is $7, and this one's $12, and then this one was $5, and we track every single one of these items. And then for every single one of those items, we need to make the margin off of each one of those. That's the idea behind traditional reselling. Okay, do you track each individual item and what you pick it up for? Do you track, do you know? Okay. This is where it gets this is the move that we have to make over from a mindset perspective. For those of you that are joining or have been with this is the thing right here. This is the hard thing, okay? We don't track what we're making off of each individual item because that's a transactional model. It's a transactional business model. And in order to do that, what we're optimizing for, like you get to pick, like it's like a video game character, you get to pick the attributes and you're like, okay, I can have like super strength, or I can have speed, or I can have whatever this is. I also have a ridiculous memory and I usually know what prize before I even remove the prize. Okay, 100%. I feel you on that. So we have attributes that we can optimize for, like in a video game, right? If you try to optimize based off of your transactions, you cannot also optimize off of customer lifetime value, and the market feedback is going to be different for what you're receiving because you're trying to optimize for your transaction. So one of them, this is why I say like traditional resellers really struggle because it's a transactional mindset, okay? And then on this side, it's not a transactional mindset, it's optimizing for customer lifetime value, okay? And so for that very reason, when we go out and we buy all these items, we are not tracking what we pay for each individual item. And then we try to optimize to get the most profit out of that item. It doesn't work because we're literally being like, yeah. So it's not even volume over profit. What it is it's customer lifetime value over the transactional model. Okay. So let me pull this up. Oh, I ran out of paper. Let me show you this. Oh, I got this over here. Okay. So in most businesses, they're optimizing, right? So it's not just a volume play. It's not a volume play, but what it is we have it's not we have to break out of the transactional model because what we see in traditional reselling is the transaction itself. If that's profitable and I do these at a large scale, the volume of that will determine how much I make. However, here, when we're optimizing for customer lifetime value, if I know that my customer lifetime value is north of like $100, right? I'm okay with taking a little hit to get a customer, right? And this is how it is in most businesses. So this is where we come back to Starbucks, okay? So Starbucks customer lifetime value is $14,000. $14,000. What does that mean? It means that somebody comes in and they try. So they know that on average, if somebody tries a Frappuccino, they will spend $14,000 on average. So some people will come in and they'll drink a Starbucks and be like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever tasted in my life. I'm never drinking it again. And they throw it away, they spend $7 and they never come back. Someone else comes in and they're like, well, I'm going to come here every single day because this is the best thing I've ever tasted in my entire life. I will be back here tomorrow and the day after that and every day following that. And I'm going to give you all my money in the morning. Okay, see you tomorrow, right? And the average is $14,000. That's really important to know that, okay? Because if Starbucks was going off of a transactional model, the idea would be I need to make money off of every single one of these. But if we as a company or a business know that we don't need to make money off of each one of those things, um, Dante, if we understand that, then and we're optimizing for customer lifetime value, then that becomes our North Star. You can't have the North Star of I need to make money off of every single transaction and the North Star of customer lifetime value because they point different directions. Does that make sense? Are you following me? Hopefully you're still with me. Debbie's like, this is craziness. I'm not doing this. I hope this makes sense because what we're trying to do is we're holding two conflicting ideas in our mind, and this is what it looks like. I'll just show you what it looks like, Debbie. I'm going to show you what it looks like, and I'll show you why it doesn't work in live selling. Okay, might work on Poshmark. How are you calculating for CLV? It's kind of hard to do, so we do it based off of we know what our average profit is per item. We know that the average customer that comes in and purchases 3 items per show. And then we look at a return buyer rate. And then at that point, it gets a little what we heard is like squishy. I can't fully optimize. I can't tell you exactly what the CLV is because what I need to do is I need to make an assumption. The only thing I can do is track every single one of my buyers and see how much they've spent with me, but that's impossible to do because I don't have the bandwidth to do that. So what I do instead is I look at our return buyer rate. What is it? So why do I believe that this works? I'll give you real numbers, okay? In March of 2024, so last year, we we would have a between 63 to 65% return buyer rate. So that means like we got like, out of 20 people that come in and buy from us, 12 of them are return buyers, right? It was actually an average of 22 return buyers per show. Yeah. Whatnot will show you how to they'll show you what your top buyers spend, okay? I know I have more budget friendly buyers versus the one who wants the crazy looking, not find it anywhere stuff who will pay. Gotcha. And that's the thing, we're going to optimize for them, right? So, and Whatnot will tell you in the analytics, you can go down, it'll be like, here's your top 10 buyers, right? Our top 10 buyers for 2024, I haven't done this since like probably November, so it's probably changed. But if I took all of our top 10 buyers and what they spent with us, right, I added it all up and then I divided that by 10, it was $1,400 per buyer for our top 10 buyers. When I was figuring out what our CLV was in general, like I kept coming to kind of numbers because again, I'm not tracking every single buyer that comes in and what they spent with us. I would love to have that data. But what I do is be like, return buyer, if we do 3 shows a week, we have a 75% buyer. Yeah, so try to ask budget before the show and stuff. After that, they buy. I kind of know their range is to tailor what I want to show them, how long you've been selling and whatnot for. Um, So what I would say to that is what we want to optimize for is market data since mid-October. Okay, cool. Market data and customer lifetime value. So you're like, well, you don't know exactly the customer lifetime value though. I do know that it's north of like $300 on average. That is a way that I've kind of figured it out based off of our return buyer rate. Now, why do I believe that? I know that this is working because on average, we'd have 22 return buyers per show in the month of March. Okay. In October, we had an average of 33 return buyers per show, and we still were getting first time buyers. And so our return buyer rate actually did go up, but the return buyers, like the number of return buyers returning to each show, has been going up. Okay. And that was even taking like a bit of a dip during summer because we weren't doing as many shows. So I know that we have return buyers coming back and they stick with us, and we're getting first time buyers. So the reason why I show this is because what happens is it's really difficult to track every single item, what you paid for it, and then try to make a margin on each one of those. Why? Well, number one is when you're doing a show, if you're trying to, as a traditional reseller, let me ask you this: are your starting prices the same across the board? Debbie, are they the same across the board, or does it depend on what they pay? Okay, so it looks like this. I know I spent $7 for this, so I'm going to start this out at $10, okay? And then my next item, I know that I paid $6 for this, so I'm going to start it out at $8, okay? And so what happens is we're trying to make money off of each one of those, and it creates a different experience for the buyer, right? Because now you're going through trying to figure out mentally, like Rain Man, to figure out how is this gone. So I have a hoodie that retail at $60 to $145, so my costs are very different. Yeah, totally understand. And I'm not saying that you should even start out that hoodie at $5. But what I am saying is instead of us looking overall at like what each individual item is going for, what we do instead is we say, and I'll just show you like this. This isn't like the real prices. I say, bought this for 5, this one for 10, so that's 15. Bought this one for 7, so that's 22. Bought this one for 8, so now I'm at 30. And then I bought this one for 5, and so I'm at 35. Bought this one for 5, so I'm at $40 between these. And how many pieces I got? I have 6 of these. So whatever 40 divided by 6 is, right? 40 divided by 6, that is what my overall cost is overall for each of the items. Yeah, so we average it. Yeah, like if it was from a pallet, right? So now I understand, number one is if my average is, if I take it across the board, I'm just going to find my starting price for something that's going to work with that. Okay? My wife's let me know, like, just so you know, some of the stuff that's fallen to the bottom of the oven may start smoking, the smoke alarm may go off. She put it in mute, so you guys weren't supposed to know that, but I told you anyways, okay? So now we average that out. Well, why do we do that? Number one is because we've done a large volume of items, so what we don't want to do is try to track every single one of those items, okay? Yep, it was from the quesadillas the other night, dude. That was you. You dropped chicken on the bottom of the oven, Jesse. So that's your fault. So what we do is we average it out, and then we're going to find a starting price that works for us so that we can at least be profitable for that. But we're not doing it to make money off of every single item and be in the profit. And that sounds like craziness to most people, and I get that. And even I get a lot of pushback when I brought this up. I was bringing this up earlier where I'm like, it's not about what you're making off of every single little piece. It's about what your customer lifetime value is. And so what we'll do as traditional resellers is the show will be like this. Okay, like I said, all right, guys, this one is an $8 start. This one's a $12 start. And then if you want this one, I paid up for this one. So this is a $20 start. You guys let me know. What happens is we're optimizing to make money instead of optimizing for the buyer experience. Because the buyer experience is like, look, make this easy enough for me to know, as well as walk me through a show, okay? Because in traditional resale, hey, it's all product based. It's all product based. So if I've got the products, then people need to pay for it. And what happens is you reduce your business to the products that you have. Debbie, your business is not your $60 hoodie, okay? It's not your $145 hoodie, okay? I know Like you've got some good stuff and that's good, but it's not better than what you have. You are the asset of your business, not your hoodies, not any of that stuff. And people will pay for those things, but what they won't do is go through a confusing experience where the transaction is more important than the buyer themselves. Meaning the transaction and what I make on each one of these things is more important than what the buyer experience is. That's why I say you can't have two North Stars. Uh-oh, we got the smoke alarm going off. Can you guys hear that? I'm curious if you guys can hear that. Yes. Okay. Everything's fine. My son's like, what's going on? We knew it was going to happen. That dang chicken fell out. Um, I want you to know how much I appreciate what you're doing. Serve, care, inspire. Well, often when people have poor shipping, it makes me feel like I was just a sell to them instead of part of the show. My dog can too. He's looking around. He's like, hey, just turn that down real quick. Oh, man. All the dogs are freaking out. That's crazy. So what we want to do is we want to make a really good buyer experience, just like Foster Friends is saying. Like I feel that often when people have poor shipping, it makes me feel like I was just a sell to them instead of part of the show. What we have to do is optimize to make the entire experience becomes a thing. Oh man, Foster Friends, I'm so glad you're here. Spaghetti, this is it, right? So we got to go mobile for a second, guys, because this is important. And Debbie, I really appreciate you being here with me. I'm trying to talk to the problem that I see that a lot of traditional resellers have, and it's kind of it's changing up of a mindset. It's like two different languages. We want to optimize everything right here. This is the 5S cycle. So you source your items, you stage them, where you present, you get them ready, you show the items, and you ship the items. And then the story is where you understand what happened throughout this cycle. The only thing that we are directing that for has nothing to do with what we make on each transaction, like our profit margins off of each one of those. We don't track that. We don't track our profit margins on each individual item. We average it out. Why? Because if I try to go off of every single transaction of what we've done, it creates a confusing buyer experience, and we're not optimizing for what is actually important, which is the customer lifetime value. Because in order for me to get return buyers, I've got to create an experience, just like what Spaghetti was saying. Is you want to optimize for what you're doing, that this entire 5S cycle is optimized for return buyers. It's the buyer experience that's far more important than what we make on any single item. And the market feedback. And this is going to be the hardest thing to hear as a traditional reseller. A lot of times we are so invested into the value of what we have in our business, and meaning our product. We're so product focused, and we believe that our product is everything, that we don't receive the market feedback that it would actually help us to grow our business. What do I mean? Y'all, I love you, and I'm going to say this with love. Some of your items aren't as awesome as you might think that they are. And I know that a lot of times it's hard to like understand that, but your items are a commodity. They exist all over. You can get your items all over the internet. I can get on Amazon right now and I can get the items that you're showing in your show, okay? Or I can figure out how to get those items. The people are not buying your items from you because you have a special product. They're buying it from you because of the process and the experience that the buyer is going through. And when we optimize for that, our businesses do far better than us optimizing. Be like, guys, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like, okay? And I'm saying this purely in love. Traditional resellers that come into this game and they try to do this, they know the value of this thing. I don't know the value of this. I'm gonna go back to my pink suede jacket, okay? What happens is we say, hey, I know that I could sell this for 30 bucks over on Poshmark right now, or 40 bucks. Let's say 40 bucks, okay? And when I show it to an audience in my traditional reselling brain, I'm like, this thing's worth 40 bucks. And I'm like, and I paid like $10 for this thing. Okay. So I'm going to do my starting bid at 10 bucks. Okay. So I start, I'm like, all right, here it is, guys. This retails, I could sell this for 40 bucks over on Poshmark. And then you're like, okay, cool. All right. Somebody bid. Thank you for your bids. 15, cool. 18, boom. Sold for 20 bucks. And you're like, cool, stills and deals, folks. We're giving away over here. And you're in your brain, you're like, I lost $20. And guess what? Because we're optimizing for transactional stuff, the profit off of each one of those becomes hard because we in our brains think that we just lost $20 when the truth is you just got a new customer. That customer may come back and spend thousands of dollars with you over the course of the next year. But if we're optimizing for transactional value, the look on our face is one of being like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I just lost money on this. Okay, shipping this out to you, stills and deals. You literally like stole $20 from me. But don't worry, it's on its way. And the buyer is like, dang, that doesn't feel good at all, right? Oh, I would try to explain to so many people. I built my business off of $1 stores. That's what I'm talking about. It's hard to understand. It's simple, but this is it. Thank you so much, Spaghetti, for like it's a hard thing to like do, and that's why I want to help so many traditional resellers do this thing, because what happened is you're optimizing for the transactional thing, and when you do that, you made the buyer feel bad, and you didn't know it, but your voice and your eyes and everything about what they've done, and these cameras are so good now, y'all, that they can see everything that has happened in that interaction. And people don't care about your item. Ugh. People don't care about your item. They care about how it makes them feel. So if I bought that item from somebody and they make me feel bad in any way because they're like, steals and deals, folks, you just got this. When I get this in the mail, I'm going to look at it and be like, oh yeah, I remember this. This sucked actually, I was excited about it, but I felt like crap once I bought it. And now I've got this, and I'm definitely not going back to that show. And so it has to be fully aligned to being like, it is the customer lifetime value that makes all the difference in the world. That's the thing that's going to grow your show. That's going to be the thing that does this over and over. And so what we do is instead, a live reseller understands this. Y'all, they know in their head, like this could go for $40, right? And instead it goes started at 10, okay, boom, 20 bucks. Yes. Thank you so much. Foster friends, thank you so much for purchasing this. You're gonna love it. It is softer than I described it. This thing is like butter. You're gonna love this. Hey, this is gonna be coming out to you soon. Hey, I want you to bookmark my next shows, because if you like this, I have more just like this that'll come your way. So let me know, bookmark my next shows, show up to my next one, and I'm so happy to welcome you to the Making Grace family. Thank you so much. Y'all, you're gonna love that. Okay, next piece. I'm moving on to the next piece, moving on to the next piece. And these customers are like, oh, yeah, they appreciate it. They saw that. I'm gonna go bookmark their shows. And then when they get the item, they open it up and they're like, yes, I remember how this felt when I purchased this. And because of how I felt, I want that experience again. And now I'm gonna go to all their shows. And that customer, you might have lost $20 on this, but that customer will come back and spend more and more and more money with you because of how you make them feel. Nobody wants to feel as if you got the goods and they're getting a deal. Like nobody likes that. And that means it's a product-based business. I know I'm going super hard, Debbie. I don't know if you're still in here. I don't know if this is resonating. I know this is kind of a hard message. And I'm bringing it with like a lot of passion. But I've seen so many traditional resellers trying to make the gap and they don't bridge the gap because of this right here. And I want to point out, I want to say real quick, I got to go back and read what Foster Friends was saying. Each person in your room is also a potential asset. Even a show with 0 sales can be a successful show. My gosh, I'm so happy you're here. It's almost like you'd have like 65,000 sales or something on whatnot. Oh, you do? Huh, I wonder how you did that. Oh, it's because of what we're talking about right here. Let's go. Thank you so much. I hope this thing blesses you. Okay. I was about to buy right now. You had me. Oh, that's so funny. You want this? I'm just kidding. I don't know. Okay. I hate when pallet people, oh, you're robbing me. Yeah. We don't like it. We don't like it. Doing good, drilling it into our heads. Nobody likes it. Pay attention to how you make people feel. The product itself is worthless. It's worthless. And I don't mean that in a way of like your products are worthless. I mean, It's worthless if I'm standing on an island by myself and I'm holding a Gucci bag. It doesn't mean anything. I can't transfer it. The thing that's actually the asset is what Foster Friend said. It's the person. That's how the money is exchanged. The money is exchanged through the person, not through your item. And so I want to point this out because here's what happens. When you do that, that customer, how they feel, it feels really good and they're going to come back. They'll buy again and again. And here's the second thing. That's why I kind of feel like I can't start at $1 because I definitely lose money on a lot of items. Okay, now I want to point something out here, okay? I get it. Don't start at $1 if you feel like you're going to lose it, but do it at a level that you feel that it's okay. And over time, it'll literally fall off. And I'll give you a real life example. My wife, probably like a month ago, sold a Johnny Was shirt. Do you guys know who Johnny was? Bailey? Do you know who Debbie, do you know who Johnny Was? Johnny Was. You guys know who Johnny Was is? It's an expensive brand. It sells. It's money, right? My wife sold one for $5, y'all. Okay, yes, not really a fan of them though, totally. But you understand the resale value of it. Like if somebody's selling it on eBay or Poshmark, there's a resale value, right? I guarantee that customers come back. Guess what happened? My wife was like, all right, Johnny Was starting at a 5. Boop, there you go, Donna. And it sold. One person bid it, and it was a first-time buyer. And she was like, "What happened?" And my wife was like, "Yeah, you just got this Johnny Was for $5. That's amazing." And when that happens, the buyer's like, "That's crazy." Now, in a traditional resale mind, you lost money, but in a live reselling mind, you just gained a customer for life. And that person, you have to trust people, but people are reciprocal. My wife is opening the window. She's like, "You're bright red. You're getting way too passionate. I got to come in here and calm this dude down." But I get really excited about this because once it clicks, I promise you the person that we lost money on for a Johnny Was shirt will come back again and again and again. And that could be worth thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. Okay. So my beautiful wife is going to say something. But look how red I am compared to like, what she's looking like.
I also have makeup on, so I just wanted to say to that experience is there's another layer. So when the item sold, one, the Johnny Was, it was an extra small. And my market doesn't do well with extra small. Most of them are small, medium, large. And when I chose an extra small, even a Johnny Was will sell for $5. But for me, because my mindset is looking for market data. I'm looking for, is this item a good item for my market? One person bid, and it was one of those bids where like the clock is running. It's like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, swipe. And you're like, thank you for the sympathy bid. I greatly appreciate you. But she got a Johnny Was for extra small for $5. But in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, market data. I'm not going to pick up extra small Johnny Was. I'm just not. Like, you guys would be absolutely flabbergasted how many amazing items that I leave behind because my market data says no. I, for the longest time, because I sold on Poshmark, I was anthropology everything. I was just like, pick it all up. No one buys it in my show. I will pick up free people all day long, and my market doesn't want it. And everything in me as a treasure hunter is like, go get free people, go get anthropology. It's the best. No, not for my market. My market is looking for vintage and really unique pieces, also quality pieces. But once you start to understand that every show is for market data, it is so you can get better. So no matter if it sells for $1 or it sells for $27, that right there is valuable market data. So I can go back to the drawing board, go into my show journal, which is included if you purchase a playbook. Everything in the Buy It Now gets you into our live reseller community. Reselling is lonely. Okay?
Go back with what you were saying before.
What?
The market data.
Oh, yeah. When you understand that everything you do in your show is for market data, you don't take it personally. You don't take it personally. Whether it wins or it loses, whether it sells for $1 or $27, each one is a win because I can take, oh, it only sold for $1 and I'm not going to pick up that item anymore. That's a win. So then when I go sourcing, I'm not wasting money. I'm not wasting time. I'm actually looking at my market data and being like, I'm only going to pick up what sells well. So it's a very, yes. And you acquired a customer.
100%.
Amen. Jesse, it's like we're hanging out, but we're not hanging out. I like it. It's a digital world. Hi. Hello, hello. The walk-in closet. She's been with us for like several days.
I know. I love it.
I love it. I just wanted to put that spin on it
That's
because
so good.
I think a lot of times when we go into other people's shows, you see it on their face when they're offended that their item didn't do well, because in their traditional reselling model on eBay it sells for $75, but you had to wait 6 months to get that $75. I'd rather make the sale right now, get the market data and move on.
And
That's why
fire.
traditional reselling will always fail compared to this. You will always outbeat a traditional reseller because traditional reselling is a monster that you have to feed with your product, and it's never ending. Take it from someone who has touched, my husband and I estimated this, that I have physically touched over 1 million pieces of clothing. 1 million. Like, that's insane. That's insane. But as I go through my sourcing process and I understand, okay, this is a good purchase to pick up. This isn't a good purchase to pick up because all I'm looking for is market data. And when you guys understand that, and that switch flips to where you're like, no matter what, the data is valuable and it moves me forward in my live reselling journey. Number one thing, market data. Getting more market data gets you more customers. If you bring your customers more items that they voted for in their bidding, you're winning. You're winning.
100%. Thanks, baby.
Okay, come on.
Gracie wants to slice the pizza.
Okay.
I hope this is helpful because I'm really coming in. We're coming in with some fire with this because it was a big.
Passionate.
We're very
We were
passionate
stuck
about
in a
this. Yeah.
trap for so long.
Thank you. We were stuck in this trap, and it was something that we couldn't break out of. We couldn't break out of it because it was the model itself. We couldn't break out of it because it wasn't something that was wrong with us. It wasn't something wrong with the buyer. It had to do with the yes, we source, but we're never sure what's in the unit. A little bit different, but and okay, I love that, and I'm so glad that you're back here, Lisa. And I think, and we'll talk about that. You're in the community now. um, when you show a new item and it does not sell, how many times you show the item before you take it out of the offering? That so now it is something to think about for sure. And I want you to think about this in a way of, oh man, I wish I had the numbers for it. I wonder if I could get it. I know I did it in a presentation at one point. So Debbie, stick with me real quick on this, okay? This is the thing that happened. So we transitioned over from eBay. We're selling on eBay, thousands of listings, right? We're selling on eBay, and then we move over into live selling, right? And systematically close it on our eBay store, and we're like heads down with this for a while, okay? We're heads down. I kind of forget about like it was like we were in a new space, so I wasn't thinking about traditional reselling anymore. Later, I was putting together a presentation, and I pulled up all of our old numbers, and I compared it to where we were at with live selling. And here's the thing. This is the craziest part. We made less money per item but we made way more money overall. So it was like, okay, so we were moving stuff so much faster over here. And it's not like just like, oh, it's a volume game, like getting rid of stuff. It is a thing of like, we are making more money, but everything changes. We don't have to store 5,600 items somewhere. The item comes into our house and it leaves. It leaves in a USPS package or it leaves in a plastic bag because we're taking it back to the Goodwill because it wasn't a good item. When we're storing 7,000 items at one point between like two large storage units and we have this complex inventory system, that whole thing, we didn't even realize it at the time, was actually a weight on our business and on ourselves mentally. And so because of that, it's slow market data because you have 5,600 active listings. That's so impressive. That's so much work that goes in behind the scenes in order to do that. And then to be able to store those items and be able to go find an item out of 5,600. It is not something you accidentally do. Be like, what does this look like? Oh, okay, let me go see if I can find this in 5,600 items. No, you have to have a very detailed inventory system in order to pull that off. The thing is you're competing with everybody else who's doing that same thing. The one thing that we have not mentioned throughout this entire process, Debbie, is where's Debbie in the entire process, right? Because people at first, when we're product based, we think everything is based off of this. But when we actually remove this, what we found is it actually has nothing to do with how awesome your items are. It has to do with how awesome you are. And people aren't staying in your shows. If people are coming to your shows purely for the brand names that you have in this, those aren't your buyers, okay? They are right now, but you're still in that transactional model. When you remove that and you're like, hey, this is who I am, and also I have things to buy, that's where the game changes. Let me tell you something, like, let me put this to you this way. I tell my mom which row 1, 3 bins is. Yeah, exactly. Right. And if like something were to happen, like if you, yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts to be able to do this. Okay, let me, I want to read this to you. Okay. And this is the playbook. When I introduce the two sellers, I say Mr. Trad and Mrs. Live. Okay, let me tell you about Mr. Trad. Mr. Trad is the classic reseller. His garage is lined with bins of inventory, and every day he's hustling to find new items to sell. He recently scored a vintage leather jacket at a thrift store for $20 after hours of photographing and listing it on eBay and cross-listing it and putting it up everywhere that he could, and then taking it over to a storage unit, making sure it's in the poly bag and what bin it goes in, and then making sure it's in his spreadsheet in case something happens, right? It finally sells for $150. After fees and shipping, Mr. Trad makes a $100 profit. Nice, right? But here's the catch. That customer bought the jacket, left a decent review, and disappeared. Mr. Trad will never hear from them again. Tomorrow he's back to hunting for the next item, hoping to find another customer. Meet Mrs. Live. Mrs. Live also finds a vintage leather jacket for $20, but instead of listing it on eBay, she features it in her weekly live show. She tells the story of the jacket, and I'm giving you guys in that. She tells the story of the jacket, showcases its details, and connects with her audience. The jacket sells for $120, less than Mr. Trad's. After fees and shipping, her profit is $70. At first glance, it seems like Mr. Trad is winning, right? Mr. Trad's winning. He sold it. He made $30 more. In a traditional reselling thing, if we were playing that game, Mrs. Live lost $30. Mr. Trad is up $30 on that over what Mrs. Live did, right? But here's the difference. The buyer who bought Mrs. Live's jacket feels connected to her. They didn't just buy a product, they bought into her brand. Next week, that buyer comes back to her live show. They spend another $50. The week after, they spend $100. Over the next 6 months, that single buyer becomes a repeat buyer spending over $1,000. Mrs. Live is playing the long game. Mr. Trad isn't even in the same arena. Now, I want to zoom out on this real quick because this is the thing that will blow your mind. It's the thing that blows the whole traditional reselling thing. It's not even in comparison. It's not a comparison. Okay, this is why. I'm going to tell you all the future. This is what's going to happen over the next few years. You ready? This is the bigger picture. This is all part of the playbook right here, okay? The bigger picture. Now, let's zoom out. Here's where live selling becomes a game changer. Mrs. Live isn't just making sales. She's building a platform, and with a platform comes massive opportunities. Brand deals. Companies pay her to showcase their products. Sponsorships. She partners with brands who want to reach her audience. Product lines. She launches her own line of curated items, creating an entirely new revenue stream. Meanwhile, Mr. Trad is still photographing items in his garage, hoping his next listing gets noticed. Y'all, this is going to be, in the coming years, it'll be such a difference between traditional reselling and live reselling that those that don't make the leap are going to get left behind. And I say that in a place of being like, I'm throwing out a warning. It's not going to be who can list more and who has the biggest and who has the most active listings. That's not going to be the thing. Why? Because the business is built off of the products that you have in your active listings, and it's not built around you and your process and how you do that. When you instead pivot over to this and you build a brand and a connection with buyers, and you understand that even if I lose $5 on this, and a customer comes in and they get a smoking deal on this, and they have a great experience, and they love watching my shows, I'm okay with losing money on this one item, so that that person comes back and buys again. You're like, well, how am I going to do that where I'm losing items on every single one? You're missing the point. I get one buyer that loves the experience and comes back. I get another one who also does that. And then they begin to bid against each other. In the future, like right now, you're like, look, I'm losing money. No, you're not. You're gaining new buyers. If you change your scoreboard, not to how much money did I make off of every item, but for a period of time, be like, my new scoreboard is first time buyers and return buyers. That's what it is. And market data. Okay. This is the other thing that traditional resellers struggle with. They know that every single one of their items is awesome and the market should pay them for that. Unfortunately, that's not how markets work. That's not how it works. Because what we do is we begin to think that we know more than our buyers. And so as traditional resellers, right, I already know, I did the comps on this on eBay. This thing's worth 40 bucks and I'm not taking anything less than that. And if you guys aren't willing to pay this, I don't want to see it. Okay? If you're not paying this, I don't want to see it. I had met several people that lost money doing low starts overall and stopped doing low starts. As long as you understand the strategy of what you're doing, it's not necessarily about low starts. That's not the thing. Low starts are a tactic. The low starts are a short-term thing that you're doing within the game. If you come in thinking low starts is the way to go, but you still think that the product is the thing, then you're missing the whole point instead of the customer lifetime value. Because I've seen a lot of people do the same thing. She said, Foster Friend says, I've lost a ton of money with low starts. It was a business investment. I'm curious, Spaghetti, what is the investment that you're making? What's the investment that you're making? And this is what I see with traditional resellers. They do low starts and they're like, I'm losing money. And they start and they stop. But they're not actually doing the entire cycle geared towards getting customer lifetime value. They think low starts, if I do that, I get what you're saying, but they're missing the strategy behind it. If you're doing this tactically low starts in order to thinking that's going to be the thing that gets you return buyers, that's not the thing. It's actually the process through which you bring them through. So you can do low starts all day. Also at a brick and mortar store in advertising marketing, you have to invest to get people to walk in the door. 100%. It's the same type of thing, right? So when you're moving over to this, initially you might take a little bit of a hit. The people that lose a ton of money and then they dip out, I watched the same thing. Go look up Whatnot on YouTube. Like, how do I do Whatnot? And you go back like 2 or 3 years ago, and all the reseller influencers are like, why I'm moving over to Whatnot. Whatnot must have done some sort of promotion to bring all these reselling influencers in. And so you saw all these videos of all these resellers coming in to do this, and they start going through this process to live sell, right? And then wait 6 to 8 months later, and then all the videos are why I'm leaving Whatnot. Whatnot doesn't work. It's a really good place to get rid of stuff for a low cost, but for the most part, it's not going to work. So I'm going back over to my eBay store and keep doing what I'm doing. And they missed the entire point. They had an opportunity to connect with their audience in a way that had never been done before. I only know of one person that's still here from that. So you've been in the game for a bit, huh, Spaghetti? So this is the difference is like, well, why are people losing money on low starts but never making that crossover? It's the mindset behind it. Because you can be doing low starts and getting a bunch of first time buyers, but if you're like, oh, lost money on that one, I hope you enjoy it because I'm losing over here, but I hope you enjoy it, customer. Let's do another one. I hope I don't lose all my money on this one. Oh, I did. Steals and deals, guys. Steals and deals. That's what we do over here. Apparently, we're just bad business people, and you all buyers aren't paying me what this thing's actually worth. It comes across in the energy of it, and people hate it. And so they're like, I did it. I did load starts. Listen to some bald guy on the internet with a white strip in his beard tell me to do this. And now I'm not going to do it anymore because it didn't work. And it's like, oh man, tactically you were doing the thing, but energetically your intention behind it was mixed up. You're a mixed up, right? It was mixed up. All right, I want to see the walk-in closet. I need a strategy to reduce my massive consignment shop inventory at this point. While I'll be profit, these items have depreciated. Okay, I love that. And I know I just went really hard on this, Debbie, and I do I'm preaching over here, and it's really because I want people to like understand this like so well, because there are so many incredible people that come onto the platform, and just because of the mindset behind it and the strategy isn't aligned with it, they lose, and then they're like, whatnot didn't work. And for me, it's like you're cruising around on a bicycle, and then I'm like, I got a car, and you're like, my friend had a car once. He didn't know how to like drive it exactly, and so he said it was like good for shelter if it rains. But I'm gonna stick with the bicycle because I had friends that tried cars and they don't work as well. Right? Did he know how to drive? Well, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing as a bicycle. It's just a little bit different. It's like, nope, it's a completely different thing. One vehicle is far better than the other vehicle for the things that you can accomplish, and it's just a misuse of the vehicle itself, and the strategy behind it is different. And I hope that makes sense. I'm going to move on from that, mainly because I'm all red because I get so passionate about this. Okay, I love it. Positivity is very important. People. And here's the thing, like I do want to throw out one other thing. If you are a traditional reseller, we literally designed the launch challenge based off of that. Now the launch challenge doesn't have to be for traditional resellers, but for those of you that are like, dude, I get what you're picking up. It's hard for me to continually do this though. I need to be plugged into a community. The launch challenge is what we're doing. It's one time, it's $97. You join a community. We're going to continue to do these one-day intensives. We help you to formulate your strategy, help you to get all your stuff aligned for your show, make sure that you have everything aligned, and then we bring our buyers to you and say, hey, these people really enjoy what we're doing because you also have a strategy behind what you're doing. We're going to bring our vetted buyers to you and be like, hey, do you like these guys? And then after that, they leave, and then we have this feedback thing. So I can help as many people transition over and get over these humps to be like, hey, this is where like it's really important to be plugged into a community that understands this and has the same language. So for any of you that want to join our next call, we do each week we're going to do a call. We did an 8-hour call. We call it an intensive. It can be intense. I don't get as like red because I'm not like trying to like I'm a little bit more chill, okay? But not much, but a little bit more. What it is we meet up on, so it's going to be Wednesday, right? Boxing the screen. We're going to meet on Wednesday, and it's an 8-hour intensive. And then what we're going to do is on Friday, we're doing a raid train. So the people that are involved with that, we're going to be bringing people to their shows. We're helping these sellers. And so what we're wanting to do is to get people into the motion and the mindset of doing it, and then have them actually do it, where we bring them an audience. And then once they've gone through the audience, just like we would if I was consulting for a restaurant, I'd be like, okay, we leave, and then I come back later and be like, hey, now we get back on a phone call the next week and be like, hey, great job on this. Hey, what can we do to improve that? And we go through that cycle as many times as we need until we get over that hump from really it's a mindset thing, okay? Let me know what that is. I'd be happy to rate in. Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you. So we're doing the first one. You guys can bookmark it. The first one's on the 10th. So it's on the 10th. And then we also have one on the 11th. What's cool about this is the community itself was the thing that when I first started doing this, I was like, oh, all of it is about this and helping people to do this. What I didn't realize is the community is the most valuable part. Why? Well, number one is we're returning back to this thing of like the customer lifetime value. This customer lifetime value this value isn't just a monetary, it's not just measured in currency. What I didn't realize is how valuable the relationships are when I get face to face on camera with somebody and we have a whole community that's there. I was blown away. I was going to record this in segments where I taught, and then I would stop the recording, and then everyone could talk. And then I would like start the recording again, and I'd teach, and then I'd share that at the end. Like 2 hours into this thing, I'm like, guys, I'm recording the whole thing because everything that wasn't recorded was so much gold from all these people coming together and talking through this thing that I have to include this. And they're like, 100%, yeah, record the whole thing. So for those that are a part of this, you'll see the recording, it'll come through. The other thing is, as well, is this market data piece, right? That market data is so valuable because our data sets are the things that are really like a part of the asset, right? Because now that we're talking in a community and we're doing this, we're getting data sets of like, no way, I didn't understand that. Oh, cool. I'm getting new market data. So I'm also getting market data because I want to be able to coach people really well. I want to get really good at this. And this is me in my $1 starts phase right here. Like this is my wife and I talk about all the time. Like, you're doing your $1 starts right now. That's what you're doing right now, right? And so yeah, that's what we're doing right now. And just like Foster Friends was talking about, just like Spaghetti was talking about, you have to invest into it. So at first, it is going to be just like working out or anything else in life. It's going to be this process of investing into it before we can get the return back out of it, right? Like I got to go to the gym and eat enough protein and get my sleep right and do all those things and invest into it before I get those muscles that show up. I got to invest in first for a little while, and then I will get the return on that thing later. And the returns are going to be way bigger. Typically, when we see that, it's like Jeff Bezos not making any money for years in Amazon, and now he's one of the richest men in the world. And so, just something for y'all to think about. But it's a lot easier when you join in with the community. I'm wondering if anyone else has anything in here. So we've been rocking and rolling. I'm 8.5 hours in on this right now. I would love to know kind of where y'all are at, and if there's anything that I can do in helping you, like any challenges that you're having. I know I just went really hard talking with Debbie right now, got me all sorts of red and passionate, but I appreciate that, Debbie. I hope that was helpful for you. I really do, and I hope that you got something out of it instead of just a bald bearded man getting red in the face trying to explain this concept. But I really do hope it bless you. Does anyone have no one's gonna like go like, yeah, let me follow up with something like I would love to hear from anyone and any challenges that you're having in your business and how I might be able to help you with in that. Okay. Also, yeah, thank you for the help. I have to do post show in a few. I'll message you later. I appreciate your feedback greatly. 100%. Debbie, I appreciate you being a part of that. I'm Alexa, next. I want to just say, like, overall, like, um, the passion that I have behind this is literally talking to my past self. Okay, because I struggled so much in traditional reselling. We didn't struggle; we were doing it. We were doing the thing. We're doing it, right? But it's like me from like the future going back to the past and being like, hey, like me in like 2020 being like, dude, listen. You got to move over to this thing over here. Like it'll change everything. Everything that you're going to be doing over the next little bit isn't going to compare to what you can possibly do in doing this thing over here. And so it's like me talking to my past self. And I didn't really realize how much passion I had behind this until I started doing research back into the reselling community. And I was realizing like, oh my gosh, like what people are struggling with, what they're getting on, yeah, 100%. What they're getting on the internet and sharing with everyone out in the world, what they're sharing is this very thing. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Spaghetti, thank you so much. Um, hmm. Thank you so much, Debbie. That's so sweet of you to say. Spaghetti, thank you for the tip. I really do appreciate that. I hope that all this blesses you. Jen Dove said, any thoughts about receiving lowball offers? I try to counter. Sometimes they politely decline if they're way out of scope. Are we talking traditional? Are we talking like traditional? Oh, are we talking like Poshmark or eBay or any of that? Yeah, I believe so. I don't think that during the live auction even. Interesting. So what I would say, Jen Dub, and I'm so grateful because I've seen your beautiful face coming in here multiple times. So I'm so grateful that you'd spend time with us. I really do appreciate that. What I would say is coming back to this thing of having a process. And what's cool about this is I know, Jen, you've heard my restaurant analogy, right? You've heard the restaurant analogy. I know you have. I already know you have. You've been in here for that, right? Tell me, give me a yes or a no if you've seen the restaurant analogy. Okay, cool. So in that same restaurant analogy, what you want to do is set up an experience so good that for the people, that buyers will love you and the experience that you bring them into, that your buyers will actually be kind of like your bouncers as well, or they will help people. So they'll be like, get out of here, troll. Or what they'll do as well is they will help you in that because they love the experience and they want to share that experience with other people. And then I'll give you a real life example. When my wife is doing her show, if somebody comes in and says, hey, I would love to see that item that's over here, and she's not even close to it, like, let me see that item over there. She doesn't have to say anything. Her viewers in the show will be like, actually, that's not how it's run here. She runs an order, but she has great stuff. So yeah, you have a great night as well, Debbie. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you again soon. That's what'll happen is those your buyer base will actually, it's like when you walk into a restaurant and people are like so excited where they like walk up and they're like, hey, have you been here before? Like, let me recommend, this is how it works here. Let me show you how to order. Your buyers actually become like, they're so knowledgeable about the experience that you provide, they will defend that experience for you. And so, yeah, you might get like low ball offers or like, hey, I'll take it for this or that. Like, let them do that thing, right? You're always going to have people that are coming in and doing that, but instead keep building on your experience and bringing your buyers into that. And then what'll happen is your buyers will literally protect that whole thing that you've built. And so if somebody comes in and like, well, I won't give you that, then that's fine. I'm not going to give you that amount of money. Like if you did it at this starting price, I would purchase it. Being like, um, um, so sorry, I'm reading just a quick message here. So what I would say to that, and yes, 100% wife of mine, I hear what you're saying. So what I would say to that is have a process through which you go through. So when people come in, like, are you familiar with my wife? She'll do rapid fire at the end. Jen Dub, are you familiar with that? I can cover it real quick. Okay, cool. So instead of that, if somebody comes in like, well, I wouldn't pay that, be like, okay, that's fine. Because at the end of my show, I actually will run anything that didn't sell. So if it doesn't sell, not a problem. I'll usually run it and I'll do it at like this price or whatever it is. Then maybe it'll stay, maybe they won't. Because sometimes people are just like trying to come in and see what they can do. Some people are like, no, I'm really interested in it. I just wouldn't pay that for it. And you're like, okay, that's fine. Wait until the end. If it doesn't sell, I'll show it again at the end. And then maybe you'll have a chance to purchase it then, right? And it's just a way of being able to politely deal with it and retain the control over your show because your control over your show, I'm not saying this in a way being like, you need to control every aspect of things. It's your control and your center of taking that actually allows for that experience. Yeah, don't say I will run it lower. I'll just say I will rerun it later. Gotcha. I love that, Jen. Thank you. My wife. And so what you're doing is by you keeping that show control, you're holding the experience for everyone to feel comfortable in, so nobody can come in. So Tweetco says, I came onto Whatnot to sell my overflow of items because I don't like listing and I didn't want to wait, even though I have 129,000 following on Poshmark. Whatnot is instant. Yep. Now that the items are gone. Yeah. Another thing is you get that fast feedback as well. And I think that because you show it and then be like, man, it's either going to sell or it doesn't sell or it sells for more, right? Okay, still taping. Okay, cool. Gotcha. And so just retain the control over your show. Just retain the control over your show. I think that that's one of the best things. I build a platform that loves me, not just my items. So now what? Cool. So now you got to go find more items. But hopefully, Tweetco, you've been grabbing up some market data along the way, and you have a better idea of what. I want to see Tweetco. I want to help you. I want to sell items. That's the challenge. Oh, you don't want to sell items? Okay. Let me throw. Do you want to go a little bit more advanced here? I'm a creative. Okay. Cool. Let's talk about this then. All right. You're like, I don't want to go do that anymore, but I have a following. Okay. 100%. You have people that love what it is that you're doing. Great. Now you're in a really beautiful position. What is your market looking for? So if you need to, in order to keep that relationship with your market, keep selling stuff, but figure out what else do you have that you can bring in as well, because this is a new thing, like, right? So this is a cool thing about live selling is as you build that platform, you can now start to figure out like what other things do my buyers, what do they like? What other things can I bring to the table? Do you have something in mind, Tweetco? You have something in mind, something that you want to bring to them? I'm curious because that's the other advantage of doing this is that if you have a live platform and you're communicating with people, that you can get the market data to help you to figure out new offerings that you can make to your market. So, for example, we worked with somebody in our live reselling coaching group that okay, so now you're searching for the next thing you want to bring to your audience. Yeah, I've been reselling since the 90s. Now it's time to pivot and whatnot allowed me to move forward. Now I'm searching. Okay, I feel like there's more to offer and now I have to package it. Yeah. So this is how you can, this is what's cool is now you can begin to package together some sort of offer to bring to your market. And because of that fast market data, you get that quickly because you now are doing this in a live reselling platform. You can bring that to your market because what you don't want to do is go, um, you don't want to go build out a whole product offering and then offer it to the market only for it to fall flat, right? You're like, dang, I just spent 6 months on putting this product together. What you have available to you now is you can be like, what else would my market like? What can I do to solve problems? One of the things you can do is be like, from where I am today to where I was 5 years ago, what things was I dealing with 5 years ago or 3 years ago that now I'm no longer dealing with? What can I do? Because most likely you're probably pretty similar to your market. You can go back through and be like, what challenges or things did I overcome over the last couple of years that I could now bring as an offering to help other people, right? I started being myself from the beginning, and that's what's made the biggest impact. Wow, keep going. Okay, so go to who you were 3 years ago and say, what challenges have I overcome that years ago, 3 years ago, the old me was dealing with that I've now overcome? Most likely, real tears. Most likely, you have something in that you can help other people with, right? So now that's literally what I'm doing here. All this stuff right here is to solve a problem for people because I know I can help them because this is how we overcame a problem that we had, which was we were in traditional resale. We were having to invest and our business is becoming bloated. My wife is frustrated. I'm frustrated. And from that, we then pivoted over to this. We figured out the live reselling thing. Now we help other people to do that as well as obviously continue to live resell. And that's why I said it's been a burnout because I help more now than I've been selling. Okay, so that's maybe something to consider. What is it that you're helping for? How can you help your market, right? And so something to consider. And by the way, for those that are in the launch challenge, it's funny because we'll start talking about this, but we brought it up in our last day intensive. Okay, cool. I love that. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. So that's what we're doing now is like, hey y'all, we're reselling and we're going to continue to do what we're doing. My wife's still going to be doing everything that she's doing, right? But now when I was talking with these other resellers that are part of our launch challenge, I'm like, just so you know, this is where this thing is going. This is where it's going. You're going to have more than one thing. It's the same thing that I was just saying in here. Y'all, if you guys, the playbook really is, if you're trying to work through this, it will really help you. But I told you like, here's what comes, the massive opportunities that can come. Brand deals, companies pay to showcase their products, right? Sponsorship. She partners with a brand who want to reach her audience. Product line. She launches her own line of curated items, creating an entirely new revenue stream. That's where things are going. People are going to start. You're going to see. It's very much like the influencer thing. But here's the difference in this. Let's say you have a makeup brand influencer on YouTube, and a company comes to the makeup, like the, what do they call them? Makeup artist, right? They come to the makeup artist and they're like, we love what you do. We would love for you to we will sponsor one of your shows, right? Okay. And then you can put in the link, our thing. And when they click on that link, it'll come in through that link. And then you get like a commission for showing off our stuff, right? You guys familiar with this model? This is a model that brands will use in order to do that. Give me a heads up. If you like, give me a thumbs up if you understand what it is I'm talking about, right? Influencers, they get, yeah, okay, I'm an ambassador for companies. Yeah, okay, cool. What's going to happen though? What's different about this? Here's the difference between of a YouTube influencer or somebody on Instagram as an influencer that has a link in their bio or a link that you click through is me as a customer. I've got to go find that link, click into that thing, and hopefully I don't just go directly to the brand and buy directly from them because I just bypassed the very thing that you are getting paid for as an influencer, right? Um, here's what, so as a buyer I've got to go click the link and got to go fill out this stuff. Well, an influencer on here is gonna be like, hey y'all, I partner with this makeup brand and let me do it, and by the way, you just need a swipe and you can buy the stuff of what I'm doing. It's going to change things because now the influencer themselves are going to make money directly, and it's going to be directly correlated. So the person, the brand that goes and hires this person is going to be like, we can attribute this many sales directly to this influencer because they sold it live on camera. We have the whole thing, right? Does that make sense? That doesn't happen. This is new. This is a new thing that's barely happening, and it's only in this space right here that it's going to happen with this live selling. That's why I keep going back to this thing, being like, y'all, this wave is huge. Y'all got to get on the live selling thing, get your mindset right, get all this right, get this set up now because we are here before the wave. Because this right here, this $20 billion a year is what Tweetco is talking about. Like, I don't want to sell this stuff anymore. Well, if you build out your thing, you build this whole thing out, that's that whole thing going back to customer lifetime value is when companies are looking to increase their customer lifetime value, one of the things that they'll do is they can release a new product. They can release a new product to help them to increase the amount of revenue that might come in from a customer. You have that, okay? So, I just wanted to share that with y'all. I am 8 hours and 45 minutes in. It's not a record for me, but tonight I'm not going to break the record. I'm actually going to be going and hanging out with my family right now. I'm a res coach. I wasn't thinking Whatnot would be a part of that. It's been a huge vehicle and I wasn't expecting it. I needed it today. It makes sense. I love that so much. I truly hope, Tweetco, that today has blessed you. For all of y'all that are like, so once this, I want to see, is the Givey over here? Is this where the Givey is? The Givey is right here. I'm so curious. I want to get this right. Okay, cool. The Givey right here is going to run in 1 minute. That's the playbook. You'll get the digital copy of it. You can start reading it tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Best one-to-one ever. Okay, cool. Yes, so we're going to give one of these away in about a minute here. Come back and hang out with me again tomorrow. I'm doing a masterclass tomorrow. We don't know where that's going to go, right? I'm going to stick with the same thing, but come back and hang out. And if there's something that you need, like if you're thinking about challenges, and you're like, oh man, I wish I would have asked this, bring that back tomorrow, and I can hopefully help you. And I'm so grateful for y'all. Like the very fact that you guys are hanging out with me, what it means is there's 27 people. um, that good, Tweetco. I'm so glad to hear that. There's 27 people that you guys could do anything you want right now, and you're hanging out with me. I want you guys to go consider that anybody, even if you do a show and 3 people show up to it, they're choosing you over anything else that they could do. And Dante's here just for the cookies. I've been like smelling. I don't smell any cookies. I smell the chicken that fell on the bottom of the oven a couple nights ago. So should have got that out of there. I wonder if our cookies are going to taste weird. Okay, come back tomorrow. Who's getting it? Fiery Light 21. This is yours. This is yours. Okay, it's going to come in a digital format. So grateful for all of y'all. Let me know how I can help you. So come back tomorrow and hang out with me. I don't know what time. I think I'm going live at, what am I doing tomorrow? What am I doing tomorrow? Go just check. Go check, bookmark it. You'll know when I'm coming back tomorrow. 2 p.m. Is that what I'm doing? 12 p.m. Oh yeah, that's 12 p.m. my time, 2 p.m. yours. Gen 9099. Come back tomorrow, hang out with me. Love y'all. We're gonna raid somebody. What's up, Beth? Welcome back. And I'm leaving now. But let's raid somebody. She's yelling. She's like, I got this. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Peter. I really do. I hope this blesses you. Yes, you are so welcome. Come, like, we're gonna keep doing this. We're going to Noonie Bird. We're gonna raid Noonie Bird. Y'all go look around. So everything we've talked about, go look at it, and how can you help? How can you improve your business this week? What one thing can you do to improve what you're doing? So I love it, and y'all.